Chapter 898. Qi Wuxue walked over casually, not showing any fear at all. Xiao Chen recovered his wits. When he saw that the two did not give off any murderous intent, he said calmly, "Since you are already here, come in and have a seat." The three casually sat at a small table in the courtyard. Xiao Chen took out a bottle of wine and filled it for the two. Qi Wuxue drained the wine in one gulp. Then, he frowned and said, "It doesn't taste good. Brother Xiao, it looks like you are not particular about this wine. Brother Long, take out a bottle of your precious monkey wine, then." The monkey wine was a good thing. Xiao Chen had heard of it before. There was a kind of wild monkey that lived in the mountains that were extremely difficult to climb. They did not have any abilities, but they were born with the ability to gather wild fruits and spring water to make wine. The wine it brewed was much more delicious than the wine brewers of the various races. Frequently, experts on the level of Emperor Wu would search for this monkey wine all over the mountains and plains but would end up empty-handed. Long Fei fanned himself and took out a jar of wine. When he removed the lid, a natural wine fragrance immediately spread out, filling the entire courtyard with an intoxicating fragrance. After pouring a cup for the two, Long Fei covered the jar of monkey wine like it was a treasure and quickly put it away in his spatial ring. Qi Wuxue picked up the wine cup and sniffed it for a long time before draining it in one gulp. Then, he smacked his lips and said, "You are really stingy. Even after seeing the white-robed king, you only took out one cup." Long Fei took a sip and put down the wine cup. "Qi Wuxue, let's get down to business. Xiao Chen is probably getting impatient from waiting." When Qi Wuxue heard that, he withdrew his smile and asked, "Brother Xiao, do you know what trouble the merfolk race is in this time? What do they want us to do?" Xiao Chen replied softly, "Aren't we supposed to kill the evil demon clones and mend the seal? Could there be other secrets?" Qi Wuxue smiled and said, "In that case, Brother Xiao, do you know where the evil demon clones are sealed?" "What place?" "Neptune's palace." The Neptune headscarf on his forehead emitted a chilly feeling, instantly suppressing Xiao Chen's restless heart. No expression could be seen on his delicate face. This news was really unexpected. The place where the demons were sealed was in the palace of Neptune. What kind of place was the palace of Neptune? It was Neptune's former palace, filled with countless treasures and riches. How could it be related to demons? Qi Wuxue continued, "This is strange, right? However, speaking of which, this matter is related to you. 10,000 years ago, it was the Qing Emperor who sealed the evil demon in Neptune's palace. Originally, the merfolk race did not intend to announce this secret, but this time, we have no choice but to announce it." "How so?" "You still don't understand? How do you think the seal was loosened? How could the seal left behind by the Qing Emperor be loosened so easily? It was the greed of the merfolk race. They coveted the treasures in Neptune's palace and moved the seal. In the end, they went too far. Now, they cannot deal with it with their own strength. The palace of Neptune itself is an emperor-grade secret treasure. The Qing Emperor purposely merged his seal with the palace of Neptune, completely dealing with the hidden danger of the evil demon. Haha. Unfortunately, the human heart is too hard to fathom. The seal, which was supposed to be foolproof, ended up being moved by the merfolk race themselves." Qi Wuxue's lips curled up as he spoke somewhat mockingly. To think that there was such a secret. Indeed, the matter was not as simple as he thought. Xiao Chen stared at Qi Wuxue and asked, "How did you know about this?" Qi Wuxue smiled faintly and replied, "How can there be an airtight wall in the world? Now that the various experts who rushed over after hearing the news, which one of them does not know about it? Which one of them is not here for the treasures in Neptune's palace? Who would really care about the life and death of the merfolk race?" Long Fei added, "Brother Xiao Chen, let's not beat around the bush. Brother Qi and I are here for the treasures in Neptune's palace as well. Originally, I did not intend to work with you. However, this time, I really can't hold on much longer." The 7 great sects near the chaotic demonic sea all sent lightning-attributed experts. Some loose cultivator old monsters also came uninvited. Even the great sects of the Penglai Sea were startled. Qi Wuxue looked at the calm and collected Xiao Chen and said, "Others might not know, but Brother Long and I do. Brother Xiao, you have the purple thunder true fire. With your strength, you might even be able to hold your own against Grandmaster-level martial sages. If we work together, we will definitely reap a great harvest." Xiao Chen stood up and started pacing around the courtyard. Originally, he had only intended to return a small favor and leave immediately. Unexpectedly, there were so many other things involved. Long Fei and Qi Wuxue exchanged glances. Then, they stood up and said, "Brother Xiao, are you worried about the grudge between us? Although I, Long Fei, have never flaunted myself as a righteous person, I have always done things in an open and above-board manner. Otherwise, when I saw that you were about to break through and starlight fell, I would not have waited for you to finish breaking through before challenging you to a battle. This time, with the three of us working together, Brother Xiao will have priority in choosing all the benefits we obtain and will monopolize 40%. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Long Fei continued, "Brother Xiao, if you agree, I can tell you how to refine the trident in advance to show my sincerity." When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he knew that the two misunderstood, thinking that he was using the opportunity to raise the price. "This matter is very important. I cannot make a decision based on what one person says. Before this Xiao came here, I really did not know anything about the Neptune Palace. I am only here to repay the kindness of an old friend. If this matter is really as the two of you say, I have no reason not to work together with the two of you to deal with an enemy." Qi Wuxue's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "In that case, Brother Xiao agrees? He, it was not in vain for me to spread your name throughout the world." Xiao Chen frowned and asked, finding it strange, "What name?" "White-robed king, Brother Xiao, you probably do not know. The people of the 5 major races gather in the primal chaos domain. As long as there is any big news, it will immediately spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. For the sake of spreading your name, the white-robed king, I sent 2,000 idle people of my sect to spread your deeds in more than 1,000 cities of various sizes in the primal chaos domain. Haha. Look at it now. The entire world knows about the white-robed king, Xiao Chen." Qi Wuxue spoke leisurely, appearing very cocky. He did not notice that Xiao Chen's face had turned dark at some point in time. In the end, it turned out that Qi Wuxue was the one who spread the title of the white-robed king. Bang! An explosion rang out, and Qi Wuxue fell from the courtyard onto the street. Then, his head smashed heavily against the ground. Long Fei walked out of the courtyard and looked at Qi Wuxue, who fell to the ground in a sorry state. He could not help smiling. Strange, is the white-robed king not a good title? Brother Xiao, why are you suddenly so angry? Qi Wuxue stood up and rubbed his head. Feeling confused, he asked Long Fei, "White-robed king, what a simple and elegant title. Long Fei, don't you think so?" Feeling somewhat speechless, Long Fei said, "This fellow serves you right. What is a king title? It is a title that will accompany Xiao Chen for life. How can he casually give it to him? He is a descendant of the Qing Emperor. Naturally, he has to inherit the title of the Qing Emperor. What is the title of the Qing Emperor?" "Blue Dragon King." Qi Wuxue muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly understood. Indeed, the Blue Dragon King is more tyrannical. However, adding the words white-robed king is not bad either. White-robed Blue Dragon King. Long Fei was utterly speechless. The title of king accompanied a cultivator for life. It concerned honor, dignity, and inheritance. This Qi Wuxue was simply too casual about it, treating it like child's play. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chen held a jade strip in his hand. He closed his eyes and read the information in it. Then, he revealed an expression of sudden understanding. He said, "So, this is how the throne is forged into a weapon. One needs to use mental energy flame to refine it, and then condense it in an instant." Before Long Fei left, to show his sincerity, he taught Xiao Chen the method of forging a weapon for the throne. After Xiao Chen put away the jade strip, he felt somewhat frustrated for some reason. Now that he thought about this matter carefully, he discovered that this originally simple matter actually contained many tricks. Princess Yao Yan, why did you not explain this to me in advance? Thinking of the Neptune Palace, Xiao Chen removed the Neptune headscarf from his forehead and took a look. It looked like this Neptune headscarf came from the Neptune Palace. Then, Xiao Chen placed the headscarf to the side and took out a wine cup from the universe ring. Then, he placed it in front of the empty seat opposite him. He believed that someone would give him an explanation. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw several man-made gems in the sky. They flickered with star-like light. If one blinked, they would forget that they were at the bottom of the sea, more than 10 kilometers below the surface. Xiao Chen kept feeling like something was missing. After drinking a few mouthfuls of wine, he raised his hand. A bright and clear moon slowly rose behind him. The gentle moonlight sprinkled down like water, filling the entire courtyard with a faint glow. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied smile and continued drinking. When the moonlight shone on his white figure, it cast a lonely shadow on the ground. Cup after cup, Xiao Chen drank alone. At some point in time, an exquisite figure appeared on the ground in the cold courtyard. Yao Yan landed across from Xiao Chen. When she saw the prepared wine cup, shock flashed in her eyes. Young Master Xiao, did you know that Yao Yan would come? Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and revealed a smile on his delicate face. He said warmly, naturally. I, Xiao Chen, never make a mistake in judging people. Princess Yao Yan, there were some things that were not convenient to say on the way. I was afraid that I would not help you after I said them. However, now that I am here, I believe Princess no longer has any reservations. Yao Yan did not know if it was a misconception, but she felt that Xiao Chen was clearly smiling. However, his eyes were as cold as still water, without any ripples. It seemed like nothing in this world could attract his attention. When Yao Yan heard Xiao Chen's words, she felt somewhat guilty. She finished the wine in her cup and smiled bitterly. This time, young Master Xiao probably misjudged me. Yao Yan did hide it from you. The tragedy of the merfolk race was caused by me. The merfolk race's race head and the 5 supreme elders personally opened the outermost seal and entered Neptune's palace. However, none of them came out, they all died in there. In the end, the 3 elders guarding outside used their lives as the price to patch up the outermost seal. However, the seal inside was completely broken. Chapter 899. The appearance of the evil demon's main body is just a matter of time. Now, the vast merfolk race no longer has an Emperor Wu. The price of greed was really high. 9 people on the level of Emperor Wu died just like that. Without needing Yao Yan to say anything, Xiao Chen could roughly guess how these Emperor Wu died. They definitely did not listen to advice and relied on their Emperor Wu's cultivation to enter without preparing a lightning-attributed true flame. They thought that by gathering the strength of 8 Emperor Wus, they would be able to do as they pleased in the palace of Neptune, looting all the treasures in there before leaving calmly. However, Xiao Chen guessed wrong. Yao Yan's next words truly startled Xiao Chen. The appetite of the merfolk race's Emperor Wu was unexpectedly huge. They actually wanted to swallow up the entire palace of Neptune along with the evil demon clones, turning their race head into the new Neptune. 2 years ago, I held the Extreme Thunder Sword and entered alone. I thought that the Extreme Thunder True Flame in the Extreme Thunder Sword could suppress the evil demon clones for 100 years. Who knew, the evil demon clones that swallowed up Emperor Wu were not completely killed by me at that time. Now, they have already revived. The Extreme Thunder True Flame in the Extreme Thunder Sword has already been worn down by these evil demon clones over the past 2 years. If we do not think of a way, the evil demon's main body will definitely break free within half a year. At that time, the entire chaotic demonic sea will suffer a disaster. I would like to ask young Master Xiao to make a move and use the Purple Thunder True Flame to sweep away these evil demon clones. Then, together with the Extreme Thunder Sword, we can completely suppress the evil demon's main body. Xiao Chen listened quietly. As the moonlight shone down, he only drank without saying anything. By the time Yao Yan finished speaking, the wine in the wine bottle had finished. Perhaps it was a coincidence or not. Xiao Chen shook the wine bottle. Indeed, it was empty. Yao Yan had indeed finished speaking. After putting away the wine bottle, Xiao Chen waved his hand. The bright moon in the sky shook gently and turned into beams of gentle light that scattered into the sky. Yao Yan was taken aback. Looking at the disappearing moon, she didn't realize until now that it was Xiao Chen's creation. How could there be a moon at the bottom of the sea? Xiao Chen saw this subtle expression and sighed silently in his heart. He reached out and sucked the Neptune headscarf over from the table and tied it around his forehead again. Yao Yan was a little nervous. He didn't know what Xiao Chen was thinking. If he knew the truth, would he still help him? Strange, Your Highness, are you not done yet? Xiao Chen fastened Neptune's headscarf and looked at Yao Yan, who hadn't left yet. Yao Yan was stunned at first. Then, she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Young Master Xiao, you're not leaving?" Xiao Chen revealed a warm smile on his cold face. He said, "When did I say that I was leaving? On the other hand, Your Highness, it is a long night. You have already said what you wanted to say, yet you are still not leaving. Are you not planning to leave tonight?" After understanding Xiao Chen's meaning, Yao Yan could not help but blush. She glanced at Xiao Chen, who seemed to be smiling, and quickly left. White-robed king, Yao Yan will forever remember your kindness. The merfolk race will forever remember it as well. An exquisite voice drifted over from the air. When Xiao Chen heard it, he was slightly entranced. Xiao Chen opened his palm, and a painting appeared in his palm. The painting slowly unfurled, and the Qing Emperor's appearance entered his eyes once more. Xiao Chen said somewhat self-deprecatingly, 10,000 years ago, you thought that you were very smart and merged your seal with Neptune's palace, materializing a perfect seal. However, who could have imagined that the human heart is the hardest to fathom? That perfect seal back then brought a calamity to the merfolk race? If the Qing Emperor had not merged his seal with Neptune's palace back then, such a thing would not have happened, leaving such a terrible mess for Xiao Chen. The cause of 10,000 years ago was the effect of 10,000 years later. It was time to end this karma. Xiao Chen put away the painting and revealed a resolute expression. He did not enter his room to rest. Instead, he rushed to Long Fei and Qi Wushua's residences and asked them about the people who had taken advantage of the chaos to come and how strong they were. After Xiao Chen obtained the information he wanted, he frowned heavily. The situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. Right now, the greatest problem was not the evil demon clones in Neptune's palace. Instead, it was the various experts who came for the treasures in Neptune's palace. Several of them had come uninvited, not having received an invitation at all. Not only would they not be of any help, but they would even add to the chaos. Xiao Chen told Qi Wushue and Long Fei about his plans and intentions, not hiding anything. After the two heard it, they could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. Qi Wushue said, "Brother Xiao, it's not that I want to criticize you, but the mess that the Qing Emperor left 10,000 years ago really has nothing to do with you. Besides, it's the big shots of the merfolk race who brought this upon themselves because of their greed. Why do you have to fall headfirst into it? This time, many of the people who came uninvited are old fellows from the primal chaos domain. All of them are old monsters who have lived for 100 or 200 years. Long Fei also felt surprised at Xiao Chen's choice. He advised, "Xiao Chen, you have to think this through. There are many things in Neptune's palace. Back then, the Qing Emperor did not take them away because he did not fancy them. However, to us, they are all supreme treasures. You are kind enough to not let those people in and send themselves to death, increasing the strength of the evil demon clones. However, others might not think that way. They might just think that you want to keep the treasures for yourself." Qi Wushue nodded and said, "That's right. Furthermore, I heard that the Qing Emperor did not touch Neptune's corpse out of respect. The divine rain robes it wore, the Neptune scepter in its hand, the Neptune crown on its head, and the chasing wave boots on its feet are all still there. Which one of them is not something that drives people crazy?" Coincidentally, the merfolk race's Emperor Wu is all dead. The few blue-robed emperors are all busy protecting the outermost seal and cannot spare any attention. These fellows will absolutely not let go of this opportunity. Xiao Chen's eyes were as clear as water, and his face was as calm as a lake. Then, he turned around and looked to the front. In the pitch-black night, the man-made astral gems gave off light in the sky, decorating this dreamy castle. This was an extremely serene and beautiful castle. After looking for a long time, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and said, "Sometimes, after admitting to some things, one has to bear some responsibility. If I run away today, I will not have any psychological burden if I run into similar things in the future. In that case, why did I admit to my identity in front of everyone in the world back then? Many thanks to the two of you for your kind intentions and information. If there is a fight in Neptune's palace, I will help the two of you once. Goodbye." As Qi Wuxue watched Xiao Chen's departing figure, he said helplessly, "This brother Xiao is still unfathomable. His life is too tiring. There will probably be a good show to watch tomorrow morning." Long Fei opened his folding fan and gently fanned himself. He said in frustration, "Right now, everyone in the world knows that he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor. After the king conferral ceremony, he will officially inherit the title of Blue Dragon King. You only see the glorious side but cannot see the hidden pressure of being a descendant of the Qing Emperor. So, you are the ruffian Qi Wuxue, and he is the famous Blue Dragon King. The one who cannot see through is you." Feeling unconvinced, Qi Wuxue said, "Hey, Long Fei, why are you siding with an outsider? Don't forget that he beat you up into a sorry state on Dragonwood Star. Why are you speaking up for him so quickly?" Long Fei closed his folding fan and revealed an arrogant expression on his fair face. He said, "I am not someone who cannot afford to lose. Back then, I dared to fight him fair and square after he broke through. In the future, when I obtain the title of White Bone King, I will naturally fight him fair and square." Qi Wuxue smiled and said, "Fine, fine, fine. This brother will not argue with you now. Hee hee. In another 10 years, I want to see you become the White Bone Sovereign and get beaten up by Xiao Chen. That would be thrilling and exciting." Bang! Long Fei opened his folding fan and smashed it at Qi Wuxue. Qi Wuxue chuckled and stretched out his hand to block this attack. "A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. I'll beat you until you can't get up. What can you do to me? My turbid heaven demonic art has improved significantly recently." As the two bickered, they started fighting. However, they clearly did not use much strength. Otherwise, the roof would have been blown off long ago. Early in the morning, the light barrier above the castle shone with a boundless light, simulating the vigorous glow of dawn and waking up the people sleeping in this dreamy city. Several old men exuding baleful auras had arrived early in the largest plaza of the city. They sat expressionlessly on stone stools. As the sky brightened, the number of cultivators rushing over to the plaza gradually increased. These people were not merfolk. One could easily tell them from the color of their hair. However, all of them were terrifyingly strong. The weakest among them was a medial-grade martial sage. As for the old monsters giving off baleful auras, their cultivations were even higher. They were at least superior-grade martial sages. Among them, there was a three-fingered old man with white hair who was a peak superior-grade martial sage. This old man was only one step short of having the air of a grandmaster. Then, he would truly become a grandmaster-level martial sage. The people of the primal chaos domain would not be unfamiliar with this old man's identity. This fellow was a rather famous loose cultivator. Of course, he was infamous. He specialized in poison and came from the famous 5 Poison sect of the Profound Domain. Later, he broke the sect's rules and experimented on living people. After that, he betrayed the 5 Poison sect. Even now, he was still wanted by the 5 Poison sect. However, he was still alive and well. In the primal chaos domain, he was known as the 5 Poison Devil. Even a regular Grandmaster-level martial sage would not be willing to offend him. When the other invited cultivators saw this person, they showed fear in their eyes, not daring to underestimate him. Senior 5 Poison, I heard that girl's tone is very unyielding. Those who are not invited are not allowed to enter the palace of Neptune. While it was still early, someone among the group of old monsters informed the 5 Poison Devil. The 5 Poison Devil sat on a stone stool and smiled coldly. Can she do as she pleases? Right now, the merfolk race only has 2 blue-robed emperors left. They are barely maintaining the seal around the palace of Neptune. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages cannot leave. How dare she say no? However, I heard that the evil demon clones in there are very horrifying. We do not have lightning-attributed flames. If we enter, we will probably run into danger. However, even Emperor Wu died in there. The 5 Poison Devil's expression did not change. He said indifferently, didn't you see that so many people came this time? All of them have lightning-attributed flames. If we mix in, we can protect ourselves. As long as we are not too greedy and come out after finding a few treasures, we will definitely be fine. Chapter 900. How did those martial emperors die? Their appetites were too big. They wanted to refine the entire Sea Monarch Palace. In the end, the evil demon's main body schemed against them, and they were completely wiped out. The 5 Poison Devils' words shocked everyone to death. This was a piece of information that many people did not know. There is actually such a thing. I was wondering how Emperor Wu could die so easily. It turns out that he was too ambitious. He wanted to refine the entire Neptune Palace. He was very bold. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. Even sovereign martial emperors would not dare to say that they could refine it. To think that they dared to refine it. They deserved to die in there. Upon hearing this news, the surrounding loose cultivators who came uninvited all heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like the evil demon was not as horrifying as they had imagined. When the old 5 Poison Ghost saw the expressions of these people, he laughed coldly in his heart. However, his mouth continued, this old ghost is not someone who would throw away his life for treasures. If I am not confident, I will not mess around. You can go ahead and mess around with Mr. Cheen and I. The Mr. Cheen that the 5 Poison Devil mentioned was a middle-aged man in hempen robes. However, after he arrived, he had closed his eyes and rested. He did not give off a ferocious baleful aura, so the surrounding people ignored him. Hearing the 5 Poison Devil mention this, the group quickly looked over. Only then did they discover that this grey-robed old man's cultivation was not much lower than the 5 Poison Devils. Mr. Cheen? Could it be that Mr. Cheen from the Medicine God Valley's Fire Dragon God? Someone said uncertainly when he thought of something. The 5 Poison Devil nodded and said, that's right. Mr. Cheen holds a high position in the Medicine God Valley. He is one of the 3 Grandmaster alchemists there. With Mr. Cheen and me here, no matter how stubborn that girl is, she will have to obediently let us in. Not far away, Chi Wushue and Long Fei saw this scene, and their expressions turned unsightly. Long Fei said, this 5 Poison Devil's poison technique kills people invisibly. Several Grandmaster-level martial sages are not willing to fight with him. That Mr. Cheen is not a good person either. This fellow grasps 9 different attributed flames and created the 9 dragons art from them. He is not just an alchemist. As Chi Wushue looked at Mr. Cheen, who had not said anything since the start, his eyes filled with fear. The people from the Penglai Sea are here. At this moment, an exclamation rang out in the public square. Everyone could not help but look over. The Penglai Sea was a faraway place. Very few people in the outside world knew how to enter it. The people inside also cultivated the legendary immortal techniques. They rarely moved about outside, giving off a mysterious feeling. 2 young men wearing magic robes descended from the sky with arrogant expressions. As he looked at the people around him, the disdain in his eyes was revealed without any hesitation. These 2 fellows seemed to have come uninvited as well. Well, I don't know if Xiao Chen will change his mind after he comes. None of these people are easy to mess with. Xiao Chen is here. Long Fei suddenly said. Chi Wushue looked around but could not see that white figure. He asked anxiously, Where? Where? Why do I not see him? Long Fei pointed in a direction, and Qi Wuxue quickly looked over. There was a person wearing a black cloak sitting cross-legged on a stone stool, silently sitting cross-legged on it. That person's face was hidden under the shadow of the hood, preventing others from seeing him clearly. Qi Wuxue sized him up a few times before he confirmed it. He said, Your eyes are really sharp. I did not even notice when he arrived. This stumped Long Fei. He did not know when Xiaochen arrived either. Earlier, he had casually glanced at him. At first, he nearly passed by. When Long Fei turned his head back and took a closer look, he could vaguely sense that it was Xiaochen. I'm not sure. Perhaps he just arrived, or perhaps he arrived long ago. However, it does not matter. What we can see, he can see as well. No matter how we think about it, it is not clear. This fellow always surprises us. Long Fei toyed with the folding fan in his hand. Qi Wuxue withdrew his gaze and revealed a contemplative expression. Then, he said with certainty, I do not believe that there would be such a foolish person in this world. He would do something that is clearly against his own interests just for the sake of being a descendant of the Qing Emperor. As they chatted, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Qi Wuxue's and Long Fei's eyes lit up. The main character had arrived. Princess Yao Yan arrived with Mu Yun, the white-robed king, and 4 or 5 merfolk race old men. Princess, the white-robed king does not seem to be here, Mu Yun sent a voice projection somewhat anxiously as he quickly swept his gaze over the crowd. Don't panic. He is here. Just tell him what I mean. Mu Yun calmed himself and stepped forward. Then, he said, Thank you, everyone, for coming from far away and accepting our invitation. Later, we will distribute the jade pendants to enter Neptune's palace according to the invitation list. The 5 poisoned devils' eyes blazed with rage as he made a gesture. Someone immediately understood and shouted, The merfolk race is too much. Although we did not receive an invitation, we have the heart to kill the evil demon, just like everyone else. Why are they not giving us the jade pendants? This is too much. They are simply looking down on us. The merfolk race is too much of a bully. They are just hot-blooded, directly ignoring us. Are the merfolk race really so heartless? Damn. Merfolk, don't be too selfish. We came to help out of goodwill. Why are you treating us differently? Give us the jade pendants. If you do not, then no one can enter Neptune's palace. In an instant, a large group of people started shouting at the same time. Their words were extremely intense. Furthermore, these people were loose cultivators with startling baleful auras. Such a situation was truly terrifying. It seemed like they would really make a move at any moment, fighting to the death. Even though Mu Yun expected that these people would not give up, he had not expected this group of old monsters to be so shameless, turning the tables on him. Seeing the baleful auras and ferocious old men spreading out, Mu Yun could not help trembling in fear. He had never seen such a scene before. Yao Yan shook his head and personally stepped forward. Then, he stared at the silent 5 poisoned devil and Mr. Qin. These two were the true leaders. I will have to trouble everyone with the matter of the merfolk race. However, it is not that Yao Yan does not need your help today. It is that you do not have a lightning-attributed flame or a secret treasure containing a lightning-attributed flame. If you go in, only death awaits you. Not only will you not be able to help, but you will also be consumed by the evil demon, increasing its strength. If you can come out with a king-grade secret treasure with a lightning-attributed flame or a lightning-attributed flame of a high grade, Yao Yan will definitely let you in. When facing these old monsters who had lived for 100 or 200 years, Princess Yao Yan explained the situation in a polite and restrained manner. However, how could these old monsters listen? King-grade secret treasures were rare in the first place. A king-grade secret treasure containing a lightning-attributed flame was even harder to find. As for subduing a lightning-attributed flame, that was even more impossible. The strange flames that existed in the world would be taken away the moment they appeared. They were even harder to obtain than secret treasures. If these old monsters had these two things, they would not have caused such a ruckus. Hee hee. Princess Yao Yan, there is no need for you to worry about our lives. Just tell us if you will let us in or not. The 5 poisoned devils' lips moved a few times. Then, a short old man less than 1 meter tall stood on a stone block and questioned Yao Yan without any trace of politeness. Several of the invited cultivators focused their gazes on Yao Yan. They wanted to see how she would deal with this. If she could not even deal with such a small problem, then she would not be able to do so. If she could not deal with such a small problem, then it meant that the rumors were true. The merfolk race was indeed weakened. When they entered Neptune's palace, they would not be able to restrain them. Yao Yan felt very frustrated. This old fellow was too overboard. To think that he directly threatened her. She said with a cold expression, "In that case, I'll tell you directly. If you are not invited, you will not let us in." A strong wind blew, and a baleful aura spread out. The short old man unleashed his aura as a superior-grade martial sage without holding anything back. In an instant, gusts of chilly wind began to blow, and the wind was accompanied by nauseating howls of anguish. How laughable. Merfolk race, do you really think that others do not know about your current situation? The short old man smiled coldly, and his eyes flickered with killing chi. He looked at Yao Yan and said, "Little girl, don't be ungrateful when I give you face. I gave you face by addressing you as princess. If I don't give you face, who do you think you are? You are just a stinky fish. Today, you will have to let us in even if you don't want to. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will make sure that there are a few more dead fish in this plaza. Tonight, we will have barbecued mermaids for dinner." With the 5 poisoned devils supporting him in secret, this short old man was very arrogant. He also had his own plans in mind. If he helped the 5 poisoned devil like this, when they entered Neptune's palace, the other party would definitely take care of him. There would be many benefits. You are too much. Do you really think that there is no one in my merfolk race? When Mu Yun saw Yao Yan's face turn red with anger, he could no longer endure it. He pushed off the ground and leaped forward. Mu Lei, who was at the side, could not hold him back. Yao Yan could not help but feel anxious. It's over. Mu Yun is not a match for the other party. Now, not only will he injure himself, but the merfolk race will also lose face. This is exactly what the other party wants. Indeed, even the medicine god Valley's Mr. Chin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, could not help but open his eyes when he sensed this scene. A cold smile appeared on his face. Don't hold back. Teach him a ruthless lesson. Otherwise, this group of merfolk will not be able to see the situation clearly. The 5 poisoned devils' lips moved as he sent a voice projection. When the short old man received the instruction, he revealed a cruel smile on his wrinkled face. The heavenly sage laws in his body surged, and his aura grew stronger. A baleful aura soared into the sky, forming a scarlet cloud in the air. Bang! Mu Yun, who was flying over, received only 1 palm strike from the old man. After that, he vomited blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. The short old man laughed loudly and said, "You are just a nobody, and you dare to jump around as you please. Do you really think that you are someone important?" The expressions of Princess Yao Yan and the others all sank. Several of the invited cultivators shook their heads as well. However, just as the short old man spoke, a melodious saber hum rang out behind him. A powerful saber came out of its scabbard, and a cold wind carrying an unparalleled sharp saber intent attacked. Oh no! An extreme sense of danger welled up in the short old man's heart. He immediately gave up on gathering his aura and pushed off the stone stool, wanting to leave quickly. Chapter 901. However, it was already too late. While the old man was focused on raising his aura and taking down Mu Yun in one move, he had already given Xiaochen too much time, too many opportunities. The price he paid was his life. A cold light flickered, and a bright saber light looked like the blazing sun, illuminating the entire plaza and dazzling everyone's eyes. When everyone's vision recovered, they saw that the short old man had already been chopped in half. He died without a complete corpse, not even a breath remaining. When everyone saw the black-robed cultivator on the stone stool, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Where did this fellow come from? Could they not tell that the 5-poisoned devil and the medicine god Valley's Mr. Qin were standing behind the short old man? To think that Xiao Chen directly killed the short old man. Even the merfolk race would not dare to be so ruthless. To think that he showed no mercy, directly killing the short old man. Qi Wuxue goggled in disbelief. He exclaimed in shock, this fellow really made a move. He did not hesitate to offend the 5-poisoned devil and Mr. Qin, directly killing their representative. Long Fei had guessed that Xiao Chen would make a move. However, he had not expected Xiao Chen to be so ruthless, killing someone the moment he made a move, treating a superior grade martial sage like a cat or dog, killing him on a whim. Yao Yan's face lit up in joy. Indeed, Xiao Chen made a move as agreed. When he said he would not leave, truly helping them to the end. The surroundings fell silent. The many cultivators with lightning-attributed flames that were invited all revealed uncertain expressions. The 2 youths from the Penglai Sea also cast their gazes over, revealing curious expressions. However, the 5-poisoned devil and Mr. Qin, who had kept his eyes closed, could no longer remain silent. Xiao Chen killed that short old man in one move, suppressing the arrogance of this group of people. Several of the primal chaos domain loose cultivators with surging auras earlier withdrew their baleful auras. These loose cultivators always cherished their lives. Now that they saw danger, they naturally did not dare to make a move. Otherwise, they would end up like this short old man, dying without knowing why. That would be a great loss. The 5-poisoned devil stood up and stood on the stone block. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said coldly, "Sir, what is the meaning of this? We only want to seek an explanation from the merfolk race. Why do you have to stand out?" Under the hood, Xiao Chen's expression could not be seen clearly. Only his cold voice could be heard. What explanation? This is the merfolk race's own matter. What right do you have to say such things? You, the old 5-poisons devil, could not help but feel stifled. He had already lowered himself, but the other party still did not give him any face, directly looking down on him in front of everyone. The people present could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This fellow was really arrogant. Unexpectedly, he dared to speak to the 5-poisoned devil like that. Even some Grandmaster-level martial sages would not be willing to offend the 5-poisoned devil. The middle-aged Mr. Qin narrowed his eyes. He found that he could not see through this person. His cultivation was clearly not high, but he was like a deep pool of water, unfathomable. Xiao Chen did not give off any special aura. However, his indistinct demeanor was vaguely stronger than that of several Grandmaster-level martial sages. Naturally, the 5-poisoned devil noticed this as well. Otherwise, given his temper, he would not have bothered speaking nonsense with Xiao Chen. He would have just gone up and killed Xiao Chen first. The 5-poisoned devil suppressed the rage in his heart and did not rush to make a move. He said sullenly, "Whether I am qualified or not is not for you to decide. On the other hand, you are a sneaky fellow. You do not even dare to show your face, yet you dare to interfere in this matter. You still do not know who you offended, right?" Xiao Chen casually removed his hood and revealed his true appearance. Discussions immediately rang out. The white-robed King Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, it was him who made a move. No wonder he dared to attack so fearlessly. I heard that he will be formally conferred king in Bushan Palace soon. The seal on Neptune was left behind by the Qing Emperor back then. Now that there is a problem, it makes sense for him to interfere in this matter. However, he is still too bold. The 5-poisoned devil and this Mr. Qin are not easy to deal with. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's appearance, someone immediately recognized him. The news of Xiao Chen being conferred king had spread like wildfire. He was the most outstanding talent of the younger generation. Xiao Chen had not appeared for 2 years. However, the moment he appeared, his name immediately shook the world. He clearly already had the elegance of the Qing emperor back then. Shao Chen looked at the clearly startled five-poisoned devil and said indifferently, "Five-poisoned devil, the rumors about you in the primal chaos domain are very miraculous. Even grandmaster-level martial sages are not willing to exchange moves with you. Let me test you out and see how miraculous you are. Let me see who I offended." The bright moon rose into the sky, and the night sky turned upside down. To everyone's surprise, Shao Chen took the initiative to charge at the five-poisoned devil. A cold wind blew, and snowflakes drifted down. Shao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before the five-poisoned devil. The five-poisoned devil did not see Shao Chen's figure. He only saw a saber light turn into a cold wind and charge through the snowflakes, moving as fast as lightning. The five-poisoned devil quickly circulated his law energy and stretched out his hand to block this saber light. A strong wind blew like a snowstorm in all directions. The snowflakes were like sabers, boundlessly sharp. The people in the plaza quickly scattered, not wanting to be swept up by the shock waves of this battle. Pain, bone-piercing pain. The five-poisoned devil, who was on the stone block, relied on his deep cultivation to block Shao Chen's palm strike, not taking even half a step back. However, the energy in Shao Chen's palm strike was like a saber stabbing into the five-poisoned devil, causing him to grit his teeth in pain, and his arms trembled. Was it a palm strike or a saber strike? The five-poisoned devil was somewhat confused. Bang! 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 Shao Chen took a step back and immediately charged over again. In the blink of an eye, he exchanged 100 moves with the five-poisoned devil. Snowflakes shattered and shot out with a strong light. That was the bright saber light shining. It looked exceptionally bright when contrasted with the bright moon. After 100 moves, Shao Chen's right hand had turned completely black. The poison spread like insects, trying to infiltrate his blood. The five-poisoned devil was in so much pain that he no longer dared to clash head-on with Shao Chen. He left the stone block and retreated a kilometer. When he saw Shao Chen's pitch-black palm, he smiled coldly and said, "Does your arm feel like it's being pricked by needles or like venomous insects biting you? So what if you are a descendant of the Qing Emperor and people call you the white-robed king? Even if you are poisoned by my shadowless poison, you will still be at my mercy." The five-poisoned devil's arm was in so much pain that it nearly went numb. However, he still laughed loudly, feeling incredibly cocky. Why were Grandmaster-level martial sages not willing to fight with him? It was because his shadowless poison was formless and traceless. There was no way to avoid it. As long as one fought with him, they would definitely be poisoned. Unless one could kill him in one move, even if one managed to do so, they would end up dying together. Shao Chen looked at his pitch-black right hand, at the black, insect-like poison, and entered deep thought. As for the pain in his arm, he did not even frown. This bit of pain was nothing compared to the lightning tribulations he experienced when tempering his physical body. Boom! Suddenly, his entire right hand exploded. Half of Shao Chen's arm was mangled, looking very horrifying. Shao Chen turned a deaf ear to this. He squinted and looked carefully. The moment the black poison appeared in the air after his flesh and skin split open, it immediately vanished. However, in that 1,000th of an instant, Shao Chen saw it clearly. It was venomous insects as thin as a strand of hair. They were the same color as the air, numbering in the thousands. The flesh and skin on Shao Chen's right arm quickly grew back bit by bit. Soon, his arm was as good as new, white and smooth, with no trace of the black poison. A peak rank 3 sage body. When the five-poisoned devil saw this scene, he could not help but exclaim. Unexpectedly, Shao Chen had a peak rank 3 sage body. Using such a tyrannical method, he cleansed the shadowless poison completely. With a thought, the purple lightning talisman turned into a flame and burned on his arm. With a casual wave, sizzling sounds rang out in the air. Many of those tiny venomous insects that even Shao Chen's spiritual sense could not detect were burned to death. It looks like the flame of the will is still able to capture these venomous insects. After finding a way to deal with it, electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. Then, he did not hesitate to charge over again. Using his body as a saber, Xiao Chen sent out boundless saber lights flickering in the cold wind and the drifting snowflakes. Every time he came into contact with the 5 poison devil, be it his shoulder or his palm, Xiao Chen would envelop them with his will flame. This way, the 5 poison devil's shadowless poison became mere decoration. Damn it! The 5 poison devil retreated continuously. In the end, there was not a single spot on his body that was not covered. Every part of his body that came into contact with Xiao Chen felt knife-like energy scraping his skin and cutting his flesh. Furthermore, this saber was extremely sharp. With just a slight movement, it opened a long wound. On the surface, the 5 poison devil and Xiao Chen seemed to be evenly matched. However, wounds covered his body, and the intense pain was unbearable. "Mr. Qin, why are you still watching the show?" After being knocked back by Xiao Chen's blade-like palm strike, the 5 poison devil finally could not help asking Mr. Qin for help. Mr. Qin frowned. He could not tell that the 5 poison devil had been forced into such a state. However, just as Mr. Qin wanted to help, 2 figures floated down from the air and blocked his way. Long Fei opened his folding fan and slowly released the death qi from his body. He said, "Mr. Qin, as a senior, you should not do something so humiliating, right? Bullying the weak is already wrong in the first place. Ganging up on him is even more wrong." Qi Wuxue chuckled and said, "It's hard to say. I can see that the killing qi in Mr. Qin's eyes is about to leap out. Clearly, you are trying to bully the weak, ganging up on him." "These 2 bastards," Mr. Qin cursed in his heart. These 2 fellows blocked his way and even echoed each other in insulting him. However, these 2 were not people to offend. One was the White-Boned Sovereign's descendant, and the other was the Muddy Sky Gate's young master. If the 2 worked together, he would have no problem blocking them. When the 5 poison devils saw that Mr. Qin was blocked, he decided to retreat. He spat out a long strand of black smoke, forcing back Xiao Chen. Then, he said ferociously, "Xiao Chen, just you wait. I will settle this debt with you sooner or later." However, right after the 5 poison devils spoke, he suddenly discovered a snowflake drifting out of the black smoke. This snowflake condensed into the shape of a flower and gently tapped the 5 poison devil's chest with all the energy of the winter saber. The 5 poison devil vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. A layer of frost covered his hair, eyebrows, lips, and body. Sensing the terrible state of his body, the 5 poison devil was startled. He no longer had the earlier arrogance, so he turned and fled in a panic. Chapter 902. Where can you flee to under the bright moon? Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the bright moon scattered its light. Then, a saber light streaked across the sky. The night was gone, and the light returned to the plaza. Then, a corpse chopped in half fell from the sky. The 2 halves of the 5 poison devil's corpse fell to the ground from a high altitude, shattering into pieces. Mr. Qin, who was facing off against Long Fei and Qi Wuxue, frowned heavily. This was truly unexpected. The famous 5 poison revenant of the primal chaos domain died just like that. However, his death had a lot to do with Xiao Chen seeing through his shadowless poison. Mr. Qin had cultivated his abilities openly, not unorthodox methods. If this Xiao Chen ran into me, it would not be so easy. However, I can't do anything alone. Even if I can block Xiao Chen, I cannot block the others of the merfolk race. Furthermore, there are still 2 dogs in front. They are not to be trifled with either. In a short instant, Mr. Qin thought of many things. The conclusion he came to could not help feeling somewhat dispirited. The 5 poison revenant was already dead. It was practically impossible for him to enter the palace of Neptune. Mr. Qin felt too dissatisfied. He had come all the way from the profound domain just to make a trip to the palace of Neptune. Now that he was blocked outside, it was truly frustrating. Mr. Qin looked past Qi Wuxue and Long Fei and stared at Xiao Chen. It is this fellow. If not for this fellow's sudden appearance, this situation would not have developed. Just focus on being the white-robed king. Why bother with this matter? Xiao Chen, you spoiled my plans today. This old man will remember you. From now on, the Medicine God Valley will be at odds with you. Just wait for the Medicine God Valley to hunt you down. Knowing that he could no longer enter the palace of Neptune, Mr. Qin left these words and turned to leave. Whoosh! However, the moment Mr. Qin moved, Xiao Chen blocked his way. Mr. Qin's figure turned illusory, and 9 beams of fiery light spun above his head. Heat waves surged out. However, that figure blocked his way. No matter how Mr. Qin moved, he could not shake him off. What do you want? Mr. Qin said angrily. Indeed, what was Xiao Chen trying to do? Not only did Mr. Qin not understand, but many of the invited cultivators could not either. Mr. Qin had already been forced to leave, so why was he still blocking his way? Could it be that? Did he want to kill even Mr. Qin? Thinking of this, everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. This was a bit too ruthless. The peach blossoms bloomed, the summer sun rose, the autumn wind blew, and the winter snow drifted. Flawless 4 seasons. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen directly executed flawless 4 seasons. The 4 seasons circled around him, growing endlessly. A boundless saber intent chopped down as he tilted his body. I use my body as a saber, my thoughts as a saber, and the 4 seasons as a saber. I am the saber, and the saber is me. When this chop landed, it displayed the essence of the flawless saber Dao. Mr. Qin merged the 9 types of flames above his head into one and pushed out with both palms. Each flame contained a vast amount of energy. He had refined them for many years. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were his life flames. Just one strand of flame could split mountains. When the 9 types of flames merged, its might increased exponentially. One could even vaguely see a trace of spirituality in it. The two's killing moves clashed in the air within a breath's time. Flames surged, and a rain of fire immediately fell on the plaza. Every drop of fire that fell blasted a huge pit in the plaza. The vast plaza was blasted into smithereens, completely reduced to rubble. The smell of hot flames lingered in the air. The cultivators who had already retreated far away looked up and saw Mr. Qin retreating miserably from the flames. Mr. Qin showed extremely horrified expressions. In the clash, Mr. Qin actually lost. Pa! Before Mr. Qin could react, a figure leaped out of the flames. In the time it took for a spark to fly, this figure arrived before Mr. Qin and slapped his face. 5 bloody marks immediately appeared on Mr. Qin's face. The resounding slap stunned everyone present. As a Grand Master-level alchemist of the Medicine God Valley, Mr. Qin held a high position. Normally, many people tried to curry favor with him. Several experts sought him out to refine medicinal pills. Even Grand Master-level martial sages stronger than Mr. Qin did not dare to be impudent when they saw Mr. Qin. They had no choice but to submit to him. This was the benefit of being an alchemist. However, today, Xiao Chen slapped Mr. Qin in front of everyone, a resounding slap. After Mr. Qin went flying, he touched the bloody marks on his face. He appeared somewhat dispirited as he looked at Xiao Chen. You dare to slap me? Xiao Chen found this funny. He glanced at Mr. Qin coldly and said indifferently, "Why can't I slap you? How much stronger do you think you are than the 5 poison devil? This slap is to tell you that not just anyone can spout nonsense before me, saying that they want to kill me the moment they open their mouths. You are not convinced? Even if you are not convinced, you have to endure it. This is not the Medicine God Valley or the Profound Domain. It is not your turn to behave atrociously here. The world is very vast, and there are many capable people. In the future, don't think too highly of yourself when you go out." Mr. Qin found it hard to endure. He could not help wanting to stake his life on the line. Even if he could not defeat Xiao Chen, he would at least skin the other party alive. However, even though Mr. Qin wanted to stake his life on the line, he thought about how difficult it was for him to achieve what he had today. It was not worth it to just leave him here. However, this rage was hard to swallow, hard to endure. Seeing Mr. Qin's conflicted expression, Xiao Chen immediately guessed what the other party was thinking. He could not help feeling even more disdain for Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin did not even have this bit of sharpness. Did he really dare to go to Neptune's palace? Even if he went, he would just be nourishment, increasing the strength of the evil demon clans for nothing. Still not scramming? Do you want me to do it personally? Xiao Chen shouted coldly when he saw the other party hesitating, wanting to leave but not wanting to leave at the same time. He could not be bothered to continue watching. Good. 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 Xiao Chen's shout startled Mr. Qin, startling him into thinking of retreating. He wanted to say a few more words before leaving. However, when Mr. Qin thought about it, he realized that he had been slapped for being too talkative. He said, "Good," 3 times in a row but did not dare to say anything else. After losing all his face, Mr. Qin left in a crestfallen manner without saying a word. Xiao Chen looked around. Without saying anything, the surrounding figures quickly followed Mr. Qin away. After chopping the 5 poisoned devil in half and sending Mr. Qin away with 1 slap, how could these uninvited loose cultivators dare to linger around? On the tall platform, the merfolk race old men and Princess Yao Yan all heaved a sigh of relief. Today's matter was all thanks to Xiao Chen. Otherwise, if a group of powerful loose cultivators caused a ruckus, the merfolk race would have suffered heavy losses. More importantly, the merfolk race had lost face. After they entered Neptune's palace, the invited cultivators would not listen to their advice. Qi Wuxua clicked his tongue and said, "That was a good slap. Some of these old fellows really think too highly of themselves. It's fine if they left, but they still had to run their mouths, spouting nonsense in front of so many people." Long Fei nodded as well and said, "This slap brought out the prestige of the Blue Dragon King. A major character should have the bearing of a major character. If everyone said that to Xiao Chen in the future, it would be really vexing." Whoosh! 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 The people far away from the plaza slowly descended. Aside from the uninvited loose cultivators, there were significantly fewer people, only about 11 or 12. There were still people in the air who had not descended yet. They were 2 youths from the Penglai Immortal Island. These 2 were not invited either. When they saw the earlier scene, they did not intend to leave. "The 2 of you seem to have come uninvited as well. Why are you still not leaving?" The one who spoke was the top true inheritor of the Xianshui sect. His name was Lang Taotian. He was a rather famous outstanding talent in the sea region near the chaotic demonic sea. However, he was far from the continent, so not many people knew about him. "That's right. I did not invite you. What are you doing here? What's so special about the people of the Penglai Sea? Immortal arts have long since declined. This is the martial epoch. Don't think that just because you comprehended some superficial immortal arts, you are an immortal chasing after the stars and the moon." After seeing Xiao Chen's ruthless methods, the attitude of this group of invited cultivators changed significantly, becoming biased toward the merfolk race. Princess Yao Yan looked at these 2 youths, waiting for their answer. Everyone in this vast sea region knew about the Penglai Sea. There were all sorts of stories about it. Haha. Everyone, there is no need to be so hostile. The 2 of us are different from those loose cultivators. We come from the Penglai Sea's One Dao Palace. We came out to experience the world this time and heard about the merfolk race. We came to help sincerely, the azure-robed youth on the right said calmly and unhurriedly. "Do you have a lightning-attributed flame?" Yao Yan asked directly. If there was a lightning-attributed flame, it was not impossible to let them in. No matter what their goal was, as long as they had a lightning-attributed flame, they could kill some evil demon clones in Neptune's palace and help share the pressure. The lips of the youth on the left curled up in a proud expression. He said indifferently, "Naturally, there is. However, don't be scared silly when you see my lightning-attributed flame." Boom! This person opened his palm, and a clump of purple lightning-attributed flame burned fiercely. A fist-sized origin flame flickered with crackling electricity within it. The king of lightning attributed flames, the purple thunder true fire. Good. He condensed a sizable origin flame. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages would not be able to withstand the full power of this purple thunder true fire. These two came prepared. We really underestimated them. When the azure-robed youth on the right saw the expressions of the group, he felt slightly pleased. He looked at Yao Yen and said, "Your Highness, what do you think of my junior brother's purple thunder true fire? With this purple thunder true fire, we can sweep away all the evil demon clones. However, it is not that simple to get our help. We need the merfolk race's treasure, the Thorn Sovereign Circlet. Furthermore, in this operation, you will have to listen to our commands. We will also distribute the treasures of Neptune's palace. We will also be in charge of the core jade pendant that controls the entry and exit of Neptune." The azure-robed youth from the One Dao Palace spoke for a long time. His words immediately caused the joyful expressions of the merfolk race cultivators to sink. This appetite seemed boundlessly huge. Yao Yen did not get angry. Instead, she smiled and said, "I cannot make the decision on this matter." "Who can make the decision?" the azure-robed youth asked. Princess Yao Yen did not say anything. She only pointed to the sky. Shao Chen had already removed his cloak, revealing his white robes as he stood quietly in the air. Chapter 903. The person with the purple thunder true fire mocked and said proudly, "Who does he think he is? He is just a boorish fellow, using the name of the Qing Emperor for nothing. Does he have a lightning attributed flame? Does he have a lightning attributed flame that is comparable to my king of lightning attributed flames, the purple thunder true fire? Does he dare to reveal his lightning attributed flame? Even without me making a move, he will feel ashamed of his inferiority." Feel ashamed of my inferiority? What a good feel ashamed of my inferiority. When Shao Chen heard this, he could not help but reveal a playful smile. The descendant of the Qing Emperor was very awe-inspiring earlier. However, my junior brother's purple thunder true fire is the king of lightning attributed flames. What does he have to compete with my junior brother? The azure-robed man laughed coldly as he looked at Shao Chen with disdain. Clearly, this azure-robed man was jealous of Shao Chen's earlier performance. A cocky look flashed in the eyes of the azure-robed man's junior brother. He withdrew the purple flame, concentrating all of it in his origin flame. Then, he tossed it out. The fist-sized origin flame released a dazzling and piercing purple light as it soared into the sky. As it hung high in the sky, it looked like a purple sun. Under the illumination of the light, faint purple thunderclouds formed in the surroundings. Like the stars surrounding the moon, the thundercloud surrounded the origin flame, making it even more dazzling. The azure-robed man looked at Shao Chen and said with a grin, "Why are you not saying anything? Weren't you very arrogant earlier? My purple thunder true fire is like the sun in the sky, the king of lightning attributed flames. White-robed king, are you not going to show off your purple flame?" The azure-robed man purposely emphasized the words, "white-robed king," making them sound very awkward. When the invited cultivators below saw this azure-robed man being so arrogant, they all revealed dissatisfied expressions. However, when they saw the blazing origin flame, they all sighed speechlessly. The purple thunder true fire was the king of lightning attributed flames. Furthermore, this azure-robed man had condensed an origin flame the size of a fist. That was even rarer. Indeed, he had the qualifications to be arrogant. They had no choice but to submit. This bastard is too arrogant. Where did he get his purple thunder true fire? I remember that there has not been a purple thunder true fire in the world for many years already. Some of the flame seeds from the ancient era were also destroyed, Qi Wushu said, feeling aggrieved. Long Fei's expression was solemn. His lightning fire was called the Earth's Shadow Lightning Fire. This was a kind of thunder fire that was born in Nine Hells Purgatory. He had accidentally discovered it when he was searching for the dark netherbone flame. This kind of flame was very destructive to spirits, but he was not so sure about its effects on evil spirits. It was of a very low rank, incomparable to the purple thunder true fire. He probably used some kind of cultivation technique to refine it. I heard that the Penglai Sea has a thunder overflowing perception. The person who cultivates this cultivation technique can produce all sorts of lightning-attributed flames. There is a chance that a king of lightning-attributed flames like the purple thunder true fire will appear. Long Fei was knowledgeable. He had read many ancient books and had some understanding of all kinds of things. The temperament of a scholar did not appear for no reason. Xiao Chen is doomed this time. Qi Wushu sighed. Although he was not willing to admit it, once the king of lightning-attributed flames appeared, what kind of lightning-attributed flame could defeat it? Seeing that Xiao Chen did not make any moves, the azure-clad man could not help but laugh loudly. Princess Yao Yan, are you still placing your hopes on this person? Us senior and junior brothers are the true saviors of your merfolk race. You cannot rely on anyone else. You can only agree to our request. Boom! Right after the azure-clad man spoke, a bright purple light suddenly flashed in the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. In that instant, everyone's eyes were filled with purple light. It was like needles piercing their eyes, forcing them to close their eyes involuntarily. This was the self-protection of the eyes. When ordinary people saw something dangerous flying towards their eyes, their first reaction was to close their eyes. When cultivators succeeded in their cultivation, their reactions became faster. Their eyes became more sensitive, allowing them to close their eyes in an even shorter time. When they carefully opened their eyes to take a look, they saw that the situation in the sky had not changed. It was still a fist-sized purple thunder origin flame, shining like the sun in the sky. However, it was much brighter than before, more crystalline and translucent, filled with a strange charm. With one glance, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Strange, why did that person's purple thunder true fire's origin flame suddenly become so much brighter? It is at least 10 times stronger. I can't even open my eyes. I don't dare to look at it at all. It feels like I'm being pricked by needles. The people of the Penglai Sea are too incredible. It's over. Xiao Chen is finished. How is he going to compete? Something's not right. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look! There is another clump of purple thunder true fire behind." However, its light is very dim, so no one noticed it. When they looked carefully, there was indeed another clump of purple thunder true fire in the sky. Several people reacted. When they thought of that dazzling light from earlier, their expressions turned grave. Could it be that this new round of purple thunder true fire was released by Xiao Chen? Someone reacted and quickly looked at the two people from the Penglai Sea. With this look, this guess was confirmed. Those two people's faces turned green. When they saw that crystalline and translucent origin flame flowing with a spiritual light, they were completely stunned. A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a purple talisman entered the origin flame. In that instant, the light became 100 times brighter. The other clump of purple flame vanished, its light completely covered. This embarrassment was simply too great. How could that person continue to take out his purple thunder true fire? Then, he quickly put it away in a crestfallen manner. When he faced the gazes of the surrounding people pointing at him, he felt even more ashamed. Although his purple thunder true fire was the same size as Xiao Chen's origin flame, its quality was like heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. When he thought about his earlier shameless boasting, he found it laughable. Those who were good at fighting would not get angry. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this opportunity, a chance to beat the other party down. The greatest punishment for insulting others was not to be slapped in the face by others but to be slapped in the face by oneself. Furthermore, it was a resounding slap until the other party did not even dare to say another word. What was being ashamed of one's inferiority? What was being ashamed of one's inferiority? This was being ashamed of one's inferiority. Princess Yao Yan smiled faintly and said at an appropriate time, "Do the two of you have anything else to say?" The azure-robed man and his junior brother remained silent. How could they dare to say anything else? They no longer had any arrogance left. Qi Wushua laughed loudly and said, "How delightful. Ashamed of one's inferiority. truly ashamed of one's inferiority. I like this style. Brother Xiao is Brother Xiao. I let you jump, and I'll wait for you to jump, and I'll watch you cry out. I'll wait for you to jump the highest and shout the loudest, and then I'll let you slap yourself back. A trace of melancholy appeared in Long Fei's eyes. Using Xiao Chen as a target was too sorrowful. Trump card after trump card, Xiao Chen became increasingly unfathomable. With a thought, Xiao Chen returned the purple flame to his eyes, and the purple lightning talisman to his forehead. Then, he gently drifted over and landed beside Princess Yao Yan. Once again, Xiao Chen silently expressed his stance. He stood on the merfolk race's side. Princess Yao Yan nodded gently at Xiao Chen. Then, she said, "If you all have nothing to say, I have something to say. These words are for everyone here as well. It is true that there are supreme treasures in Neptune's palace. My merfolk race has already collected everything that might have been discovered. I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint everyone." As Xiao Chen expected, no one showed any expression on their faces. This was something that anyone could figure out without using their brains. The merfolk race was not stupid. Since they had touched the seal, they would definitely take away everything that they could discover. What they anticipated were undiscovered treasures. The laws of space and time intertwined in Neptune's palace, forming a world of its own. It was so vast that it seemed boundless. The merfolk race was in a rush, so they would definitely miss something. The Xianshui Sex Lang Tao Tian said, "Neptune's corpse should not have been touched, right?" This was also what everyone anticipated the most. Everyone had extraordinary backgrounds, so they did not care about ordinary treasures. The thing on the Sea Emperor's body was the most important thing that attracted these people. Yao Yan answered honestly, "Neptune's corpse is sealed in a gilded coffin. I do not know where it is, nor have I searched for it. It was good that it was not touched. As long as they entered, they would be able to find it." Clearing his throat, Yao Yan continued, "Yao Yan knows everyone's true purpose for coming here. After entering Neptune's palace, if anyone wants to move alone, I will not interfere. However, if there is any danger, the merfolk race will not be responsible. Of course, the merfolk race will not ask for the treasures that you find in Neptune's palace. If anyone is willing to accompany young Master Xiao to seal the evil demon's main body, aside from what they find along the way, the merfolk race will reward them greatly. Everyone has seen the might of young Master Xiao's purple thunder true fire for themselves. As for how to decide, just think about it." Xiao Chen nodded to himself. Yao Yan's way of doing things was rather good. In any case, as long as these people entered, they would share some of the pressure from the evil demon. It was up to them to decide. Those who wanted to take risks would move alone. Those who wanted to be safer would follow Xiao Chen and truly contribute to sealing the evil demon. No one objected, so Yao Yan started to distribute the jade pendants. With these jade pendants, one could break through the outer seal and enter Neptune's palace. The jade pendants were the mother jade pendants, and the mother jade pendants were the core jade pendants. With the core jade pendant, one could sense the location of the child jade. If there was danger, one could send the information to the mother jade pendant. When it was the turn of the two people from the Penglai Sea, Yao Yan did not hand over the jade pendants in his hand. The azure-clad man hesitated for a while before saying, "Your Highness, please give us a jade pendant as well. With our strength, we will definitely be able to kill several evil demon clans and contribute to the merfolk race." Qi Wushua toyed with the jade pendant in his hand and laughed heartlessly. "Did I hear wrong? Isn't this a major character of the Penglai Sea? Earlier, weren't you very arrogant, looking down on this and that? Why are you lowering your voice and asking for this jade pendant?" After that, his face sank, and he imitated in an exaggerated manner, "My junior brother has the purple thunder true fire, the king of lightning attributed flames. You merfolk race cannot count on anyone but us." He imitated it so vividly that the group of people around him laughed. The eyes of the azure-clad man's junior brother spewed fire. He was about to attack when the azure-clad man stopped him. Qi Wushua chuckled and said, "Don't attack. Those words were said by your senior brother, not me." I am very afraid. The purple thunder true fire, the king of lightning attributed flames, is very, very powerful. It is like the sun in the sky, invisible to the naked eye. The words, invisible to the naked eye, caused the surrounding people to roar with laughter again. The azure-clad man raged, but he endured it and did not flare up. He whispered a few more words to Yao Yen and made a few promises before finally obtaining the 2 jade pendants. Chapter 904. Xiaochen felt a malicious gaze. He looked up and discovered that it was the immortal cultivator with the purple thunder true fire. He was currently sizing him up with malicious intent. Xiaochen glanced at him and did not mind. Others did not understand immortal cultivation, so it would be difficult for them to deal with these two. However, Xiaochen guaranteed that he would teach the other party an unforgettable lesson. After the jade medallions were distributed, Princess Yao Yen placed the core jade medallion in Xiaochen's hand. This time, I'll leave it to young Master Xiao. Your Highness, do you intend to go in personally? Xiaochen did not reject the jade medallion as he received it. Yes. After all, I have been in there once before and am familiar with the terrain. Without me leading the way, it will take more time to find the evil demon's main body in Neptune. Including Xiaochen and Yao Yen, a total of 20-odd cultivators entered Neptune. These 20 people either had lightning-attributed flames or secret treasures with lightning-attributed flames. After they entered, they would be able to protect themselves and would not end up as nourishment for the evil demon for no reason. Yao Yen explained the things to take note of again. Then, she led the group out of this dreamlike castle and into the deep sea. They could not breathe or speak underwater. They could only circulate their energies to breathe. To speak, they had to condense their voices into strings. Although it drained a lot of energy, it was not a big problem for this group of martial sage experts. Even without any supplies, this group of people could live well at the bottom of the sea for at least half a year. Martial sages were extraordinary, nourishing heavenly sage laws. As they breathed, they could absorb large amounts of spiritual energy and convert it into purer law energy. There was a huge difference between them and cultivators who had not advanced to martial sage yet. All sorts of strange things could be seen in the deep sea. There were sea beasts as large as mountains, strange fish in groups, sea trees rooted to the bottom, and many more. The group was not in the mood to look at this strange sight at the bottom of the sea. Under Princess Yao Yen's lead, the group advanced quickly. Half a day later, at an abandoned castle at the bottom of the sea, in the center of the ruined city, there was a strange scene. Pitch-black energy formed an iron walk-like light screen, upside down on the ground. Every 100 meters around the light screen, there were merfolk experts sitting cross-legged in the seawater with their eyes closed. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces. From time to time, they would send out surging power of laws into the pitch-black light barrier, causing it to become even tighter. Clearly, this was the outer seal of the Palace of Neptune. In order to maintain this seal, the merfolk had sent all their top masters over. But even so, the situation still didn't look optimistic. At the top of the light curtain stood 2 blue-robed emperor-rank powerhouses. Seeing the arrival of Yao Yen and the others, the 2 blue-robed emperor-rank powerhouses merely raised their eyelids but did not come down. Although such a huge seal had already formed, it required a huge amount of energy to maintain at all times. Otherwise, it could collapse at any time. The 2 of them had to maintain the seal and could not leave at all. Furthermore, this was not a long-term solution. Only by sealing the main body of the evil demon in the Palace of Neptune would they be able to rest easy. Otherwise, the outer seal would collapse sooner or later. When the evil demon's clone broke free, it would be a disaster for all the merfolk in the chaotic demonic sea. Originally, there was no need to put in so much effort. With the perfect seal that the Qing Emperor had laid back then, as long as it did not move, there would be no need to create an outer seal to seal the entire Palace of Neptune. However, the few powerhouses of the merfolk race were too greedy. They wanted to refine the entire Palace of Neptune and become the new generation of sovereign martial emperors, Neptune. In the end, the evil demon's main body schemed against them and suffered heavy losses. The 9 emperor woos all died in there. The seal that the Qin Emperor left loosened, so they had no choice but to add a huge barrier around the palace of Neptune. Yao Yan, are these all people with lightning-attributed flames? A Grand Master-level martial sage merfolk race old man took some time to land in front of Yao Yan and the others. There is a total of 20 people, all cultivators with lightning-attributed flames. The weakest of them is a medial-grade martial sage. This time, we will definitely be able to complete the seal. At that time, the seniors will not have to spend any more time on this outer seal. Yao Yan said calmly, a resolute expression in her eyes. I hope that is the case. Otherwise, the entire merfolk race will have to migrate. The old man did not think much of this group of people. He was very clear on how many of them came sincerely to help. After giving them a few words of encouragement, he did not say anything more. After the initial shock, the others revealed excited expressions in their eyes, clearly impatient. After hanging up the jade pendants, Yao Yan led the group into the inner part of the seal. Then, they passed through the pitch-black barrier and entered. A sinister wind blew, silent and silent. The sky turned dark. This place was isolated from the seawater. When the group landed, they heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they were not of the merfolk race. After staying in the water for a long time, they would not be used to it. G.A. 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 Another group of blood food. How comfortable. I want to eat. I want to eat. Before Xiao Chen and the others could find their footing, strange laughter rang out in their ears. They were all sharp voices saying, I want to eat. I want to eat. There were many black clouds floating in front of them like a violent gale. The black clouds were of different sizes, and there were at least 1,000 of them, densely packed together. When the group got closer, they discovered that each black cloud was an evil demon. Their silhouettes were similar to humans. However, their facial features were distorted, and their bodies were made of smoke. They looked extremely strange. Be careful. These are clones made of the evil demon's wills. Martial techniques will find it hard to injure them. Don't let them get close. Otherwise, if they enter your brain, even a god would not be able to save you. Yao Yan's expression turned serious. He placed the thorn sovereign circlet on his head and took out a short sword containing a lightning-attributed flame. The short sword was only about 1 meter long and covered in a layer of lightning-attributed flame. It was a king-grade secret treasure. However, it was much weaker than the extreme thunder sword. The lightning-attributed flame on it was clearly of a lower grade than the extreme thunder true flame. When the others saw the evil demon for the first time, they did not dare to be careless. Those who had lightning-attributed flames summoned them out and covered their entire bodies, not leaving any openings. Those who only had lightning-attributed secret treasures could not form such tight defenses. They only hovered their secret treasures above their heads, ready to attack at any time. As the battle approached, Xiaochen finally had the time to check out the strength of the others. Aside from the 2 from the Penglai Sea, there were 5 others that attracted Xiaochen's attention. One of them was Lang Tao Tian, the top true inheritor of the Xianshui sect. He was indeed quite capable. The lightning-attributed flame that Lang Tao Tian refined was bright red. This kind of lightning-attributed flame was called the blood-kill lightning flame. It was not of a low grade and was as famous as the extreme thunder true flame. There were 2 youths, 1 male and 1 female, from the chaotic demonic sea's spirit-returning island. Their secret treasures were almost the same, a purple fire beacon lightning banner. However, there were some differences in the details. The one that attracted Xiaochen's attention the most was an old man with deep cultivation. Several people in the group treated this person as their leader. According to Yao Yan's introduction, this old man was called Yan Qihai. These people all came from the same faction, the Northern Sea Alliance. After passing the chaotic demonic sea, there was an even vaster sea region. That was the true center of the oceanic world. It was called the Heavenly Starry Ocean, which meant that this boundless sea region could contain all the stars in the sky. The Northern Sea Alliance was a major faction in the northern part of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. It was an alliance formed by several peak sections. As for the Xianshui sect and Spirit Returning Island, they were just large sects at the periphery of the heavenly starry ocean. Compared to a peak faction like the Northern Sea Alliance, there was still a clear gap. Yan Qihai wore black embroidered clothes. The secret treasure hovering above his head was a mirror containing a fierce lightning-attributed flame, looking very mysterious. Finally, there was a youth who was very low profile. He wore purple armor flickering with sparks of lightning-attributed flame. It did not look very mighty. However, Xiaochen estimated that the purple thunder treasure armor he wore was of the highest grade among all the people who came. This person also came from the heavenly starry ocean and was a superior grade martial sage. His name was Leng Ao, but he did not have any pride in his bones. When he stood in the crowd, it was easy to overlook him. Not counting Long Fei and Qi Wuxue, the other cultivators could not compare to these five. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, the group started fighting the evil demon clans. The situation tilted to one side. The 1,000-odd evil demon clans flying over could not put up a fight against the various lightning-attributed flames. All of them burned to ashes. Haha. What evil demon clans? They are only so-so. Xiao Chen easily swept away this group of evil demon clans. Aside from a few scratches, the rest were unharmed. He killed the evil demon clans like he was chopping vegetables, killing one with each strike. Without even needing Xiao Chen to make a move, he killed them all. Something's not right. The last time I came, I met with several evil demon clans that were hard to deal with. Why are they all just trash this time? Princess Yao Yen frowned heavily, not daring to advance. Raising his guard, Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense, scanning the area again and again. Aside from some hazy clouds in the sky in front, he did not discover anything strange. However, he felt a pressure on his body. He kept feeling that something was not right. The others also felt that something was not right. They all sent out their mental energy and did not discover anything. Only then did they relax. Furthermore, they had killed a large number of blood demons earlier, so the group's morale was high. Someone smiled and said, "Your Highness, you are probably overthinking. Our lightning-attributed flames are probably too loud, scaring away those powerful evil demon clans. If we do not enter Neptune's palace, we will not run into them." Perhaps that was the case. Yao Yen looked at the blurry silhouette of the palace at the limits of her vision. She said, "Let's go. No matter what, it is always good to be cautious." After advancing for a while, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped and focused on the hazy clouds in the sky in front. The clouds were very thin, looking like mist. There did not seem to be anything wrong with them. However, when Xiao Chen took a closer look, he simulated it in his heart. Then, his expression changed drastically. If this hazy cloud was shrunk by 1,000 times, it would clearly be a distorted ghostly face with its mouth wide open, looking very ferocious. From a distance, it looked like the group had taken the initiative to walk into this huge mouth. "Be careful. Everyone, move back. It is dangerous in front." Xiao Chen quickly shouted. Then, he circulated some of the dragon tone arts techniques. Xiao Chen's voice was like thunder, entering everyone's minds. Those who reacted quickly and trusted Xiao Chen more immediately took out their secret treasures and retreated. Chapter 905. However, there were also several people who were too slow to make a move or did not know what was going on. They showed confused expressions. The originally hazy clouds in the sky churned quickly and gathered continuously. In the blink of an eye, they formed an evil demon clone with a realistic body. The evil demon clone's twisted facial features showed a sinister smile, making everyone tremble in fear. Then, it turned into 10 red beams of light and charged downwards. Immediately, 3 people could not dodge the red beams of light that suddenly appeared, and they entered their heads. The expected miserable shrieks did not happen immediately. The 3 cultivators whose heads were pierced by the red beams of light had confused expressions on their faces. Their appearances did not seem to have changed. Crunch. Crunch. Soon, chewing sounds came from the three people's heads. No words could describe the pained expressions on these three people's faces. Their facial features twisted together as they clutched their heads and rolled on the ground, letting out silent cries of anguish. The three of them pounded their heads hard. Their fingers scratched the skin on their faces, causing blood to flow out. However, they did not stop, scratching with all their might as if they wanted to pull out the things in their heads. Their faces turned even more horrifying than a monster's. The three martial sages, who were chatting cheerfully earlier, turned into something neither human nor ghost. The remaining cultivators all paled in fright, especially the cultivators who had luckily dodged the other 7 beams of light. All of them felt a chill run down their backs, and their legs trembled. If not for Xiao Chen's warning, they might have been the ones lying on the ground. The 7 beams of light still flying in the air were already pushed far away by the lightning-attributed flames of the others. When the 3 beams of red light flew out, the 3 cultivators on the ground were already swallowed up. Aside from their clothes, only a pool of blood remained, proof that the 3 of them had once existed. Ga ga ga. Comfortable. Very comfortable. Very comfortable. What a tasty blood meal. The 10 beams of red light merged and formed a scarlet figure. This scarlet figure was clearly different from the black smoke-like evil demon clone from earlier. Not only did its body look more solid, but its facial features were no longer blurry and twisted. One could vaguely make out its appearance. The most important thing was that one could feel its intelligence. Unlike the black smoke-like evil spirit that only knew how to shout, "I want to eat, I want to eat," it had more emotions and expressions. After the bloody figure finished devouring the 3 cultivators, spots of black appeared on its body. It seemed like it was on the verge of some kind of metamorphosis and could evolve further. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, after the red demon appeared, it glanced at the crowd and immediately fled into the distance. It did not stop at all. Everyone reacted. All sorts of lightning fire transformed into arrows, flood dragons, ferocious tigers, and so on. All of them flew towards the distant red evil demon. The red evil spirit laughed strangely again and again. Its body was hit by the lightning and fire, and it immediately split up that part of its body. It was hit many times, but it still escaped far away. Such a scene caused the crowd, whose confidence had soared earlier, to be unable to accept it. A streak of purple light flashed by, and with an even faster speed, it caught up to the red demon that was fleeing far away. It pierced through its head, and with a schwa sound, the red blood demon's entire body was set ablaze. How painful. This is the purple thunder true fire, the greatest nemesis of my race. The red evil demon howled miserably. Its body split up again and again, but it was to no avail. Purple flames continued to surround it, burning it to ashes in the air. The one who attacked was Xiao Chen. The title of the King of Lightning Fire was indeed extraordinary. Yao Yan said softly, "This is an evil demon clone that already has its own intelligence. It is different from those simple bodies of thought, it is even more difficult to deal with. This is only the lowest ranked one. The higher ranked ones are completely black. The higher ranked ones are like jade, snow white, and do not fear ordinary lightning fire." The red evil demon was actually the lowest ranked. The group could not help but be flabbergasted. This trip to Neptune was far more dangerous than they had imagined. The current evil demon clones actually know how to use stratagems to lower our guard. They are much smarter than the last time I came. Princess Yao Yan had a grave expression, clearly very worried. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. Under the dark sky, the vague silhouette of Neptune appeared at the limits of their vision. Xiao Chen patted Yao Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go. Don't worry too much. This time, we managed to gather so many experts. The situation is much better than when you came alone." "Right, I was worrying too much. It will definitely work." Sensing the confidence in Xiao Chen's words, Yao Yan smiled and continued to lead the way. Following that, everyone was on high alert. No one dared to underestimate the evil demon clones. When they thought about the miserable state of the 3 earlier, no one was willing to follow in their footsteps. After that, they ran into a few more red evil demon clones. However, with their previous experience, they were not as flustered as they were at the start. Aside from one unlucky fellow, no one else fell by the time they reached Neptune. This is the Sea Monarch Palace? It is really majestic and tyrannical. I heard that the first-generation Neptune used 10 stars to refine it. As they looked at the majestic palace in front, several people could not help sighing. Xiaochen also looked around curiously, comparing this Neptune palace to the Heavenly Rock King's grave palace that he had seen in the past. Rumor had it that sovereign martial emperors had the ability to refine stars and use them to refine a palace for themselves. The Neptune palace in front was completely dark blue and as smooth as water. When one looked at it, they could see ripples moving like the waves of the sea. They could even hear the sound of waves. The palace was no more than 100 meters tall. It had a main palace and 8 side palaces that were connected seamlessly, forming a smooth, curved whole. From a distance, this Neptune palace looked like a ferocious and tyrannical sea beast. Its entrance was a huge mouth filled with fangs. Compared to the Star Grave Palace, this Neptune palace looked much more exquisite. Furthermore, it had a certain spirituality to it, making it feel like it was not an inanimate object. However, this was normal. Although the Heavenly Rock King and Neptune were both sovereign martial emperors, the difference in strength was not as simple as that. We have arrived at the Neptune Palace. Will everyone follow us to the main palace and seal the evil demon's main body, or will you take the risk and go to the side palaces? It is time to decide. Yao Yen looked at the crowd and waited calmly for an answer. Haha. We have already said that we are here to help the merfolk race seal the evil demon's main body. Naturally, we are willing to follow. Xiao Qin was somewhat surprised that the first to express their stance were the two from the Penglai Sea. Furthermore, they chose to continue traveling with Yao Yen and Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin could not help but glance at these two. He did not know what these two were planning. If anyone believed those righteous words, they would be a fool. I intend to try my luck alone. Everyone, I will take my leave first. Lang Taotian covered his entire body in blood-kill electric light. With a few leaps, he arrived at the entrance of a side palace and walked in with his head held high. Following that, a few more people expressed their stance and left one after another, each entering a side palace. The couple on Spirit Returning Island seemed to be arguing about something. They didn't know how to proceed. Everyone had their own thoughts. In the end, it was that man who spoke up and made his choice, heading for a side palace. The Northern Sea Alliance's Yen Qihai performed a cupped fist salute and said, "My apologies, Princess Yao Yen. This old man is probably unable to help the merfolk race much. We will not be following young Master Xiao." After saying that, Yen Qihai led 5 or 6 people to a side palace that no one had been to before. In an instant, most of the people had left, leaving only Qi Wushua, Long Fei, and the low-profile Leng Ao, who had not made a decision yet. Qi Wushua chuckled and said, "Brother Xiao, Brother Long Fei and I have decided to follow you. I love currying favor the most." Yao Yen rejoiced in his heart. Long Fei and Qi Wushua possessed extraordinary strength in the group. With the two of them helping him, he would undoubtedly gain a great boost. The group looked at Leng Ao. This person was the only one who had not made a decision yet. They did not know what choice he would make. "Princess Yao Yen, please lead the way. I will follow you. I would like to see for myself what the true body of the evil demon is like," Leng Ao said, his voice not cold at all. Just like that, the people who would follow Leng Ao were decided. The disciples of the One Dao Palace, who clearly had impure motives, Long Fei and Qi Wushua, who joined on account of Xiao Qin, the unfathomable Leng Ao, and Xiao Qin and Yao Yen, a total of 7 people. Let's go, then. This place is a small world with a complicated environment. I have not been in there for more than a year already. I wonder what it is like now. Everyone, be careful. Yao Yen took the lead and entered, and the others followed behind. Xiao Chen turned his head to take a look. After thinking for a while, he entered as well. When the group entered the Sea Monarch Palace, 9 snow-white, handsome, and elegant evil demon clones with azure eyes appeared in the void outside the Sea Monarch Palace. The evil demon clone in the middle was the most special. An indistinct layer of white silver light flickered within its jade-like body. It licked its lips and smiled evilly. "We are all in. Let's follow the plan and go our separate ways. Don't get any ideas about the others. TSK. These people are all very strong. I feel like I can evolve again after consuming them. There's something wrong with that white-robed brat. I feel like he discovered us with that final glance. It's fine. Let me deal with this brat. I feel that after I consume him and those 2 half-baked immortal cultivators, I can definitely evolve to a silver sage body." The evil demon clone in the middle smiled faintly and flew into the main hall first. The other 8 evil demon clones also flashed, flying towards the entrance of the side hall. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, attracting butterflies. The fragrance filled the air, and the garden was filled with the colors of spring. After entering the main hall, what entered their eyes were not the palace walls, corridors, and stone pillars that they had imagined. Instead, it was a garden, an enchanting garden with pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. There were flower paths and small paths that twisted and turned. At first glance, Xiaochen thought it was an illusion. However, when the fragrance of the flowers entered his nose and lingered for a long time, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The garden in front of him was indeed real. The inside of Neptune's palace had already evolved into a small world of its own. It looked like what Xiaochen had said was true. The space inside was many times larger than it looked on the outside. This is the 10,000 garden. In order to please his daughter, Neptune specially built it. It collected thousands of beautiful flowers in the world. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Flowers will bloom in all 4 seasons, never withering. Chapter 906. Princess Yao Yan explained to the crowd as she looked at the beautiful scenery before her. Qi Wuxue felt the lingering spiritual energy in the air. He smacked his lips and said, "This sea monarch is really wasteful. I feel that there is a large formation under this 10,000 flower garden with at least 99 peak spirit veins. There might even be a holy spirit vein in the center of the formation." That was indeed wasteful. Aside from being beautiful and pleasing to the eye, the flowers in the 10,000 flower garden had no other use. However, Neptune had spent 99 peak spirit veins and 1 holy spirit vein, putting in a lot of effort to establish such a large formation so that the flowers in this garden would never wither. Neptune was very tyrannical and unpredictable, a tyrant through and through. However, as a father, he had put in a lot of effort. Xiaochen thought about the Neptune headscarf on his forehead. That was also Neptune's daughter. She had put in a lot of effort to weave it for her father. This father-daughter relationship must have been very good. Qi Wuxue felt interested. He chuckled and said, "It is too shameful to waste so many spirit veins. How about we just dig up this 10,000 flower garden and split the spirit veins evenly?" The moment Qi Wuxue said that, everyone could not help feeling disdain. Leng Ao mocked, "The Muddy Sky Gate is one of the top peak sects of the primal chaos domain, after all. To think that they are eating so well that they look like beggars. Have they never seen treasures before, or are they so poor that they do not even have a few spirit veins?" Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. Along the way, Leng Ao rarely spoke, keeping a low profile. Why did his words become so sharp at this moment? Being mocked as a beggar, Qi Wuxue immediately flared up. However, Long Fei stopped him and advised him for a while before he calmed down. Qi Wushue's suggestion was left unsettled. As the group walked along the flower paths, they experienced the mysteries of the 10,000 flower garden once more. Some places were spring, and some places were winter. Every season, the flowers that bloomed were different. As they walked, the changing scenery made them feel like they were walking on the flow of time. "I smell blood. It's very, very dense." Dense black smoke gathered in the sky of the 10,000 flower garden. There was also a significant amount of red light in the black smoke, immediately ruining the peaceful atmosphere of the garden. When the demons attacked, there was no need to say anything. The battle immediately began. With a thought, the violet flames in Xiao Chen's eyes covered his entire body, not leaving a single gap. Then, he reached out and pointed at the thousands of evil spirits. Strands of flames shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertips, and miserable cries resounded. Be it the black smoke or the scarlet evil demon, they could not block a casual attack from Xiao Chen. The might of the purple thunder true fire was unparalleled. The immortal cultivator who also possessed a purple flame also had a relatively easy time under these circumstances. The number of evil spirits he killed was not much less than Xiao Chen's. Leng Ao's body was protected by the purple thunder armor. Thunder fire spread all over his body and crackled with electricity. The evil spirits did not dare to approach him at all. What was even rarer was that Xiao Chen's martial technique seemed to contain the attributes of thunder and fire. When he punched and punched, a large number of evil demons died. Qi Wuxue wore a pair of gloves on his hands. His hands moved quickly, forming many muddy sky demonic hand seals. They looked like heavenly flowers falling from the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. When the strong muddy sky demonic hand seals worked together with the gloves, no evil demon could get close. No one here was an ordinary person. The evil demon spirits covered the sky, looking very mighty. However, after a few people cleared them out, only 3 completely black evil demon spirits remained in the sky. These evil demon spirits had already evolved to a higher level and were much more powerful than the scarlet evil demon spirits. Their facial features were now clearly visible, and they had a strong immunity to thunder and fire. Fear flashed in Yao Yan's eyes. He said sullenly, "Be careful. These black evil demon spirits are very difficult to deal with. The merfolk race suffered greatly at their hands before." Qi Wuxue chuckled disapprovingly and said, "Black evil demon spirits? I have not seen them before. I'll give them a try." After saying that, Qi Wuxue took the lead and targeted one of them, charging over. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This was the first time he encountered a black evil demon spirit. He did not know how strong it was. This Qi Wuxue was somewhat rash. Qi Wuxue moved his 10 fingers, and many demonic palms made all sorts of hand seals in the air. When they merged with the lightning-attributed flames on his gloves, they looked very unpredictable. "Humph. You overestimate yourself." The black evil demon spirit in the middle snorted coldly. Its figure flashed, and when it raised its hand, it threw a punch. As the black evil demon spirit flashed, an extremely tyrannical suction force sucked in the spiritual energy of the world. A black light surged on its fist, and an extremely viscous energy shot out. Bang! When Qi Wuxue's ever-changing demonic hand seals met with a strong force, the hand images shattered and turned into nothing. Then, he grunted and retreated. The black evil demon spirit flung the thunder and fire in its hand. The suction force actually slowly swallowed up the thunder and fire. In this simple clash, Qi Wuxue, who possessed the thunder and fire, was actually at a disadvantage. The black evil demon spirit in the middle already possessed extremely high intelligence. It smiled coldly and said, "Little girl, unexpectedly, you still dare to come. Furthermore, you even brought a few helpers. Don't you know that our master is about to come out and rule the world? It's good that you came. By swallowing this group of people, we can evolve to an early stage holy body." Ha ha ha. That's true. I have not tasted flesh and blood for a long time already. Whoosh. 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 3 figures turned into black beams of light and launched themselves at the group, moving as fast as lightning. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. After knocking back Qi Wuxue, the black evil demon spirit charged at him with a sinister smile. "You are seeking death." Xiao Chen's expression turned cold, and the purple thunder true fire in his eyes gathered on his fist. Then, he punched. Bang! Xiao Chen's punch knocked back the evil demon spirit. A layer of the purple fire fell off and burned its body. However, this evil demon spirit did not burn out. Its body only shrank slightly, and its aura weakened slightly. Hee hee. Purple thunder, true fire, the nemesis of my race. How painful. The evil demon spirit laughed strangely and charged over again. It spat out beams of black light that looked like swimming black dragons containing a strong suction force. Chi. Chi. When the beams of black light landed on the purple fire on Xiao Chen's body, they burned and turned into black smoke that scattered. They could not do anything to Xiao Chen. What's going on? What exactly is the level of your purple thunder true fire? This scene stunned the black evil demon spirit. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. The purple flames on his body were all from the purple thunder true fire's origin flame. They were on a completely different level from the ones gathered on his fist. However, there was no need to tell the other party this. It is better to be a confused ghost. Hu Qi. The purple flames on his body suddenly withdrew and turned into a saber with flowing purple light. Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt, an electric light flashed under his feet as he executed ghostly image chop. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a purple saber light that was indistinguishable from the real one chopped the evil demon spirit before him into hundreds of pieces. The saber images formed a sea of fire. Then, it trembled ferociously, and these pieces instantly turned into nothing. Xiao Chen scattered the flaming saber with flowing purple light in his hand, turning it back into battle armor that covered him. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a falling black pearl. The black pearl was left behind by the black evil demon spirit after it died. Even after being shaken by the sea of fire, it remained intact. Xiao Chen took a look and could not figure out much about it, so he placed it in his universe ring. As for the other two evil demon spirits, the two from the One Dao Palace worked together to deal with one, while the other four worked together to deal with the other. The situation was extremely tense. The victor could not be decided within a short time. Let's go. This person's purple thunder true fire is not something we can deal with. When the two black evil demon spirits saw their companion killed in an instant by Xiao Chen, they wanted to retreat. They turned into two beams of black light and quickly retreated. After him. When the two from the One Dao Palace saw the universe ring on Xiao Chen's hand, they revealed greedy expressions. Then, they chased after the black evil demon spirit. Qi Wuxue smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, those two disciples from the One Dao Palace seem to be very interested in the black pearl you just obtained. Strange, I killed a black evil demon spirit before. Why did I not see a black pearl?" Yao Yan asked, feeling somewhat suspicious. Xiao Chen took out the black pearl to take a look. Aside from feeling an extremely dense and mysterious energy, he could not see anything else about it. Let's not care about this for now. Let's give chase and take a look. The group executed their movement techniques and followed. The evil demon spirit fled very quickly. After chasing for a long time, the group still did not see the two from the One Dao Palace stop. After a long time, the group finally saw the two from the One Dao Palace standing on a cluster of flowers. However, the two did not move at all as they looked ahead. Who knew what they saw? The group landed and looked ahead. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in front. An extremely beautiful girl lay among the flowers and plants with her eyes closed. Her long, sky-blue hair flickered with light, and she wore a garland of flowers on her head. Her skin was fair and rosy, tender and delicate. It looked like she was truly asleep and could be gently woken up as long as one went forward. Beside her, the two black evil demons were entangled by a few flowers. No matter what they did, they could not break free. The light on their bodies gradually dimmed. They had already transformed into red evil demons, and they were still fading. It would not be long before they completely disintegrated. When Princess Yao Yan saw this girl, her expression changed slightly. She looked around and said, "How did we get here? This is Neptune's daughter. She is buried in the depths of the 100 flowers. Ordinary people would not be able to find this place." Xiao Chen felt excited and looked around. Everywhere he saw, hundreds of flowers bloomed, competing with each other in beauty. This was a vast sea of flowers, there was no path to follow. If not for the two evil demon spirits fleeing randomly, they would not have been able to find this place. Let's go. There is 100 flowers formation here. If we go any closer, it will be truly dangerous, Yao Yen said as she slowly shifted her gaze away from Neptune's daughter. The two people from the Wondao Palace stared at the trapped evil demon spirit, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. However, there was nothing they could do even if they were dissatisfied. The 100 flowers formation could easily trap and kill the black evil demon spirits. How could they dare to take even half a step forward? Damn it. The heavenly soul pearl is gone just like that, the immortal cultivator with the purple flame said in a low voice. The cultivator with the purple flame said in a low voice, that is a treasure that can nourish a nascent soul. A single one can increase my cultivation by 10 years. The azure-clothed person consoled, junior brother Chen Lin, don't be too depressed. There will be more opportunities later. Before leaving, Princess Yao Yen bowed to the sea monarch and Vega daughter. Then, she carefully led the group away. Xiao Chen noticed that the cold and arrogant gaze was the last to leave Neptune's daughter. Chapter 907. Qi Wuxue found an opportunity and said with a smile, "Brat, you look so refined. Unexpectedly, your heart is very dirty. You won't even let off a dead person." Xiao Chen could not help finding this funny. This daughter of Neptune was indeed ridiculously beautiful, not like a dead person at all. It was normal to look at her a few more times. Qi Wushue's words were too outrageous. Long Fei's intuition told him that this Leng Ao was not someone to offend. Not wanting to get into a conflict with him, he quickly stepped forward and said a few words to help Qi Wuxue smooth things over. Leng Ao was strangely calm, not saying anything. Instead, he glanced at Xiao Chen before following after Yao Yen. Qi Wuxue muttered, "This brat is really boring." Earlier, he was still sharp-tongued. Now, he has no temper at all. Xiao Chen entered deep thought, thinking of something. However, he did not say anything and followed Yao Yen out of this place. After passing through the 10,000 flower garden, the group experienced a few more battles. When Xiao Chen heard about the use of the black pearls, he took the initiative to attack when he ran into the black evil demon beasts, obtaining 10 heavenly soul pearls in a row. The two from the Wondao Palace gritted their teeth in anger. The immortal cultivator called Chen Lin wanted to make a move several times, but the azure-clad man stopped him. When Xiao Chen saw this, he smiled coldly to himself, not caring at all. It was best if these two did not make a move. Just as the group was about to enter the throne room, Xiao Chen suddenly sensed a distress message from the core jade pendant. He quickly took it out and checked. The Northern Sea Alliance's Yan Qihai is in trouble. Lang Taotian is in trouble as well. The couple from Spirit Returning Island is in trouble as well. Instantly, 3 distress messages came from the core jade pendant. When Xiao Chen checked the other jade pendants, they were already motionless. Clearly, they had been killed before they could even send out a distress message. As for the people who sent out the jade pendants, Xiao Chen could sense them approaching him at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Chen could not help imagining the scene of Lang Taotian and the others fleeing in panic, placing their hopes of survival on him. Just what in the world had these people encountered for all of them to send out a distress signal at the same time? There were also others who didn't even have the time to send out a distress signal. Princess Yao Yan's expression changed slightly. Saving people is more important. Let's see who is the closest to us. Hee, it's better to worry about yourselves first. As he spoke, a sneer suddenly sounded from all directions. The group was shocked and quickly looked around. However, they could not find the person who had spoken. Who? A white silhouette flashed past everyone's eyes. It was as fast as a flickering light and passing shadow, swaying in circles. Qi Wuxue and the others quickly followed the white figure, preventing the other party from standing behind them. At the same time, they quickly tracked the white figure's position. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, and his feet slowly floated up. His entire body was in a gentle and relaxed state, as if he was hibernating silently. Where did this white-skinned ghost come from? If you have the guts, stop spinning around for this young master, Qi Wushua cursed, dazzled by the dazzling light. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome and elegant evil demon with a body as smooth as jade and a faint silver glow suddenly appeared in front of him. Their faces were so close that the tips of their noses were almost touching. This sight startled Qi Wushua, and he quickly moved back. That jade-like evil demon clone smiled and used its fingers like a saber, stabbing towards Qi Wushua's chest at lightning speed. The evil demon clone was so fast that it left no traces. The startled Qi Wushua could not react at all. Just as the saber-like hand was about to stab into Qi Wushua's heart and kill him, the crisp sound of a saber being drawn suddenly rang out. Then, a saber-like bolt of lightning flew over. Xiaochen quickly made a move and grabbed that jade-like wrist. Then, he stretched out his hand and tossed the evil demon clone away. Xiaochen's vital qi surged. This casual toss contained 150 kilograms of force. The evil demon clone flew back 5 kilometers like a meteor before crashing heavily into the ground. Rumble. It smashed a huge pit in the ground. Qi Wushua, who narrowly escaped death, felt his heart pounding heavily. He said in a trembling voice, "Brother Xiao, many thanks." Xiaochen turned around and looked to the front. Then, he said calmly, "Be careful. It's not over yet." A cool breeze blew, and the evil demon clone in the pit in front floated over unhurriedly. It licked its lips and looked greedily at Xiaochen. "Good. I can feel a qi and blood as strong as a dragon's in your body. In our homeland, you can be considered a peak food. There are also the two of you. You are pretty good supplements as well," the jade-white evil demon clone said as it looked at the azure-clad man and his junior brother. "The rest can only be considered snacks." Yao Yan whispered, "Xiaochen, this evil demon clone swallowed up Emperor Wu's body. 2 years ago, before it matured, I used the extreme thunder sword to kill it. However, I did not kill it completely. Now, it has become a source of trouble. I'll make a move. You guys back off." The origin flame on Xiaochen's body gathered back into a treasured saber glowing with purple light. Then, he grasped the saber hilt, and an electric light flashed under his feet as he charged over. Martial techniques were useless against this evil demon clone. Xiaochen could only rely on his movement technique and saber technique, relying on the treasured saber formed from the origin flame, to kill the other party. However, by doing so, he would lose all his defenses. Furthermore, he would be easily injured by the evil demon clone. The white evil demon clone smiled coldly, and a jade-white sword of light appeared in its hand. Then, it started an intense battle with Xiaochen. Unexpectedly, the cultivation of the evil demon clone's sword technique was not weak. It fought on par with Xiaochen. When Yao Yan saw this scene, he gaped slightly. The sword technique that this evil demon clone executed was the sword technique of the merfolk race's Emperor Wu. When it brandished it, it actually achieved 70 to 80% of its charm. After fighting for a long time, the white evil demon clone tried to find an opportunity to get close to Xiaochen and enter his body several times. However, Xiaochen blocked it with his saber. Xiaochen was very patient. His eyes remained calm as he could not find any openings in the other party for now. The other party's sword technique was just for show, it did not understand its true nature. There would be an opportunity sooner or later. The white evil demon clone started to feel frustrated. Originally, it thought that it could suppress Xiaochen with some of the sword techniques in Emperor Wu's memories. Furthermore, with its advantage in talent, it would be able to swallow up Xiaochen soon. In the end, it ended up in a stalemate. The other party was as calm as ice in winter, not showing any signs of impatience or opening up at all. With that thought, the white evil demon clone's movements could not help but become even more berserk. Its might was like a storm, roaring continuously. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. The opportunity was here. The other party finally revealed an opening. Xiaochen swung his saber and used the other party's opening to launch a sharp counterattack, catching the other party off guard. After forcing the other party back in 3 moves, the saber in Xiao Chen's hand turned back into the origin flame and reappeared in his palm. Then, a light flickered on his forehead, and the purple lightning talisman entered the flame. The origin flame immediately gave off a blazing light, even more dazzling than the sun. It gently shot forward and crashed into the retreating evil demon clone. The origin flame, which was several times mightier than before, burned fiercely on the evil demon clone's body, causing it to scream miserably. The white, jade-like body of the evil demon clone continuously faded in the flame, turning from white to black, then from black to red. It looked like it would turn into a clump of black smoke soon. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I know where Neptune's remains are. With a thought, Xiao Chen stopped the purple flame from burning as he shouted coldly, "You know where Neptune's remains are?" "That's right. That's right. I really do know. Ever since I was just a thought body, I wandered around this Neptune palace. It has been 10 years since then. Not only do I know where Neptune's remains are, but I also do not know where the treasure rooms that no one has discovered are." As the pain in its body lessened, the evil demon clone that had turned into black smoke quickly explained everything. Princess Yao Yan revealed a suspicious expression. She said, "This evil demon clone is very crafty. Young Master Xiao, it is best that you do not stay." Back then, I was careless, allowing this evil demon clone to grow to its current level. When the evil demon clone heard that, it could not help feeling horrified. It said, "This young master, there is a painting on the gilded coffin where Neptune's remains are. The person in the painting looks very similar to you. There must be some connection." A painting of the Qing Emperor. The evil demon clone did not know the identity of the person in the painting. However, Long Fei and the others did. Qi Wuxue laughed loudly and said, "Brother Xiao, it looks like what this evil demon clone said is true. That must be where Neptune's remains are." Long Fei waved his folding fan and said calmly, "Since you know where Neptune's remains are, then say it now." This evil demon clone had already turned into black smoke. However, there was a jade-white pearl inside its body. Since this evil demon clone had not been destroyed, its cultivation had not been destroyed. There was still a chance for it to make a comeback. Long Fei wanted to force out Neptune's remains before killing this evil demon clone to prevent any future disasters. "No, I don't remember the way. I have to personally lead the way." Who knew, this evil demon clone was very crafty and did not fall for it. Qi Wuxue said angrily, "You don't remember? I think you are just playing tricks." Qi Wuxue formed hand seals, and the muddy sky demonic hand imprint carried traces of lightning-attributed fire as it smashed into this evil demon clone. The muddy sky demonic hand imprint immediately caused the evil demon clone to shriek miserably. Xiao Chen waved his hand to stop Qi Wuxue. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the refined dragon phoenix cauldron. Then, he said coldly, "It's fine if you do not want to say it. Jump in now." That evil demon clone had been tortured badly by Qi Wuxue, but it refused to speak. When it heard Xiao Chen's words, it could not help but jump in joyfully. Aside from a golden crow egg giving off an overwhelming heatwave, there was nothing else in the cauldron. The evil demon clone could not help but reveal a sinister smile. This was a good place. If it had another half a day, it would be able to recover most of its cultivation and escape. The evil demon clone was just short of a silver sage body. As long as the jade-white heavenly soul pearl in its body was not destroyed, it could recover to its peak at any time. "When I recover my strength, I will slowly swallow you up. I want to torture this fellow bit by bit and let him know what it means to be more painful than the Dead Sea," the evil demon clone cursed viciously in its heart. Hu Qi. Before the evil demon clone could finish cursing in its heart, it saw a beam of purple thunder true fire descend and fill the entire cauldron. Xiao Chen did not pour in his origin flame. He feared burning this evil demon clone to death, so he could only slowly torture it until it was neither dead nor alive. He could not be careless with such an evil being. Miserable shrieks rang out endlessly in the cauldron. The evil demon clone rolled around in the fire, enduring endless torture. There was no way for it to recover its strength. It was already fortunate that it could survive. No matter what, the evil demon clone's current body was the lowest grade black smoke body. It could not endure the burning of this purple flame. Furthermore, the jade white heavenly soul pearl in its body could not be extinguished. Chapter 908. As long as Xiaochen did not stop, this evil demon clone would suffer eternal torture, neither dead nor alive. When Yao Yan saw that Xiaochen had subdued the evil demon clone, she wanted to advise him against it. However, she knew Xiaochen's character. Once he decided on something, it would be hard to change his mind. So, she could only give up. A sharp voice suddenly rang out. A green light flickered under Xiaochen's feet, and tree branches appeared. The tree branches were as thick as an arm and flickered with a green light, displaying a strong life force as they grew wildly. In an instant, the tree branches covered Xiaochen's entire body and continued to grow. They bound Xiaochen tightly, not even a corner of his clothes could be seen. The one who made a move was the green-robed man from the Wendao Palace. He held a large azure banner with a resplendent star embroidered on it, radiating a boundless life force. This was the azure wood star of the 9 glorious stars. The instant the tree branches trapped Xiaochen, that Chen Lin made a move as well. Clearly, the two had discussed this for a long time and had a tacit understanding when they made their moves. Rumble. 5 bolts of lightning of different colors, representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, struck Xiaochen, who was trapped by the tree branches. After the lightning bolt struck, they were not done yet. They turned into 5 balls of lightning, materializing the mysteries of the 5 elements reinforcing and restraining each other. Life and death roared endlessly in the middle of the tree branches. Chen Lin withdrew his hand and stood upright. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "Senior brother, the might of your azure wood banner is indeed extraordinary. It can easily trap this insufferably arrogant Xiaochen." The expressions of Yao Yan, Long Fei, and Qi Wushues suddenly changed. They stood together, protecting Xiaochen as they glared at the three. "Quickly withdraw your immortal arts. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," Yao Yan said sullenly. The thorn sovereign circlet on Yao Yan's head flickered with a green light. Her aura soared continuously. When the azure-clothed man saw that the divine lightning was still rumbling, he felt confident. He put away the greenwood banner and said in a cold voice, "Princess Yao Yan, don't be in such a rush to get angry." He killed the evil demon repeatedly, and the heavenly soul pearl was obtained by him alone. Now that we've killed this white demon, Xiaochen actually wants to take the white jade heavenly soul pearl for himself. He's too ruthless. He must die. What a must die. Brother Xiao was the one who killed the evil demon clones. It is only right and proper for him to take the spoils of war. Do you really think that the two of you are so thick-skinned? I worked so hard to obtain the heavenly soul pearls, yet I still have to share them with the two of you. For the first time, Qi Wushue unleashed his baleful aura. His black hair fluttered wildly, looking like a demonic god bathed in blood. Long Fei put away his folding fan as the intent of destruction in his eyes condensed bit by bit. The mysterious phenomenon of falling snow drifting song and zither and flute playing in unison appeared behind him once more. Clearly, they were truly enraged. Chen Lin smiled without a care in the world. After getting struck by my 5-element divine lightning, the formation materialized by the 5-element divine lightning should have already blasted Xiaochen to bits. Princess Yao Yan, you still have to suppress the main body of the evil demon. Now that Xiaochen is dead, no one else has the purple thunder true fire. Aside from me, no one else has the purple thunder true fire. You better think carefully before you make a move. The hopes of your merfolk race rest on me. The azure-clothed man appeared to have no fear. He continued, "This time, we still have to extract the golden heavenly soul pearl of the evil demon's main body. At that time, this evil demon will be crippled, and the hidden danger of your merfolk race will no longer exist." What shameless boasting. I've been waiting for you to make a move. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Overwhelming shockwaves surged behind Yao Yan's group of 3. Tree shrapnel filled the air as a white figure flew out, heading for Chen-Lin and the azure-clothed man at lightning speed. The peach blossoms bloomed, the summer sun rose, the autumn wind blew, and the winter snow flew. Everywhere Xiaochen passed, spring, summer, autumn, and winter changed. It was like he reversed time and caught up to his youth. Flawless saber Dao, flawless 4 seasons. Bang! Spiritual light flowed on the Buddhist robes of the azure-clothed man holding the greenwood banner and Chen-Lin. Defensive formations appeared as they tried to block this flawless 4 seasons. However, caught off guard, how much strength could the two bring out? 4 different kinds of saber light cycled endlessly, looking incredibly sharp. They immediately tore the two's Buddhist robes into shreds. Pu ci. The two vomited blood and crashed to the ground, their eyes filled with extreme shock. My 5-element divine lightning can even trick a grandmaster-level martial sage. How come you're completely fine? Chen-Lin exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the white-robed Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled coldly and said, "When I underwent my lightning tribulation, what kind of lightning have I not seen? I even endured the divine lightning of extinction and divine lightning that were even more horrifying. Why would I fear your 5-element divine lightning? Right now, the thing I fear the least is the might of lightning. Junior brother, don't bother speaking nonsense with him. Let's work together to execute the 10,000 swords evil killing art and use this minor magic skill to destroy him." The azure-robed man and Chen-Lin did not say anything more. They retreated 1 kilometer and stood in the air, forming hand seals. Immediately, the magic energy of the two burned continuously. Their auras became extraordinary, giving them an air of sages. A vast righteous chi surged out. Swords shining with starlight flew out of their bodies and formed a vast and boundless evil-killing sword formation above their heads. A boundless killing chi spread out from the formation. The berserk swords flew everywhere, forcing Yao Yan and the other two to move back. Minor magic skills. These two actually know immortal arts and magic skills. Yao Yan and the others had heard of immortal arts and magic skills as well. Those were existences that rivaled or even surpassed heaven-ranked martial techniques. Even in the Penglai Sea, not many people knew minor magic skills. As for major magic skills, they were even rarer. Xiaochen smiled faintly and quickly formed hand seals as well. The vast magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned as he executed Starry Heaven Storm, a peak minor magic skill. One side needed to work together to execute a minor magic skill. The other side could easily execute a minor magic skill alone. Whoever had more magic energy would be the victor. Stars appeared behind Xiaochen. As they intersected, they materialized the universe, the chessboard of fate. Pushing 2 stars at the same time, Xiaochen shouted, and fate fluctuated. The heavenly Tao turned chaotic as he controlled the starry heaven storm to descend. This is a peak minor god. Before Chen-Lin could finish speaking, the black starry heaven storm descended and instantly destroyed the vast evil-killing sword formation. The sound of countless swords shattering resounded in the surroundings. Then, the starry heaven storm crushed the bodies of the two into powder, creating a 5-kilometer-long gorge on the ground. Whoosh! 2 Yuanying imps appeared and wrapped themselves around their life magic treasures, fleeing in a sorry state. Xiaochen was very familiar with immortal cultivators. Naturally, he would not let go of these 2 Yuanying imps. He had been waiting for them for a long time. Electric light flashed under his feet, and he grabbed the life magic treasures of the 2 Yuanying imps. A purple flame burned in his eyes. Before the 2 Yuanying imps could continue fleeing, he burned them to ashes. The 2 life magic treasures, the azure-robed man's greenwood banner and the 5-element medallion, fell into Xiaochen's hands. A 50-square-kilometer-wide lotus leaf floated on the vast surface of the chaotic demonic sea. There were mountains and rivers on the lotus leaf. A white-haired old man sat on the summit of the mountain. His complexion was flushed, and he breathed slowly. As he breathed, pure immortal chi flowed out. Huge waves surged on the surface of the sea in accordance with the rhythm of his breathing. Occasionally, the huge waves tossed huge sea beasts out of the sea and into the air. Such a shocking power was revealed inadvertently with just a single breath. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, revealing a cold light. He whispered, "Chen-Lin and Shao-Chen actually died. What's going on?" With the purple thunder true fire protecting them, they should not fear the evil demon clans. I even sent a minor magic skill to them. How did they die so quickly? Even their Yuanying did not manage to escape. Before Neptune's palace, Shao-Chen inspected the Greenwood banner and the 5-element medallion. He discovered that they were pretty good magic treasures. The Greenwood star and the Greenwood banner contained strong wood-attributed energy. It was perfect for trapping people and making a sudden move. Earlier, when Shao-Chen was entangled by those tree branches, he could not break free at first. If he had not burned his vital qi and attained half a dragon force, he would have found it hard to break free. Shao-Chen felt that the full might of this Greenwood banner had not been brought out yet. That person probably had not used the Greenwood banner as his life magic treasure for long. Otherwise, even if he burned his vital qi to attain half a dragon force, he might not have been able to break free. As for the remaining 5-element medallion, Shao-Chen liked it even more. Chen-Lin's 5-element divine lightning was executed through this 5-element medallion. With this 5-element medallion, Shao-Chen could put his will of thunder to good use. When the Greenwood banner and the 5-element medallion worked together, they could severely injure a Grandmaster-level martial sage in an instant. If Shao-Chen had not cleared his lightning tribulation and gained a strong resistance to most lightning, he might have died here. Yao Yan and the others revealed doubtful expressions. Earlier, they had vaguely heard Chen-Lin say something about a minor magic skill before he died. Could it be that Shao-Chen knew immortal arts as well? This news shocked everyone. They had never heard of anyone cultivating immortal arts and martial cultivation at the same time. Immortal cultivators required immortal fate, which was a special physical condition. Furthermore, immortal arts and martial cultivation were two completely different systems. Their cultivation techniques countered each other and could not be cultivated at the same time. Otherwise, their bodies would explode and they would die. We must have misheard, the few of them comforted themselves in their hearts. Seeing Shao-Chen put away the 2 magic treasures, Yao Yan walked over and told Shao-Chen about saving Yan Qihai and the others. Shao-Chen raised his head and looked around. There is no need to go. They are already here. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard many loud rumbling sounds coming from afar. The few of them looked over and saw Lang Taotian, Yan Qihai, and the others fleeing in a miserable manner. They were madly fleeing without any regard for their energy consumption, and they had unleashed their movement techniques to the limit. The strong winds caused by their fleeing were too intense. They sounded like thunder to the ears. One could easily imagine how anxious these people were. Young Master Shao, save us. When Lang Taotian and the others saw Shao-Chen, they immediately cried out in joy. 8 white figures with a jade-like glow could be seen behind the group, radiating an overwhelming evil aura. 8 jade-white evil demon clones are here together. Everyone's expressions changed. Even Shao-Chen felt a headache coming on. Just 1 jade-white evil demon clones was enough to make him put in so much effort. If 8 came together, they would definitely kill him. Qi Wuxue immediately cursed, "Damn, this group of bastards. Back then, they refused to come with us. Now, they actually ran over together. They are trying to get us killed. Let's go. Ignore them. Let's retreat first." Shao-Chen did not hesitate to turn around and leave. He had already exhausted a significant amount of his origin flame to kill the white evil demon clones. Now, 8 more jade white evil demon clones arrived. Chapter 909. Saving people? Shao-Chen was really stupid. If they came one by one, he could save them in passing. Suddenly, Shao-Chen thought of something and said, "Let's go in the direction of the 10,000 flowers garden." The eyes of the others lit up. They immediately understood what Shao-Chen meant. Qi Wuxue smiled and said, 10,000 flower garden. That's right. Let's go to the 10,000 flower garden. When Lang Taotian saw that Xiao Chen and the others had no intention of helping, he could not help but curse at the critical moment of life and death. You have the purple thunder true fire, but you don't use it. Instead, you watch us die. This fellow is too despicable. I will drag you down with me. Most of the others also had the same thought and followed the direction in which Xiao Chen and the others left. As fast as lightning, he soon arrived at the 10,000 flower garden. Xiao Chen and the other four had a tacit understanding. Without saying anything, they all rushed in the same direction. Soon, Princess Qin, who was buried in the depths of the flowers, appeared before everyone once again. Princess Yao Yan transmitted a message to the people behind her. As Xiao Chen and the others flew quickly, they brushed past Princess Qin without leaving a trace. When Lang Taotian and the others heard Princess Yao Yan's words, they all rejoiced. They all followed behind her and passed by Princess Qin's area without anyone noticing. The group flew very fast. The 8 Jade-White evil demon clans in hot pursuit did not think too much. They only felt that their prey was about to fall into their hands. Their expressions were ferocious and excited. Poochie poochie. The 8 evil demons flew over Princess Qin and didn't even think about changing directions. Before they could react, they were pulled down by a force. Flowers and grass rose up and wrapped around the 8 white jade evil demons. Looks of terror appeared on the faces of the 8 evil demon cultivators. No matter what they did, they couldn't break free from the flowers and grass. What was even more terrifying was that the flowers and grass were slowly absorbing their energy. They couldn't do anything about it. What is this place? What's going on? I've been to the 10,000 flower garden many times, but why have I never discovered such a forbidden area? It's over. The grade of my heavenly soul pearl is going to drop. The evil spirit screamed, but to no avail. The luster on its body dimmed bit by bit, turning black, and then red. Lang Taotian and the others, who had been chased by them for a long time, came over. When they saw this scene, they could not believe their eyes. The various lightning-attributed flames did not have much effect on the jade-white evil demon clone. Unexpectedly, it was killed by these flowers and grass. Just who was the woman lying in the depths of the flowers? Xiao Chen used the core jade pendant to observe the situation. He discovered that aside from his group, only the people before him were still alive. Lang Taotian of the Xianshui sect, the couple of Spirit Returning Island, Yan Qihai of the North Sea Alliance, and the jade tablets of everyone else had long stopped moving. As he watched the 6 demons slowly disappear, Xiao Chen felt that it was a pity that he would not be able to obtain their heavenly soul pearls. Lang Taotian calmed down and looked at Xiao Chen in dissatisfaction. White-robed king, what was the meaning of that? We specially came to you to ask for help, but you actually turned around and ran. The couple from Spirit Returning Island also appeared dissatisfied. The man said, there was the purple thunder true fire, yet you did nothing to save us. Young Master Xiao, you really went overboard this time. Yan Qihai did not say anything. However, his emotions were written all over his face, and his eyes showed displeasure. The evil demon clones only feared lightning-attributed flames. When they fought, they were somewhat fearful. However, when facing Xiao Chen, they were somewhat confident. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. This group of people did not have the courage to face the evil demon clones. However, they were confident in facing him, not feeling any fear at all. You fellows nearly caused us to die, and now you are questioning us? What is your skin made of? Let me pinch it. Qi Wushua walked over to the woman from Spirit Returning Island. The black-robed man from Spirit Returning Island shouted angrily, "Scram! You shameless scoundrel, go further away. Our Spirit Returning Island is not afraid of your muddy sky gate." Brother, what are you saying? I just want to see what your skin is made of. How can it be so thick? Why are you reacting so strongly? Qi Wushue chuckled. Leng Ao withdrew his gaze from Princess Qin and said, "Young Master Xiao, it is time to go to the place where Neptune's remains are, right?" Neptune's remains. When Lang Tao Tian and the others heard the words, "Sea Monarch's remains," they all looked at Xiao Chen. This was their main purpose for coming here. Their main purpose in coming here was to find Neptune's remains. After searching for a long time, they could not find any clues. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen discovered it. The group immediately shut up, no longer talking about the earlier matter. When Xiao Chen saw this, he could not be bothered with it. He opened his mouth and spat out the dragon phoenix cauldron, releasing that evil demon clone. That evil demon clone was tormented until it hovered between life and death. When it left the dragon phoenix cauldron, it immediately felt like it had arrived in heaven. After looking at its surroundings, the evil demon clone asked carefully, "Are the few of you going to look for Neptune's remains? Lead the way. Cut the crap." Right now, Xiao Chen had subdued the evil demon clone. With just one casual sentence, the evil demon clone did not dare to say anything more, obediently leading the way. "Young Master Xiao, sorry for the offense earlier." "Sorry, I was indeed too rash earlier." Lang Tao Tian and the handsome man from Spirit Returning Island found an opportunity to apologize to Xiao Chen. These people who could survive were all powerful characters. When they saw Neptune's remains later, they would definitely not be calm. Xiao Chen casually said a few words, not revealing anything, making it hard for others to understand him. The evil demon clone led the way, bringing the group back to the Great Hall. "You can't be telling me that Neptune's gilded coffin is here, right?" Qi Wuxue said with a smile. The Great Hall was where the evil demon clone's main body was sealed. Yao Yan had been there once before, but Neptune's remains had not been there. The evil demon clone smiled and said, "It is here. However, it is not in the Great Hall but in the sky above it." After saying that, the evil demon clone opened its mouth and spat out a dense black qi. Black smoke spread out, and an invisible palace slowly appeared in the empty sky above the Great Hall. The eyes of the group lit up. Unexpectedly, there was a palace hidden by a folding fan made of light above the Great Hall. "Neptune's coffin is in there. I went in before, but I could not open the coffin. A painting was pressing on the coffin, and I could not move it at all." The evil demon clone continued, "According to the agreement, you have to let me off." Xiao Chen opened his mouth and released the dragon phoenix cauldron. Without any explanation, it sucked in the evil demon clone, not giving it a chance to bargain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lang Tao Tian, Yan Qihai, and the couple from Spirit Returning Island rushed into the palace above. After that, Long Fei, Qi Wuxue, and Leng Ao followed. Only Princess Yao Yan and Xiao Chen remained where they were. "Young Master Xiao, are we going in?" The palace in the air appeared indistinct amid the spreading smoke. Xiao Chen stared at the palace and asked, "Princess Yao Yan has never been to this palace before?" Before entering Neptune's palace, Yao Yan had said that she did not know where Neptune's coffin was. However, Xiao Chen did not believe that now. Since the evil demon clone in the dragon phoenix cauldron could tell Xiao Chen the location of the coffin for the sake of survival, why could it not tell Yao Yan? Why could Xiao Chen not tell Yao Yan? Princess Yao Yan wielded the extreme thunder sword and defeated Xiao Chen before. Everyone who was still alive now had extraordinary backgrounds. Xiao Chen vaguely felt that he had fallen into a huge trap. "Young Master Xiao, Princess Yao Yan wanted to say something, but she did not. Xiao Chen cut her off and said, "Don't say any more. I'll say it again. I believe that your highness will not harm me. I only care about helping to seal the evil demon clone's main body. The other matters have nothing to do with me. Whatever the purpose of the people here or what the merfolk race wants to do has nothing to do with me." After saying that, electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet, and he entered the palace as well, leaving Princess Yao Yan standing there with a somewhat gloomy expression. Inside the palace, Lang Tao Tian and the others surrounded a gilded coffin, frowning to themselves. An unfurled painting floated above the coffin. The few of them tried to move it but could not budge the coffin at all. The man in the painting was exactly the same as the one in the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber in Xiao Chen's hand. The only differences were his expression and actions. In the painting before Lang Tao Tian, the Qing emperor's eyes were filled with vigor and sharpness. A tyrannical aura spread out from the paper. Standing at the summit of a mountain and looking into the distance, one had a heroic feeling that the world was vast and that no one else was above it. However, in the painting in Xiao Chen's hand, the Qing emperor's sharpness was withdrawn. His eyes were filled with the accumulation of age and vicissitudes. It was like he had seen through all the troubles of the mortal world. The tyrannical aura was gone, replaced by a comprehension of life and death. Without this comprehension, the Qing emperor drawing the saber painting would not have allowed Xiao Chen to experience the feeling of death again and again. The two paintings were separated by a long period of time. Without a doubt, the Qing emperor in the painting was much stronger than the Qing emperor in the painting before Xiao Chen. He could see through things more thoroughly. Xiao Chen, why are you only here now? Quickly put away this standing tall seeing far painting and let us open the coffin. When Lang Tao Tian saw Xiao Chen enter, his eyes lit up as he gave a command. The others looked at Xiao Chen with fervent expressions, waiting for him to make a move. Footsteps came from outside the door. It was Princess Yao Yan, who had followed Xiao Chen in. Xiao Chen crossed 100 meters with one step, arriving before the coffin. Then, he stretched out his hand and collected the standing tall seeing far painting. The others all showed joy on their faces. They all stepped forward, wanting to open the coffin lid to see if the treasure was still there. The coffin lid opened with a "pa" sound. The few of them looked in joyfully. In the end, their expressions changed. This gilded coffin was actually empty. How can this be? Where is Neptune's body? Damn! What's going on? There is not even a strand of hair. Disappointed, everyone was disappointed. Neptune's scepter, divine rain robes, chasing wave boots, and Neptune's crown. Which one of them was not an emperor-grade secret treasure? Although martial sages could not bring out the full might of an emperor-grade secret treasure, just 20% of its might was sufficient to sweep through the place and increase one's strength significantly. Xiao Chen had already expected this, so he was not too surprised. Then, he put away the standing tall seeing far painting. The Qing emperor drawing the saber painting and the standing tall seeing far painting in the universe ring immediately started to merge, forming a blazing clump of light. Xiao Chen could not help but feel slightly shocked. To think that the two paintings could merge. He wondered what would happen. There should be a secret in the Qing emperor drawing the saber painting. However, even after comprehending drawing the saber, Xiao Chen had not been able to uncover it. Chapter 9-10. This time, the opportunity should have arrived. After the merger was complete, the secret of the Qing emperor drawing the saber should be revealed. Xiao Chen, release the evil demon clone that you subdued. Interrogate it carefully. Lang Tao Tian kicked the gilded coffin in frustration. The coffin did not budge at all, giving off loud banging sounds. Xiao Chen ignored Lang Tao Tian, showing no intention of releasing the evil demon clone. His figure flashed as he prepared to leave. Hu Qi. A figure blocked Xiao Chen's path. It was the Northern Sea Alliance's Yan Qihai. He smiled coldly and said, "Young Master Xiao, why are you in such a rush to leave? You obtained the treasure of Neptune's body in advance, right?" Nonsense. Xiao Chen frowned and looked up at Yan Qihai. Immediately, Yan Qihai felt like thousands of sabers pierced through him, instantly riddling him with thousands of holes, killing him. Am I dead? That's not right. This is an illusion. I fell for this brat's trick. Yan Qihai's eyes regained clarity, and he instantly woke up. However, Xiao Chen's fist had already landed on his chest. A horrifying force surged through Yan Qihai's body like a knife. He vomited a mouthful of blood as Xiao Chen's punch smashed him into the wall. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he easily dodged Lang Taotian's sneak attack from behind. Then, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Lang Taotian's wrist. Lang Taotian felt like a vice clamping down on his wrist. He could not help feeling anxious. He had not expected that his silent sneak attack would be like Xiao Chen had eyes in the back of his head, waiting for him to make a move. Bang! Xiao Chen raised his hand and flung Lang Taotian to the ground like he was throwing away trash. Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. Before Lang Taotian could stand up, he stomped heavily on his chest. Xiao Chen pressed Lang Taotian back down and circulated his vital qi. No matter how Lang Taotian struggled, it was useless. The couple from Spirit Returning Island were originally prepared to attack at the same time. However, when they saw such a scene, how could they dare to do anything? Xiao Chen, you bastard! The sect master of my Xianshui sect will never let you off. You idiot, you don't know anything. Do you really think that by showing off in Neptune's palace, you can? Before Lang Taotian finished speaking, Xiao Chen raised his leg and kicked him out of the palace. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! This kick broke a few of Lang Taotian's ribs. Yan Qihai stood up and looked at Lang Taotian, who blew a gust of wind beside him. His heart thumped heavily, and his complexion paled. Seeing Xiao Chen look at him, he quickly said, "Young Master Xiao, this old man misunderstood you. You definitely did not touch the sea monarch's corpse. Princess, let's go." Xiao Xiao Yao, let's, Emperor, Yao, Xiao. Yao Yan, Xiao Yanchen said, smiling. Yao Yan's heart sank. This smile was very similar to that night when the bright moon hung high in the sky. It was clearly a smile, but there was no warmth in it. How could there be such a cold and lonely smile in the world? After leaving this place, under Yao Yan's lead, the group entered the Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, Xiao Chen let out the evil demon clones, allowing them to find several undiscovered treasure rooms. Everyone received some benefits. However, the disappearance of the divine rain robes, Neptune's scepter, and the other emperor-grade secret treasures made everyone feel that these benefits were meaningless. Compared to Neptune's treasures, they were just a drizzle. There were many evil demon clones in the Great Hall. After an intense battle, the group finally arrived at the place where the evil demon's main body was sealed. The slightly dimmed extreme thunder sword was stabbed into a throne in front of Xiao Chen. A huge golden figure tried to struggle free from the throne several times. However, the extreme thunder sword kept it firmly in place. The extreme thunder sword seemed to grow in this figure's body. Every time the figure struggled, the trembling extreme thunder sword increased the pain it brought. A pained wail resounded throughout the entire Great Hall. That sound made everyone tremble in fear. When the golden evil demon clones saw Yao Yan in the crowd, it immediately calmed down. The figure shrank continuously, turning solid and heavy. Now, it was the size of a regular person as it sat on the throne. If not for the extreme thunder sword stabbing into its chest and burning with a faint electric flame, this golden evil demon clone might have been mistaken for a monarch. "Little girl, after torturing me for 2 years, you finally appeared," the golden evil demon clone said through clenched teeth with a cold look in its eyes. "This is the evil demon's main body. It is only so." Similar thoughts appeared in the hearts of the group. This evil demon clone's main body was completely golden. Its facial features looked like they were carved by a knife, giving it a sinister beauty. However, aside from this, there was nothing extraordinary about it. Furthermore, it was sealed. With the extreme thunder sword suppressing it, what could it do? Qi Wushue's lips curled up as he said, "I really don't know how you managed to kill Emperor Wu." Emperor Wu? Those bastards from the Merfolk clan? When the golden evil demon heard Qi Wushue mention Emperor Wu, it gritted its teeth. Its eyes revealed extreme rage. This rage was even more intense than its hatred for Princess Yao Yan. When Xiao Chen saw this, he entered deep thought. Yao Yan interrupted the golden evil demon clone and said, "Young Master Xiao, there is not much extreme thunder true flame left in the extreme thunder sword. We have to make use of this time to refine it. Everyone, let's work together." After saying that, Yao Yan turned the electric flame in her sword into a beam of rainbow light and fired it at the golden evil demon clone on the throne. Long Fei made a move at the same time, firing his blood-kill thunder flame over. The scarlet electric light was like a ferocious venomous snake. Qi Wushue formed hand seals with both hands and moved his 10 fingers. The turbid sky demonic hand imprint burned with electric flames as it smashed towards the golden evil demon clone. The Northern Sea Alliance's Yen Chi Hai had a mirror hovering over his head. A large area burned with a fierce electric flame. As the light reflected off the mirror, flames spewed out endlessly like a fountain. The couple from Spirit Returning Island each brandished a blazing solar thunder flame banner. The blazing solar thunder flame immediately swept towards the golden evil demon clone like a gust of wind. Everyone executed their magic skills. Multicolored lightning flames covered the sky as they surged towards the golden evil demon. The might of the flames spread out. Thunder roared endlessly in the great hall. A strong wind stirred up the flames and howled ferociously. Xiaochen kept his cool, not in a rush to make a move. He stared at the golden evil demon clone on the throne. The golden evil demon clone on the throne appeared extremely calm. It revealed a mocking expression. As the overwhelming thunder flames rained down, it stretched out its right hand, and a whirlpool-like black hole appeared in its palm, swallowing up all the thunder flames. Immediately, only the sound of wind remained in the hall. All the thunder flames vanished. This is rather fun. Little girl, is this the helper you found? They might be able to restrain my clones. However, you are too naive to think that you can use this little bit of thunder flames to deal with me. The golden evil demon clone smiled coldly. Since you like to use thunder flames to injure others, I will let you have a taste of thunder flames as well. Hu Chi. The golden evil demon clone opened its mouth and spat out all the thunder flames it had just swallowed. Then, it surged towards the crowd even more ferociously. The main hall was immediately thrown into chaos. The air was filled with rolling thunder and fire. Everyone hurriedly dodged in all directions. The golden evil demon clone laughed loudly. The extreme thunder sword stabbed into its chest trembled endlessly, looking like it would fall off at any moment. Whoosh! Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. After storing up power, he nimbly weaved through the thunder flames. In 3 or 4 flashes, he arrived before the throne. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt of the extreme thunder sword. You overestimate yourself. When the golden evil demon clone saw that Xiao Chen dared to charge at it, it clenched its right fist and punched at Xiao Chen's head. When the golden evil demon clone moved its right hand, it used an extremely tyrannical method to swallow up the vast spiritual energy in the surroundings. The golden fist burst forth with a dazzling, sun-like golden light. The fist light was very fast. Xiao Chen felt a dangerous aura. He quickly leaned back and crossed his arms in front of him to block the attack. Bang! The huge force struck Xiao Chen's arms, sending him flying back a kilometer like a cannonball. Then, he crashed heavily into the walls of the hall. The entire hall shook violently. If it weren't for the restrictions on the walls of the hall, this one strike would have destroyed the entire hall. Xiao Chen coughed and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled slightly. The power that this golden evil demon clone burst forth with was simply too terrifying. The devouring power was also incredible. Xiao Chen had never seen spiritual energy being used like this before. Hold him back and create an opportunity for me. After instructing Yao Yan, Xiao Chen pushed off the wall with his feet. This time, he executed his movement technique to its limits. The lightning dragons under his feet seemed to come to life as they carried him forward at lightning speed. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen quickly exchanged moves with the golden evil demon clone. He nearly managed to grab hold of the sword several times but was knocked back every time. Under Yao Yan's command, the others used their thunder flames to harass the golden evil demon clone, helping Xiao Chen create an opportunity. The battle in the hall intensified. The golden evil demon clone was much harder to deal with than everyone had expected. However, as Xiao Chen approached, the golden evil demon clone was no longer as calm as it was at the start. Occasionally, the golden evil demon clone had to stand up to push back Xiao Chen. However, the extreme thunder sword stabbed into its chest made it feel excruciating pain. Mournful wails resounded in the hall. Just as Xiao Chen was about to be knocked back by the golden evil demon clone, he spun around in the time it took for a spark to fly and finally managed to grab hold of the extreme thunder sword. The golden evil demon clone's expression changed as it stood up in a fluster. The extreme thunder sword stabbed deeper and deeper. In the blink of an eye, the golden evil demon clone's chest touched the sword hilt. Its face was nearly pressed against Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen calmly held the sword hilt without letting go. Just as the golden evil demon clone was about to touch him, his origin flame quickly spread out from his palm. As the flames burned, the golden evil demon clone fell to the ground. The flames burned and the extreme thunder sword sliced. Under the double pain, the golden evil demon clone let out a sharp, miserable shriek. The others heaved a sigh of relief and stopped what they were doing, moving to the side. At this point in time, the retaliation of the evil demon clone before its death would be even stronger. They did not want to get caught up in the crossfire. At some point in time, Lang Taotian, who had been sent flying miserably by Xiao Chen, had quietly appeared in the hall at some point in time, looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. This fool. When the evil demon clone dies, it will be his death. Yet, he is still working so hard. What an idiot. The luster of the golden evil demon clone slowly dimmed, turning from gold to silver. As it shrieked in pain, it turned from silver to a transparent, white jade. Chapter 9:11. Xiao Chen could see that the extreme thunder sword stabbed into the evil demon's chest had pierced through the heavenly soul pearl in its body. The tip of the sword was stuck in the throne, connected to the seal inside, trapping the evil demon on the throne. Xiao Chen also saw 9 strands of green light around the evil demon's heavenly soul pearl. Every strand of green light contained immense power as it revolved around the heavenly soul pearl. Whenever the heavenly soul pearl glowed, the 9 strands of light would quickly suppress it. When Xiao Chen saw this clearly, he seemed to understand something. He somewhat understood why this golden evil demon hated the merfolk race's Emperor Wu so much. At this moment, the thing that trapped this golden evil demon was not the extreme thunder sword but the 9 strands of light that the merfolk race's Emperor Wu left behind. Not only did these strands of light suppress this golden evil demon's strength, but they also left 9 ticking time bombs in its body, ready to take its life at any moment. Seeing that the evil demon had already turned black, a jade pearl appeared in Yao Yan's hand. She shouted, "Young Master Xiao, step back. Leave the rest to me." Xiao Chen's origin flame was already almost exhausted. When he heard that, he quickly let go of the sword hilt and quickly retreated. "You want to leave? Die." The instant Xiao Chen let go, the enraged evil demon stabbed its fingers into Xiao Chen's chest like a knife, piercing through his heart. A huge force blasted Xiao Chen back. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen landed at Lang Taotian's feet. When Yao Yan saw this scene, she felt very anxious. However, at this crucial moment, she could not afford to be distracted. She quickly formed hand seals, and the 9 strands of light in the evil demon's body gave off resplendent light, looking like stars. After forming the hand seals, Princess Yao Yan extended her hand and sent out the jade pearl. When the jade pearl came in contact with the evil demon, the 9 strands of light suddenly flared up. The entire hall immediately lit up with a red light. A shock wave spread out, lingering for a long time. When the red light completely dissipated, the demon on the throne had already disappeared. It had been completely killed. Wearing the Thorn Sovereign circlet, Yao Yan had a look of joy on his face. However, when he looked around, he found that Xiao Chen was nowhere to be seen. His face sank. Yan Qihai of the Northern Sea Alliance and the young couple of Spirit Returning Island also revealed looks of joy when they confirmed that the evil demon was dead. A jade pendant appeared in their hands at the same time, and with a crack, they crushed it. Qi Wuxue and Long Fei exchanged glances and crushed the jade pendants in their hands as well. In the void above the Chaos Devil Sea, the North Lake Alliance's Vice Alliance Master, the Spirit Return Island Master, the Xianshui Sect Master, the Muddy Sky Sect Master, and the White Bone King's junior brother all had jade tokens floating in front of them shatter at the same time. The few martial monarchs opened their eyes at the same time. With a wave of their hands, they tore through the void and appeared above the chaotic demon ocean. Without hesitation, they slammed their palms down. The vast sea immediately split apart like it was tofu. With a wave of their palms, the severed seawater surged out. The sea vanished, and the outer seal of Neptune's palace 10 kilometers below was exposed to the few martial monarchs. These martial monarchs possessed heaven-defying means. With a raise of their hands, they could flip rivers and seas. Outside the Great Hall, Lang Taotian gently tossed Xiao Chen to the ground. Earlier, when Xiao Chen landed at Lang Taotian's feet, Lang Taotian was overjoyed. He immediately picked up Xiao Chen and dashed out. After Lang Taotian took out a jade pendant and crushed it, he looked at the bleeding Xiao Chen's chest. Then, he laughed happily and ruthlessly kicked Xiao Chen into the air. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, you are really an idiot. You are so foolish, working so hard. However, you do not know that after we kill the main body of the evil demon, you will be the first to die. Bang! Lang Taotian stomped on Xiao Chen's chest and pressed it a few times. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and revealed a cruel smile. He said coldly, one finger pierced the heart and ruptured it. Even if you have a king-grade medicinal pill, you will not be able to escape death. However, I know that your physical body is very strong. You will not die so quickly. Lang Taotian's smile made one tremble in fear. Then, he stomped on Xiao Chen's bleeding chest and started twisting it. Haha. Is it very painful? To think that you have to suffer such torture before you die. What white-robed king? What Qing emperor's descendant? In the end, you are still trampled under my feet. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he looked coldly at the other party. He silently circulated the firmament body tempering art and repaired his damaged heart. The final strike of the evil demon had pierced through Xiao Chen's chest, nearly splitting his heart in half. An ordinary person would have died on the spot. If Xiao Chen's physical body had not reached rank 3 sage body and his life force was comparable to the blue-robed emperor's, he would not have had a chance to execute the cultivation technique for repairing his heart. However, the situation now was not optimistic. Occasionally, Lang Taotian kicked Xiao Chen, making it difficult for him to repair his heart. Earlier, Xiao Chen's kicks reduced Lang Taotian to a sorry state. At this moment, Lang Taotian smiled coldly. He did not make a move, only kicking Xiao Chen repeatedly. Then, Lang Taotian flew forward and stomped on Xiao Chen's chest. It seemed like he could wash away his earlier humiliation by doing this. However, the thing that made Lang Taotian bored was that Xiao Chen did not say anything from the start to the end. He only looked at Lang Taotian coldly. The scene of Xiao Chen begging for mercy did not appear as Lang Taotian expected. After repeating this a few times, Lang Taotian felt that Xiao Chen's gaze seemed to be looking down on him. Damn it! Even though you are about to die, your bones are still so tough. Lang Taotian drew his sword and pointed it at Xiao Chen's chest. He smiled and said, "White-robed king, do you have any last words?" "I, Lang Taotian, do not mind helping you pass them on." No matter what, this famous descendant of the Qing emperor was going to die at his hands. In the future, Lang Taotian's name would spread far and wide, leaving a mark on this era. Last words? You can keep them for yourself. Xiao Chen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly exploded into action. He kicked up ferociously. This kick turned the wind around, and a saber light flickered. In an instant, the tip of Xiao Chen's foot landed on the defenseless Lang Taotian. Ka-ca. The saber light was unparalleled, and blood spurted out. Xiao Chen's kick broke Lang Taotian's right wrist. The hand that held the sword fell off. My hand. Earlier, Xiao Chen had been on the verge of death, unable to resist at all. Now, he suddenly burst out with such strong combat prowess. This stupefied Lang Taotian. Blood gushed out from Lang Taotian's wrist, and he felt waves of pain. The heart is the foundation of the physical body, the source of life force. Your heart is shattered, and there is no cure. How can you recover so quickly? Xiao Chen ignored Lang Taotian. He stood up and grabbed the fallen sword. Then, he swung his hand, and the sword flickered with a purple light. Then, it moved like lightning as it chopped at Lang Taotian's neck. At the crucial moment of life and death, Lang Taotian displayed his extraordinary strength. His figure flashed as he dodged this sword strike. Lang Taotian was frightened out of his wits. He hated that he could not grow another leg to flee in a panic, wanting to leave Neptune's palace. As long as Lang Taotian left this Neptune's palace, he would be saved. Xiao Chen casually tossed aside the sword and closed his eyes to check his heart. Under the effects of the firmament body tempering art, his heart had recovered. Under the firmament body tempering art's repair, the shattered heart had already merged back together. As it beat, it was like an ancient ferocious beast, giving off a strong life force. Fortunately, I cultivated the firmament body tempering art to consummation before I came. My internal organs were tempered like ancient ferocious beasts. Otherwise, even if I used the Haotian Emperor's will clone, would not have survived. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the fleeing Lang Taotian. Then, he entered deep thought. I absolutely cannot let this person leave Neptune's palace. If I am not wrong, the major characters attracted by Neptune's palace should have already arrived. At this moment, given Xiao Chen's outstanding intelligence, how could he not figure out the ins and outs of the situation? The merfolk race had indeed lost 9 Emperor Wu. However, they were not killed by the evil demon's main body. Instead, they had died willingly, leaving the essence of their strength in the evil demon's body. What Xiao Chen sought was not to seal the evil demon but to wait for an opportunity to completely kill the evil demon and remove the tumor from Neptune's palace. Then, Yao Yan would be able to refine Neptune's palace smoothly. This opportunity was Xiao Chen's strong purple thunder true fire. As long as he could reduce the strength of the evil demon's main body, he would be able to refine it. As long as he could reduce the strength of the evil demon's main body, he could detonate the 9 green lights and eliminate this evil demon that even the Qing Emperor could not kill. He could only seal it and eliminate it. Of course, this did not mean that the previous Qing Emperor was inferior to these 9 people. It was just that the previous Qing Emperor did not have the purple thunder true fire and could not find an opportunity like Xiao Chen's. The only thing that puzzled Xiao Chen was where Yao Yan got his confidence to let these emperor's chess pieces into Neptune's palace. Even if Yao Yan obtained the emperor-grade secret treasures that Neptune left behind, with her cultivation, she could not unleash the full might of these secret treasures. Neptune's palace was the residence of the powerful sovereign martial emperor, Neptune. Back then, the Azure Emperor had fought with the Sea Monarch 3 times before defeating this former overlord in the final battle. Naturally, the merfolk race was not the only ones who coveted the palace that Xiao Chen left behind. Actually, Xiao Chen should have expected that once the news of Neptune's palace leaked out, it would attract major characters to make a move. Chapter 9:12. For example, the flustered Lang Taotian before Xiao Chen. The jade pendant that he crushed earlier should have notified the major character behind him. As long as he escaped from Neptune, there would naturally be a major character coming to receive him. Lang Taotian gave chase with lightning and wind. He had already thrown caution to the wind as he fled for his life. At the cost of damaging his origin energy, Lang Taotian doubled his speed. This caused Xiao Chen, who executed Thunder Dragon steps at full power, to be unable to catch up. Up in the 10,000 flower garden, Lang Taotian could not help but reveal an expression of joy when he saw the exit getting closer. However, when he heard the rumbling thunder behind him, he did not dare to relax. I'm out. Lang Taotian's figure flashed, and he crossed the exit of Neptune. Then, he cried out in joy. Xiao Chen's figure followed closely behind. When he looked up, an incredible scene appeared before his eyes, deeply shocking him. He saw that the black canopy above the Sea Monarch Palace had disappeared. What he saw was not the serene sea, but the sky. That was right, an extremely vast sky. Xiao Chen actually saw the sky at the bottom of this 10,000-meter deep sea. Such a grand move, emptying the entire sea with the flip of a hand. Aside from Emperor Wu, who else in the world could do this? The major characters finally made a move. Shao Chen smiled bitterly. If not for his purple thunder true fire helping the merfolk race to extract the evil demon's main body from Neptune, these major characters would not have made a move. No one would dare to refine Neptune, which contained the evil demon's main body. Compared to Shao Chen's shock, Lang Taotian was completely excited. He soared into the sky. Shao Chen's gaze turned cold, and the Soul Slayer bow appeared in his hand. Then, he knocked a star breaker arrow and drew the bowstring. His vital chi burned as he released half a dragon force, a horrifying force of 2,500 tons of force. The Soul Slayer bow creaked. As Shao Chen pulled it, dragon roars resounded in the surroundings. Then, the images of true dragons appeared behind him. The greater the strength, the more powerful it would be. With 2 million kilograms of strength and the star breaker arrow that could break through all defenses, the power of this arrow would reach a level that even Shao Chen could not believe. There were only 3 star breaker arrows. Originally, Shao Chen did not intend to use them on an insignificant person like Lang Taotian. However, he could not afford to use them now. A martial emperor was about to make a move. Even if Shao Chen did not use it, he had to use it. Lang Taotian had to die, even with a martial emperor protecting him. Sand and pebbles flew, a strong wind blew, and the dragon roared endlessly. Shao Chen's aura continued to soar, causing Lang Taotian to feel despair, as if he had nowhere to run and was about to lose his life. "Sect Master, save me!" Lang Taotian shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the star breaker arrow flashed, and the sound of a star exploding seemed to resound in the world. The entire space trembled violently, and the seawater in the surroundings boiled. Waves surged up from the surface of the sea and soared into the clouds. A screen of water descended from the sky and enveloped Lang Taotian, trying to help him block this arrow. However, it was to no avail. The star breaker arrow broke through all secret treasures and defensive secret techniques in the world. When the Soul Slayer bow fired it, it detonated its full might. With a PUCI, the star breaker arrow pierced through Lang Taotian's forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Lang Taotian died on the spot. "You are seeking death. How dare you kill a member of my Xianshui sect in front of me?" A furious voice resounded in the sky. Even from 10,000 meters away, Shao Chen's internal organs churned from the voice. The one who spoke was the sect master of the Xianshui sect, Luo Chuan. Lang Taotian was the top true disciple of the Xianshui sect. In the Xianshui sect, only a few of Luo Chuan's final disciples were stronger than Lang Taotian. How could Luo Chuan be angry when Shao Chen killed him in front of him? Luo Chuan was the sect master of the Xianshui sect, an unparalleled expert with the cultivation of Emperor Wu. Killing a member of his sect in front of Luo Chuan was like slapping his face. A medial-grade martial sage dared to slap his face. How could the sect master of the Xianshui sect endure this? Die. Right after the word die, boundless pressure spread out from the sky, pressing heavily on Shao Chen's shoulders. Shao Chen's knees looked like he was going to fall to the ground. A light flashed on Shao Chen's forehead, and the azure trident that represented the will of destruction appeared in his hand. He stabbed it into the ground and grasped the trident with both hands. Only then did he not kneel. At the same time, a formless will of destruction flowed out of the azure trident, slowly destroying the other party's aura. Only then did Shao Chen feel better. Just as Luo Chuan prepared to make a move, a few figures flew out of the Neptune Palace in sorry states. Neptune Palace gave off a 3-kilometer-long light as it soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it flew more than 10 kilometers. This fellow is starting to refine it. He's making a move. A few voices rang out. Luo Chuan snorted coldly and ignored Shao Chen, giving chase as well. Luo Chuan would not neglect his roots for the sake of a mere Shao Chen, forgetting the purpose of this trip. Shao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. If Luo Chuan wanted to make another move, he could only bring out the Wu clone of the Haotian Emperor. The Wu clone of the Haotian Emperor was definitely not a match for Luo Chuan's main body. However, it could still block the other party and create an opportunity for Xiao Chen to leave. However, this was Xiao Chen's greatest life-saving talisman. He could only use it once. He was still far from advancing to martial emperor. If he could avoid using it, it would be best not to. "Brother Xiao, you are not dead." A startled voice came from behind. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw Long Fei and Qi Wuxue in sorry states, their clothes tattered as they walked over to him. Far away, the Northern Sea Alliance's Yan Qihai and the two lovers from Spirit Returning Island were also severely injured, looking even more miserable than the two. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Brother Qi, what's wrong? Are you disappointed to see that I am not dead?" "Disappointed my ass. You've caused us so much trouble. The demoness inside thought you were dead and almost beat us to death. If we didn't run fast enough, I really don't know if we would still be alive." Qi Wuxue spat out a mouthful of blood as he cursed. Demoness? Xiao Chen could not help feeling suspicious. Could he be talking about Princess Yao Yan? Long Fei waved his tattered folding fan and sighed, "Brother Xiao, you really made a mistake this time. The treasures left behind by Neptune, the divine rain robes, chasing wave boots, Neptune's scepter, and Neptune's crown, were all grasped by that Princess Yao Yan. The death of the 9 merfolk race martial emperors was a trap. They purposely died to help Yao Yan, to make her the new Neptune." Qi Wuxue still felt some lingering fear in his heart. This demoness really hid herself deeply. Even without these emperor-grade secret treasures, even if I worked together, I would not be able to deal with her. Indeed, Xiao Chen had guessed everything correctly. However, this did not matter to Xiao Chen. He was only here to kill the evil demon clans, to settle the karma that the Qing Emperor left behind. At this moment, this no longer had anything to do with Xiao Chen. The remaining matters were for the major characters to worry about. Speaking of which, Xiao Chen, why are you not surprised at all? Seeing Xiao Chen's calm appearance, Qi Wuxue felt depressed. Not calm? Why should I not be calm? From the very start, Xiao Chen had not had any designs on Neptune's palace. He had a considerable understanding of his own strength. Without advancing to martial emperor, he would not be able to participate in this game unless there were 9 Emperor Wus willing to use their lives to pave the way for him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had gained a lot on this trip, settling the karma from 10,000 years ago. The secret of the Qing emperors drawing the saber painting was about to be revealed. Furthermore, he had obtained several heavenly soul pearls, sufficient for his magic energy to advance further. The Greenwood Banner and the 5-element medallion, these 2 magic treasures, could directly increase his combat prowess. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Could it be that Xiao Chen overestimated himself and thought that only refining Neptune's palace would be considered gaining something? Xiao Chen changed the topic and asked, "What are the 2 of you planning to do next? Where do you intend to go on experiential training?" Long Fei smiled and said, "Brother Zhao's attitude is truly admirable. Wuxue and I intend to go directly to the heavenly starry ocean. That place is also a vast place. There are many outstanding talents there, and there are also countless remnants at the bottom of the sea. We should be able to gain something there." After the chaotic demonic sea was the heavenly starry ocean. Xiao Chen had heard a little about the world there. It was no less exciting than the Kunlun continent. At that time, Long Fei and I will probably not be able to make it in time for Brother Zhao's king conferral ceremony. However, we will definitely deliver the congratulatory gifts on time, Qi Wuxue added. Qi Wuxue followed up. However, based on his expression, it was clear that he was still angry at Princess Yao Yan's final move, feeling extremely depressed. "Thank you. We will meet again in the future." "What's wrong, Brother Xiao? Are you not going to see who will obtain Neptune's palace in the end?" As the 3 spoke, they flew upwards. All the seawater was thrown into the air. A formless restriction in the surroundings prevented the seawater from falling back down. Without the obstruction of the seawater, the 3 flew extremely fast. Soon, they arrived at the surface of the sea. The roars of the waves rumbled endlessly into the 3's ears. 500 kilometers away, on the boundless sea, a woman wearing a sky-blue divine rain robe with water flowing on it held the golden Neptune scepter with 9 azure flood dragons carved on it. She wore the chasing wave boots that parted the wind and stepped on water. She wore the thorn sovereign circlet on her head, and the bright Neptune crown hung above her. Unexpectedly, Yao Yan brought out the might of these emperor-grade secret treasures to their limits. By relying on the 4 treasures of Neptune that were at full power, Yao Yan fought an intense battle with the martial emperors on the surface of the sea without falling into a disadvantage. The Neptune palace on Yao Yan's forehead looked like a sky-blue mark. During the battle, she was still refining the Neptune palace. That's not right. The Neptune palace has already been refined and is providing her with an endless source of energy. Otherwise, her body would have exploded from the overexertion of Neptune's treasures. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. This is a good move. The merfolk race is really generous. The 9 Emperor Wu are really using their lives to pave a path for Yao Yan. Bang! The 9 azure flood dragons on Neptune's scepter roared ferociously and flew out from the scepter, shattering the hand of the Xianshui Sek master. After that, Yao Yan swung the scepter and knocked away the emperor-grade secret treasure in Luo Chuan's hand. Then, she swung the scepter's tail and sent Luo Chuan flying. Golden raindrops dripped down from the god rain robe, forming a gentle water screen that blocked all the attacks from the other great emperors. Chapter 9:13. Yao Yan waved her hand, and the holy beast medallion, the merfolk race's protective treasure, appeared in her hand. She summoned a mountain-sized snake with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings. Qi Wuxua exclaimed, an ancient mutated beast, 1,000-feathered snake. I really could not tell. This demoness has quite a few treasures in her hands. The 1,000-feathered snake can probably help her share the pressure of Emperor Wu. After this battle, there would no longer be a Princess Yao Yan in the world. The title of Empress Yao Yan would definitely spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. Long Fei and Qi Wuxua showed unsightly expressions. After all, the major characters behind them also participated in the fight for the Palace of Neptune. With the Palace of Neptune as the foundation and the Thorn Sovereign Circlet as support, Xiaoqin controlled the 4 treasures of Neptune. Seeing that Yao Yan grew stronger as the battle progressed, even suppressing Emperor Wu, how could Long Fei be in a good mood? Xiaoqin no longer had any worries. He only treated this battle 500 kilometers away as a feast, carefully observing and comprehending it. Among the people surrounding Yao Yan, Xiaoqin also saw that mysterious expert from the One Dao Palace. When he thought about how he had killed 2 people from the One Dao Palace, he decided that this was not a good place to linger. Let's go. If I delay any longer, I won't be able to leave even if I wanted to. Actually, we already know who will win the Palace of Neptune. After saying goodbye to Qi Wuxua and Long Fei, Xiaoqin stood on electric light and quickly left this place. Half a day later, Xiaoqin crossed the chaotic demonic sea and arrived at the beach. As Xiaoqin looked at the yellow soil demonic garden at the limits of his vision, he recalled his experiences in the past half-month and felt somewhat rueful. The Qing Emperor drawing the saber painting and standing high seeing distant painting had already finished merging in the universe ring. Xiaoqin waved his hand, and a new painting appeared in his hand. Xiaoqin slowly unfurled the painting. There was no Qing Emperor in it, only 2 secret manuals and an ancient bronze key. With a gentle shake, the 3 items fell out. The scroll spontaneously combusted. The flames burned and soon turned into ashes. Is this the thing hidden in the drawing of the saber? Xiaoqin said with some anticipation as he carefully put away the 3 items. The Qing Emperor definitely had his reasons for hiding these 3 items in the drawing the saber painting. Boom! Just as Xiaoqin was about to take a closer look, a huge wave rose from the sea behind him, and a giant serpent with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings leaped out, carrying Princess Yao Yan. No, it should be Empress Yao Yan now. I finally made it. Young Master Xiao, you're still alive. This is great news. Seeing that Xiaoqin was fine, Yao Yan smiled with a complicated expression. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Xiao Chen is indeed living very well. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, still as cold and lonely as before. The giant serpent with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings gave off a horrifying mutated beast's might. As the seawater churned, it occasionally flicked its long tongue, revealing its cold, venomous fangs. When Yao Yan stepped on the serpent, the ferocious mutated beast became obedient, not daring to move rashly. The sky-blue mark of the Neptune Palace on Xiao Chen's forehead gave off a light as bright as the sun. At this moment, Yao Yan looked like the sun in the sky. Her voice was intimidating. Just one look from her could make others feel a bone-deep fear. Xiao Chen had refined the Neptune Palace and subdued the 4 treasures of Neptune, the unparalleled attacking Neptune scepter, the unparalleled defensive divine rain robes, the chasing wave shoes that could travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant, and the Neptune crown, which represented the vast might of the emperor. The 3 treasures of the merfolk race, the water god pearl, the thorn sovereign circlet, and the holy beast medallion. With so many peak secret treasures, the other party's strength was already beyond what Xiao Chen could fathom. The overall strength of a cultivator relied on 5 things: cultivation, martial techniques, cultivation techniques, combat experience, and secret treasures. Yao Yan brought out the might of the secret treasures to their limits. Even Emperor Wu could only bring out the might of 1 emperor-grade secret treasure. Any more and he would not have enough energy to support it. However, Yao Yan brought out the might of 4 emperor-grade secret treasures. In the end, it was all thanks to Xiao Chen for helping her eliminate the evil demon of the Neptune Palace. Otherwise, she would not have had the Neptune Palace to provide her with an endless supply of energy. With just the Thorn Sovereign Circlet, Yao Yan would not be able to bring out the full might of the 4 Neptune secret treasures. Sorry, young Master Xiao. In the end, you still misjudged me. On the 1,000-feathered snake, Yao Yan, who had a supreme might and changed temperament, said this after thinking for a while. However, Yao Yan is very gratified that young master survived. My original intention was to use the 3 treasures of the merfolk race to exchange for the purple thunder true fire. I never thought of putting young Master Xiao in danger. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Is your highness blaming yourself? There is no need. You carry the hopes of the 9 Emperor Wu clansmen, and I carry the title of the Qing Emperor's descendant. There are some things that are beyond my control, beyond my heart. I did not misjudge you. At the very least, your highness still remembers Xiao Chen now. Beyond my control, beyond my heart." Yao Yan repeated this a few times. As she looked at Xiao Chen, she felt somewhat rueful. It turned out that even the carefree young Master Xiao had times when he could not control himself, beyond his heart. Whoosh! Yao Yan's eyes cleared up. She flicked the Holy Beast Medallion and said, "This is the race's supreme treasure, the Holy Beast Medallion. It can even seal a holy beast as strong as Emperor Wu clansman and control it freely. Now, my 1,000-feathered snake no longer needs this medallion, so I'll leave it to young master. In the future, when young master is conferred king in Bushan Palace, Yao Yan will definitely present a great gift to thank young master for his great kindness." After saying that, she stood on the ancient mutated beast with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings and sank to the bottom of the sea, drifting off somewhere. Xiao Chen received the Holy Beast Medallion and looked at the vast sea. Then, he smiled faintly and turned around. "I hope this girl can resolve the knot in her heart. Otherwise, the 9 martial emperors' painstaking efforts would have been wasted." The merfolk race was content in a corner, trapped in the chaotic demonic sea for 10,000 years, always excluded from the heavenly starry sea. If this continued, the merfolk race would continue to decline. If they did not save themselves, they would seek their own destruction, enslaved by others. Beyond my control, beyond my heart. From the start until now, Xiao Chen had always followed his heart and made decisions. He had never been beyond his control. With a flip of his hand, the 2 secret manuals from the Qing Emperor painting and that medallion floated before Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the medallion. The azure-colored medallion had a dragon carved on the front and a totem on the back. The medallion's material was unknown, but it was extremely heavy, no less than 500 kilograms. The blue dragon on the front was very visible, looking like a living creature about to leap out of the medallion. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, the majestic and boundless Kunlun mountain range appeared in his mind. Then, a blue dragon leaped out of the mountains. Its aura swallowed up the surroundings and seas. With one roar, the mountains and rivers turned to ashes, and the clouds disappeared. This was the true blue dragon. Another person appeared in the mountains, standing in the distance and holding a saber. As this person stood in the air, he looked down at the blue dragon with overwhelming pride. This person roared at the blue dragon. His voice was like thunder, forcefully suppressing the blue dragon's roar. A sharp light soared into the clouds. The blue dragon was not convinced. One dragon and one person fought in the Kunlun mountain range. With a thought, Xiao Chen carefully visualized the scene. This was his Xiao clan's old ancestor subduing the dragon. Dragon subduing / dragon subduing / The two words, subduing the dragon, were the true mysteries of the dragon subduing the dragon. Everything else was insignificant. However, the blue dragon was a holy beast of the world, possessing the bloodline of the true dragon. It was easier said than done for an ordinary person to subdue a dragon. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and followed the old ancestor's movements in his mind. He materialized the 13 moves of the dragon subduing / trying to figure out the old ancestor's mysteries of subduing the dragon. This lasted for half a month. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, his understanding of the dragon subduing / suddenly became clear. The entire dragon subduing / was condensed into the words, subduing the dragon. Revealing joy on his face, Xiao Chen stood up and carefully put away the blue dragon medallion. Then, he looked at the blue dragon totem on the back. Needless to say, the old ancestor definitely succeeded in subduing the dragon. Otherwise, there would not be such a totem to benefit the later generations. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and soared into the air. 18 blue dragons appeared around him, all submitting to him, raising his aura even higher than the sky. The 18 blue dragons roared in unison, shattering the mountains and rivers and scattering the clouds. My heart is flawless, and no one can stop me from subduing the dragon. Chop! Xiao Chen shouted and felt the law energy in his body pour out like a waterfall. Many blue dragons surged out from his fingertips, forming saber lights that shot out endlessly. The saber lights immediately tore through the sea like it was tofu. When the azure light scattered, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the seawater flowed back. A huge, 1-kilometer-wide pit appeared on the flat surface of the sea. It looked like someone had dug out a large piece of it. After a while, the seawater in the surroundings surged over. The waves were 100 meters tall, forming an overwhelming tsunami that rushed towards the beach. There was a loud rumble as if thousands of soldiers and horses were moving, shaking the heavens and earth. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and withdrew his hand in satisfaction. The power of subduing the dragon, overturning the seas and rivers. I can do that as well. Although I cannot compare to the current Empress Yao Yan or those martial emperors, I relied on my own strength to do so. I truly did it. Sooner or later, I will truly be able to overturn the seas and rivers. I will be able to easily overturn the entire chaotic demonic sea. Xiao Chen solemnly put away the blue dragon medallion. This medallion probably had other uses. It was not just to help the younger generation comprehend the mysteries of the dragon subduing /. Xiao Chen looked at the other two secret manuals and flipped open the first one. The words, Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art, were written on the cover. This was a deity body tempering art of a higher rank than the firmament body tempering art. Xiao Chen could not help but rejoice. As for his strength, he had been stuck at 2,500 tons of force for a long time. This blue dragon body nourishing art would solve his urgent problem. After putting away the secret manual, Xiao Chen opened the other secret manual and started reading it. He anticipated the pleasant surprise this secret manual would bring him. The pages of this secret manual were completely black, giving off a heavy, oppressive, and uncomfortable feeling. Xiao Chen only took one look at it, and he was already deeply captivated. As the pages flipped, Xiao Chen's expression slowly turned grave. After flipping through a few pages, he felt his mind waver, as if he was about to sink into it. He quickly calmed himself and closed the book with a pa sound. This was actually a demonic cultivation technique. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. It was called the good and evil beneficence art. Beneficence was the crux of cultivating this cultivation technique. One could obtain beneficence by doing good or evil. The greater the benevolence, the greater the beneficence, and the stronger one's cultivation. The more evil one did, the more beneficence one would obtain. Good and evil could be separated by a thought. The theory behind this cultivation technique was unheard of or seen before. Beneficence could actually increase one's strength. More importantly, one could obtain beneficence by doing good or evil. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen tremble in fear. This cultivation technique could not be left behind. If the loose cultivators of the primal chaos domain obtained it, how horrifying would that be? Did the Qing Emperor cultivate this cultivation technique? Chapter 9:14. Xiao Chen instantly felt confused. If he did not cultivate it, why would this secret manual be hidden in the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber painting? Xiao Chen thought about the Qing Emperor's life. He became a martial emperor at the age of 100 and was unrivaled for an entire era. Even the older generation experts were not a match for him. He passed down some of the deeds of the Qing Emperor. If the other sovereign noble clans and ancient races were not convinced, he would uproot them. Precisely because of this, the Qing Emperor earned the title of absolute overlord. Rather than saying he was tyrannical, it would be more accurate to describe him as ferocious. Killing people was evil. Exterminating an entire clan was the greatest evil in the world. After piecing everything together, Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed. It looked like the Qing Emperor really did cultivate this good and evil beneficence art. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a few sharp winds appeared on the surface of the sea. The winds were like knives, splitting the seawater in half. Then, a few men and women appeared on the beach. Someone is here. Xiao Chen turned his head to look. These people did not look like they were from the Kunlun realm's 5 domains. They were dressed like cultivators from overseas. Their auras were deep, and most of them were superior-grade martial sages. They exuded an air of arrogance. Xiao Chen. One of the men exclaimed in shock when he recognized Xiao Chen. Haha. Unexpectedly, you are still here after killing the top true inheritor of the Xianshui sect. This person was no more than 30 years old and carried a spear on his back. He looked at Xiao Chen and smiled. For the sake of your head, the Xianshui sect master offered a peak king grade secret treasure and a peak spirit vein. Unexpectedly, you are just a medial grade martial sage. A girl at the side smiled and said, Senior brother, you received an invitation from Di Wuk to discuss the Heroes Convention. If you kill this brat, not only will you obtain the reward from the Xianshui sect master, but you will also have more confidence when speaking to Di Wuk. Xiao Chen felt mildly astonished. Di Wuk's Heroes Convention actually spread to the heavenly starry ocean. Xiao Chen did not know which sect these 5 people were from, but their tone was strangely arrogant. It was as though Xiao Chen was already dead. Xiao Chen took a careful look. The cultivation of the man leading the group was decent. This person seemed to cultivate some kind of divine cultivation art. His acupoints all closed, absorbing the astral energy of the universe. Indistinct starlight spurted out from his body, adding a hint of charm. The 4 people next to him also practiced star power, but the starlight they emitted was far inferior to his. Their sect should be a sect that specialized in studying the heavenly cycle stars. Xiao Chen was not unfamiliar with astral energy. Long Fei's 9 heavenly astral art was one such cultivation technique. However, Long Fei also cultivated the white bone art. In terms of profoundness, it was not comparable to these people. Which sect are you from in the heavenly starry ocean? Xiao Tian was the heaven. Of sect of the Chen of the sect. Yun Yi of the Chen of Tian of Dao of Chen of sect of Chen of the demon. Don't make a move. Let me test him out. Let's see how capable a fellow who dares to be so unbridled before Emperor Wu is. Yi Qing smiled proudly. Then, he swung the spear on his back, and a banner fluttered in the wind. Don't make a move. Let me test him out. Let's see how capable this fellow, who dares to be so unbridled before Emperor Wu, is. Yi Qing smiled proudly. Then, he swung the spear on his back, and a banner fluttered in the wind. My Big Dipper banner still lacks 3 stars to refine. I can use your death to exchange for resources to refine it. Die. Yi Qing waved the banner, and starlight filled the sky. 4 stars, Dubhe, Merak, Mystery, and Celestial, floated out of the banner. They hung high in the air and formed a dokue. Then, 3 stars formed the handle, and it was a complete constellation. Bathed in the starlight, Yi Qing's acupoints opened up, shining with the starlight. He appeared to be in high spirits. As he walked, he looked like a celestial lord. Kill. Yi Qing shook the banner above the starlight, and the starlight gathered together. The red banner unfurled, covering the sky and covering the sun, trying to wrap around Xiaoqin. This simple move was filled with might. It swooped down amidst the starlight. Senior brother Yi actually already condensed 4 stars of the Big Dipper, forming half a constellation. When did this happen? Haha. Senior brother just condensed it half a month ago. Among the younger generation of our astral palace, aside from first senior brother who completed the astral banner, only senior brother Yi can condense half a constellation. The gentle girl's eyes flickered with starlight as she spoke proudly. Senior brother Yi has the support of the Yi clan. He is indeed rich and overbearing. Us junior generation disciples have to work for several years just to condense 1 star. Half a constellation can already form a small cycle. It is completely different from an astral banner with 1 or 2 stars. In just 10 moves, senior brother Yi will definitely be able to take down this Xiaoqin. Of course. I heard that this Xiaoqin once humiliated Diwuk. If senior brother takes his head, he will definitely gain a lot of benefits from Diwuk. The group of Big Dipper Palace disciples watching the battle exclaimed excitedly as they looked at the incomparably insignificant Xiaoqin under the starlight. When the banner unfurled, it indeed looked very mighty. When Xiaoqin looked up, all he saw were red banners. He did not know what these banners were made of. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Then, he activated the vague form of his saber soul. Using his finger as a saber, he gently sliced the banner flying at him. Creak. Even with 50% of Xiaoqin's strength, he only managed to leave a mark on the banner. It did not break. Xiaoqin could not help but feel surprised. However, this startled Yi Qing. This Big Dipper banner was the life secret treasure of the Big Dipper Palace disciples. It was connected to their minds. When Xiaoqin sliced it, it was like a knife sliced through his mind. It was incredibly painful. Yi Qing quickly retreated. When he lifted the banner, he felt even more heartache. The banner, which was made of more than 100 materials, actually nearly broke from a casual slash. When Yi Qing looked up at Xiaoqin, he could not help but feel astonished. What kind of monster is this fellow? Yi Qing did not dare to unfurl the banner again. He shook his right hand, and the banner curled up. Using the astral banner as a spear, he charged at Xiaoqin. This was the first time Xiaoqin met a cultivator who cultivated astral energy. He dealt with it unhurriedly, wanting to see how capable he was. After fighting for a while, Xiaoqin felt slightly disappointed. Even with 50% of Xiaoqin's strength, he could deal with it easily. He did not feel any pressure at all. He had a feeling that this Big Dipper Palace was not a big sect in the heavenly starry ocean. In reality, Xiaoqin guessed right. The Big Dipper Palace was just a branch of the Zodiac Hall. In the Zodiac Hall, there were also the Purple Star Palace, the 9 Bright Star Palace, the 7 Fiends Star Palace, the Sun Palace, the Moon Palace, and the other 24 palaces. The Big Dipper Palace was the lowest ranked palace. Only when all 7 stars were gathered would it be somewhat powerful. However, half a star was insufficient before Xiaochen. Just as Xiaochen was about to give up, Yi Qing saw that he could not take down the Big Dipper Palace. He roared ferociously and pointed with his banner. The Merak star fell towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen's eyes lit up, and a bright moon rose behind him. Flawless bright moon. He stretched out his hand, and the bright moon clashed with this Merak star. Bang! The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the Merak star shattered into countless specks of starlight, falling into the Big Dipper banner. Yi Qing vomited a mouthful of blood, and the Big Dipper banner danced wildly. The remaining Merak star, Heavenly Fate star, and Migres star continuously fell. Xiaochen's sea of consciousness surged, and his magic energy burned. The bright moon looked like fire, resplendent in the sky, shattering 3 stars. The starlight scattered, and only the bright moon remained. The mysterious phenomenon materialized by the other party's Big Dipper banner crumbled completely. Electric light flashed under Xiaochen's feet. He flew forward and snatched the other party's Big Dipper banner. Then, he casually punched and knocked the other party back, vomiting blood. Who? The banner unfurled, and Xiaochen's strong spiritual sense instantly destroyed the other party's spiritual mark. This Big Dipper banner immediately changed owners. My Big Dipper banner, Yi Qing said with a pained expression. For the sake of condensing this Big Dipper banner, he had exhausted a lot of his clan's resources. Now that he lost it so easily, he had lost a lot of face. Not bad. I can barely use it, Xiaochen commented. Then, he raised his head and looked at the others. The few of you have Big Dipper banners as well, right? Take them out, and I won't kill you. Yi Qing's defeat and loss of the banner happened in just a few breaths. Those people still could not react to it. What's wrong? You don't understand me? Xiaochen's expression turned cold as he circulated his flawless saber Dao. The bright moon in the sky turned into a saber light as bright as snow, disappearing in a flash as if it had never appeared. The others could not understand what was going on. They could not sense anything strange at all. Only Yi Qing, who was at the side, trembled in fright. He pointed with a trembling finger. Only then did the others discover that a thin saber wound had appeared on their necks at some point in time, so thin that it was barely visible. Their hearts immediately sank. They felt their palms and the backs of their hands break out in a cold sweat. The others showed bitter expressions as they wiped away their spiritual marks. Then, they handed their Big Dipper banners to Xiaochen. Most of them only had 1 or 2 stars on them. They could not compare to Yi Qing's. Xiaochen smiled as he carefully put away the Big Dipper banners. Then, he consoled them, as you wander the world, there will always be some setbacks. The Kunlun continent is very dangerous. Don't come here in the future. Don't participate in any heroes' convention either. It is not for you children. Don't get cocky. Our first senior brother is already a guest of the deity race. He has gathered all 7 stars and formed a complete constellation. Killing you is like killing a dog, the gentle-looking female disciple said ruthlessly. When Yi Qing heard this, she was startled. She pulled the girl over and said, Big brother Xiaochen, don't mind her. My junior sister is just a little unruly and willful. She does not mean what she says. This is the method to refine the Big Dipper banner. Big brother Xiao, you do not have the method to refine the Big Dipper banner. Xiaochen did not stand on ceremony and accepted the secret manual that the other party handed over. Then, he glanced at the girl and turned to leave. Only when Xiaochen was completely gone did Yi Qing release her bated breath. Then, she pulled a long face and said to the girl, Junior sister Lu, don't speak nonsense in the future. It is fine if you get yourself killed, but you will implicate us. That girl was clearly unconvinced. She said, Senior brother, you must have been beaten silly. Someone snatched away your Big Dipper banner, and you even obediently handed over the method to refine the Big Dipper banner. We should quickly report this to first senior brother and get him to help us snatch back the Big Dipper banner. Yi Qing smiled coldly and said, I'm not as stupid as you. Why don't you take a look at your own strength first? To think that you dare to speak so ruthlessly. This person did not even use half his strength against me. Not to mention first senior brother, even the seniors of our Big Dipper Palace might not be a match for him. The only ones who can stop him are probably those freakish disciples of the Sun Palace, the Moon Palace, and the Purple Star Palace. Chapter 9:15. The girl with the family name Lu still felt dissatisfied in her heart. She said, "We are Zodiac Hall disciples. He will not dare to do anything to us. Senior brother, you are clearly a coward, finding excuses for yourself. Fool. He does not even give face to Emperor Wu. How could he fear our Big Dipper Palace? Ignorant. If you want to look for first senior brother, go by yourself." Yi Qing could not be bothered to say more. He turned and left, leaving behind the stunned girl and the other disciples. The others did not leave immediately. Their astral banners had been snatched away. They did not know how much time it would take to refine the astral banners again. They still hoped that first senior brother could help them snatch back their astral banners. Xiao Chen was rather interested in the Big Dipper banner. The magic treasure that he obtained, the Greenwood banner, was actually a kind of astral banner. It refined the energy of the Greenwood star and brought out the strong energy of the Greenwood star to trap the enemy. After finding a quiet place, Xiao Chen carefully looked through the Big Dipper Palace's method of refining the Big Dipper banner. The method was not complicated. However, the resources it required flabbergasted Xiao Chen. Condensing one of the stars in the Big Dipper banner required 365 astral cores to be refined into an astral pearl, supplemented by 50 kilograms of black patterned gold. Even if he used inferior grade astral cores, Xiao Chen estimated that he would need more than 300,000 black astral coins. That would be 30 million astral coins. Adding in 50 kilograms of black patterned gold, that would be about 600,000 black astral coins. Furthermore, this did not include the resources needed for the banner and the flagpole. Adding them all together, it was an astronomical figure. If Xiao Chen wanted to condense astral pearls of better quality, he would have to double the price. He would also have to add in another divine material. Normally, the more supplementary materials there were, the better the quality of the banner would be. The few astral banners that Xiao Chen collected, including Yi Qing's, were all astral pearls refined from inferior grade astral cores. The top-notch Big Dipper banner had a flagpole made of 5,000 kilograms of dark fire mystic copper and black patterned gold. The astral pearls were all made of peak-grade astral cores, supplemented by 99 divine materials, each weighing 500 kilograms. The 7 stars formed a constellation that emitted a golden radiance. The radiance of the stars could compete for brilliance with the sun and moon. With a wave of the flag, the 7 stars shattered the moon, mountains and rivers turned to ashes, rivers and seas overturned, and they swept through everything before them. 7 astral pearls could shatter the moon, turning mountains and rivers into ashes, overturning the sea and sea, sweeping everything in its path. Based on the secret manual that Yi Qing handed over, Xiao Chen understood that the Big Dipper Palace was just a branch of the cyclic astral palace, like a branch of a sect. Furthermore, it ranked last. Aside, there were 3 purple star palaces, each of which star astral banner star. King, there, and, he, astral star palaces, star. Star flags of star. Star flags of Star of Chen needed. The resources. As the Qi, Yang star. The amount of resources needed to refine a solar astral banner was equivalent to that of 100 ordinary Big Dipper banners. Due to the sheer number of resources required, the Sun and Moon palaces only had 1 disciple per bloodline, accepting only 1 disciple each. However, these were not the most horrifying. The most horrifying thing was that the Zodiac Hall also had a Zodiac Hall diagram. It contained the constellations of the 24 astral palaces. Each astral pearl was refined from a peak-grade spirit stone and supplemented with 99 divine materials. How many stars were there in the 24 constellations? How many resources were needed? Just thinking about it gave Xiao Chen a headache. When the diagram unfurled, starlight filled the sky. It could reverse day and night, distort time and space. It could even refine Emperor Wu alive. It was a peak Emperor-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. Fortunately, he ran into the people of the Big Dipper Palace. If he ran into the disciples of the other astral palaces, it would not have been so easy. Originally, Xiao Chen did not care much about the first senior brother of the Big Dipper Palace. However, when he heard that female astral palace disciples say that the other party had already completed the Big Dipper Palace banner, he really had to pay attention to this person. Then this person really had to pay attention. A complete star dipper and half a star dipper were like heaven and earth. What gave Xiao Chen a headache was the Heroes' Convention. He had not expected Diwuk to move so quickly. The prestige of the Heroes' Convention had already spread to the heavenly starry ocean. Roping in the first senior brother of the Big Dipper Palace was probably just the beginning. If the entire Zodiac Hall sided with him, he would be able to open up the situation in the heavenly starry ocean. Tossing aside these thoughts, Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qing's Big Dipper banner. He still lacked 3 stars. Immediately, an idea popped into his head. Xiao Chen did not lack black patterned gold. Back when he was on Dragonwood Star, Huangpu Feng had not given him anything else. However, he had given him quite a bit of black patterned gold and some inferior grade astral cores. After Xiao Chen melted the astral banners of the others and used the resources he had on hand, he should be able to replenish Yi Qing's Big Dipper banner. Xiao Chen had thought that no matter what, he had once been rather rich. However, when he looked at the secret treasures of the Big Dipper Palace, he realized that he was just a pauper. I am too poor. I can't even refine a medial grade Big Dipper banner. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Chen spat out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and killed the half-dead evil demon clone. Then, he took out the golden crow egg and tossed in all the astral banners. The lunar true flame in Xiao Chen's left eye entered the cauldron with a boom, and started to melt these secret treasures. Melting the secret treasures was not difficult. All he needed to do was control the flame well and simmer it slowly. After half a day, Xiao Chen melted all 4 astral banners. He sorted out the astral cores, the black patterned gold, and the other resources. Xiao Chen looked through the refining secret manual that Yi Qing handed over again. Now, he felt more confident. After the sky turned dark, he started to add an inferior grade astral cores to refine astral beads. There was almost no chance of failure when refining inferior grade astral beads. The first astral bead that Xiao Chen refined was the Alioth star, the 5th star of the Big Dipper. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked for the Big Dipper. Then, he visualized the Alioth star for 1 hour before starting. The refinement of the first astral bead took a long time. Xiao Chen busied himself from dusk until dawn before he finally finished. The palm-sized astral bead floated in his palm. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and took out the Big Dipper banner with his right hand. Then, he inserted this astral bead into it, and a resplendent astral bead appeared on the fluttering banner. Compared to the other 4 astral beads, this astral bead was much dimmer. This was because there was too little astral energy in it and it lacked accumulation. With the experience of refining the Alioth star, the refinement of the Mizar star and the Alcade star went much smoother. All he had to do was pile up the materials and heat them over a flame. There were no inferior grade astral beads, so there was no need for high refining techniques. Only Xiao Chen could refine them so easily. Most of the Big Dipper Palace disciples did not have the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron or the Lunar True Flame. Hence, they had to pay black astral coins to the refining pavilion's elders to refine astral beads. When Xiao Chen infused the remaining 2 astral beads into the Big Dipper banner, Xiao Chen immediately felt the Big Dipper banner undergo an earth-shattering change. The 7 stars officially became a complete constellation. The astral energy in the sky formed a great cycle, flowing with light and vibrant colors. Xiao Chen unfurled the Big Dipper banner, and it fluttered in the wind. The 7 resplendent astral beads continuously absorbed the astral energy of the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper in the night sky sent down 7 pillars of starlight. Xiao Chen tested the might of the Big Dipper banner. Then, He casually waved his hand, and the astral banner whistled loudly. Abundant astral energy poured out. Everywhere the astral energy passed, the starlight became resplendent and crackled like endless thunder, deafening the ears. Ka! Shao Chen swept up the astral banner and stabbed it into the ground. A surging astral energy spread out, and a crack immediately appeared in the ground. In the blink of an eye, it extended for a kilometer, looking like the ground had been sliced in half. Shao Chen gaped in disbelief. After the constellation was formed, the might of the Big Dipper banner was actually so horrifying. Furthermore, Shao Chen had not cultivated the Big Dipper art yet. If he used the Big Dipper art to drive the complete Big Dipper banner, its might would be even greater. Shao Chen was overjoyed. He excitedly twirled the astral banner in the air. The 7 stars appeared together and materialized the constellation. Holding the Big Dipper banner, Shao Chen walked among it. It was like he was strolling in the Milky Way sky. With a gentle wave, he used the power of the constellation, and the entire space trembled intensely. Good. 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 With this Big Dipper banner, the 5-element medallion and the Greenwood banner, I do not need to fear anyone during the king conferral ceremony. Shao Chen put away the Big Dipper banner in satisfaction and started on his way. The king conferral ceremony was about to begin. Shao Chen would obtain the title of Blue Dragon King. From then on, he would officially carry the title of Qing Emperor's descendant and shoulder the heavy responsibility of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. After crossing the yellow soil demonic garden, Shao Chen traveled quickly. Soon, he arrived at a small city at the edge of the primal chaos domain. After traveling for half a month, Shao Chen was already tired. He found the largest inn in the city and took a good bath. Then, he ordered a table full of delicacies to reward himself. Something big happened recently. The Bushan Palace delayed the white-robed King Shao Chen's king conferral ceremony. Shao Chen had just sat down and finished a cup of wine when he heard news about himself in the inn. Furthermore, it was such explosive news. Damn it. Is that true? Didn't they say that the king conferral ceremony would be held soon? It's absolutely true. The 3 holy lords of the Bushan Palace personally passed down the edict. How could it be fake? The news has already spread throughout the Tianwu domain. They won't cancel it, right? This is really too much. It won't be cancelled. However, the title will be problematic. I heard that the 3 holy lords do not intend to give him the title of Blue Dragon King. This title is too sensitive. Isn't it the white-robed king? White-robed king, my ass. That was spread by that bastard, Qi Wuxue. Everyone who is slightly older knows about it. The Qing Emperor's title is Blue Dragon King. Shao Chen is a descendant of the Qing Emperor. He definitely has to inherit this title. When Shao Chen heard this, he frowned slightly. The title of Blue Dragon King was very important to him. If not for this title, he would not mind giving up this king title. In the future, when Shao Chen advanced to sovereign martial emperor, he could be conferred king himself. The title of Blue Dragon King would definitely belong to him. Shao Chen rushed back in a rush and did not have time to do many things before he heard this news. He drank a mouthful of wine to drown his sorrows, feeling somewhat conflicted. Haha. Our white-robed king, why are you drinking alone? The few of us old fellows will accompany you to this final cup of wine. Shao Chen looked up and saw a white-clad old man sitting across from him. This old man had a scholarly air and a murderous intent on his face. 2 other old men sat on the left and right as well, all of them harboring malicious intentions. The Heaven and Earth Sect inner sect elder who left a strand of the heavenly fate in Shao Chen's body had finally found him. Shao Chen put down his wine cup and smiled coldly. Where did this bunch of nobodies come from? Are you even fit to drink with me? Chapter 9:16. Shao Chen was not surprised that these 3 people from the Heaven and Earth sect found him. Back then, the Haotian Emperor wanted to help Shao Chen erase that strand of fate. However, Shao Chen was unwilling and had been waiting for this day. The white-clad old man's expression turned cold. What a nobody. 2 years ago, I crushed you and forced you to flee in panic. To think that you dare to say such things. Be sensible and hand over the peak-grade immortal spirit ring and the lunar cassia tree to us. Otherwise, you will find it hard to escape. This small city is already filled with boundless danger, the old man on the right said in a cold voice. Xiaochen thought about it and understood what was going on. These three people must have leaked his movements. Now, he had enemies everywhere. There were many people who wanted to kill him, many of them experts. Could they all be in this small city? With a thought, his spiritual sense spread out in all directions like the tide. The scene in the city entered his mind. However, he did not see any powerful enemies. It looked like these three people did not want others to divide the treasures on them. Those people should be on their way. However, did they not know Xiaochen's current strength? It looked like they had something to rely on. Otherwise, they would not have dared to charge over with just three people. The old man on the left smiled coldly. Young Master Xiao is really calm. Even now, your expression does not change. Do you really think that the three of us came without any preparations? When I drink, I hate it when people talk in my ear. You all deserve to die. Xiaochen's expression turned cold. He grasped the Big Dipper banner in his hand and thrust it at the white-clad old man in front in the time it took for a spark to fly. The tip of the banner flickered with starlight. This strike was like a meteor falling from the sky, extremely fast. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and the sage-grade inner armor the white-clad old man wore shattered. He vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, crashing through the inn. Xiaochen did not even unfurl the banner. He used it as a spear and swept it out. This startled the two old men on the left and right. They quickly moved and retreated. A berserk aura spread out, shocking the cultivators in the inn. A battle on the level of superior-grade martial sages was about to begin. They all fled very quickly. Xiaochen picked up the unfinished wine cup on the table and drained it. Then, he left behind a black astral coin and gave chase with a faint smile. He had been waiting for these three old fools for a long time. Did they really think that he was still the same as he was 2 years ago? No matter what he had prepared, these three people would definitely die this time. Xiaochen, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We won't kill you today, but we'll cripple you and break one of your arms. We'll let you taste the feeling of falling from the peak to the bottom. The white-robed old man changed into a new set of clothes and floated in the air as he shouted. A blood-red sword floated above his head. Strands of blood-red sword light flowed around it, and it was filled with killing intent. The two old men outside surrounded Xiaochen. An identical blood sword floated above their heads as well. The three blood swords formed a triangle with Xiaochen in the center. The sword lights attracted each other, and the thousands of swords buzzed. Thousands of sword images encased the surrounding 1 kilometer, spreading killing intent. What a dense killing chi! These three blood swords probably had great origins. They should be king-grade secret treasures. King-grade secret treasures were very mighty. Before one reached Grandmaster-level martial sage, it would be very difficult to bring out their full might. The three of them could bring out 80% of the king-grade secret treasures' might by controlling it. No wonder they were so confident of killing Xiaochen. Hee. Xiaochen, these three blood swords are called killing immortal, beheading immortal, and murdering immortal. They are replicas of the three ancient immortal swords. Our church master personally refined them. Now that you are trapped in them, without a grandmaster-level martial sage cultivation, there is no way for you to escape. The skinny old man held the killing immortal sword above his head, appearing very confident and incredibly arrogant. The elegant white-clad old man held the killing immortal sword above his head. He smiled and said, Xiaochen, this old man considers that it is not easy for you to cultivate and that youths are prideful. If you kowtow to us and admit your mistake, then hand over the peak-grade immortal spirit ring and the lunar cassia tree, we can let bygones be bygones. This was a small city at the edge of the primal chaos domain. Normally, major characters rarely came here. Today, 3 superior-grade martial sages with king-grade secret treasures appeared, attracting the attention of many cultivators in the city. Now, after hearing the white-clad old man's words, it turned out that the youth the three faced was famous throughout the world. The shocking appearance of the Qing emperor's descendant, Shao Chen, immediately set the small city abuzz. Crowds of people crowded around the battlefield, watching. This is Shao Chen. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Even when 3 older generation superior-grade martial sages from the Heaven and Earth sect came with the king-grade secret treasures, the 3 immortal swords, his expression did not change. Unexpectedly, he has a peak-grade immortal spirit ring. I heard that even Emperor Wu is envious of this thing. Emperor Wu already grasped his heavenly laws. He can refine the space in the peak-grade immortal spirit ring into a small world. How could he not be envious? Furthermore, only a peak-grade immortal spirit ring can nurture a sage-grade spirit tree or higher. The value of the lunar cassia tree is not low either. The medicine god Valley has been buying this sage-grade spirit tree at a sky-high price. Unexpectedly, Shao Chen has won. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Just these 2 things alone will make me unable to resist making a move. Many discussions broke out as they looked at Shao Chen, who was surrounded by scarlet sword lights. They anticipated how Shao Chen would resolve this situation. The names killing immortal, beheading immortal, and murdering immortal were rather scary. As Shao Chen sized up the 3 scarlet swords, he made some calculations in his heart. Soon, he came up with an idea. These 3 immortal swords were just replicas. Furthermore, they were the inferior ones among the replicas. The divine materials used were extremely rare. The truly troublesome part was the massacre chi in the swords. Clearly, the sect master of the Heaven and Earth sect was a very skilled refiner. Using these mediocre materials, he managed to materialize the true essence of the 3 immortal swords. Shao Chen estimated that he had to kill at least 1,000 ferocious beasts to collect the massacre chi in the swords. However, while others feared this massacre chi, Shao Chen did not. A light flickered on his forehead, and the massacre chi in the scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness flowed endlessly into the Big Dipper banner. Everyone, you are thinking of settling the past in one go. However, this Shao does not think so. The 20 medial grade astral cores that I lost cannot be lost for nothing. Today, I will test out these 3 immortal swords. Who? Shao Chen flicked his wrist, and the scarlet banner wrapped around the spear unfurled. The first thing that appeared was not starlight but a boundless massacre chi. The red light spread out as if it was solid. This chi of massacre formed a baleful wind. As it blew in all directions, it instantly suppressed the chi of massacre in the 3 immortal swords. In an instant, Shao Chen turned the tables. 7 stars flickering, moon shattering. After gaining the initiative, Shao Chen laughed loudly and started waving the banner. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper, Dubhe, Merak, Megrez, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade, lit up on the scarlet banner, releasing resplendent starlight. As the banner fluttered, starlight shone in all directions. The 7 stars shot out one by one, forming a constellation that filled the sky with starlight. This encased the 3 immortal swords in the starry sky. The 3 old men from the Heaven and Earth sect had not expected the situation to take a turn for the worse. They quickly executed the killing immortal, beheading immortal, and murdering immortal. Many scarlet sword images shot out, wanting to kill Shao Chen on the spot. Dang! 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 Boundless starlight descended and blocked all the scarlet sword images, unable to do anything to them. Shao Chen smiled coldly. As he held the Big Dipper banner, starlight fell from the sky. It was like he was walking in the starry sky of the universe, looking boundlessly elegant. 7 stars falling, mountains and rivers turned to ashes. Shao Chen pointed, and the 7 stars fell towards the 3 old men. In this starry sky, the 7 astral pearls were like real stars. When they fell, space trembled, forming ripples that radiated out. The entire small city was affected by the shockwave. Houses collapsed one after another. The three old men were greatly startled. They no longer cared about using the scarlet sword images to kill Xiao Chen. They worked together and formed a continuous screen of scarlet sword images, trying to block the 7 falling stars. However, how could they block it? When the 7 stars appeared, they formed a complete constellation. Starlight flowed between them, forming a compact whole. Even Xiao Chen did not dare to receive it head-on. Ka-cie. Ka-cie. The scarlet sword images shattered, and the 3 old men from the Heaven and Earth sect vomited a mouthful of blood. The 3 immortal swords hovering above their heads seemed to lose control. Let's go. This is the Big Dipper banner of the Big Dipper Palace. I don't know where this demonic genius obtained it, but it is actually a complete Big Dipper banner. We are not a match for him. The white-clad old man grasped the immortal killing sword and hacked apart the sticky killing chi. Then, he endured the attacks of the scattered starlight, trying to flee. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and withdrew the banner. The 7 stars returned to the banner, and the Big Dipper banner filled with boundless astral energy again. Don't the few of you want my peak great immortal spirit ring and my arm? Why the rush to leave? Come back here. The wind howled, and the Big Dipper banner fluttered loudly. Then, it unfurled, covering the sky and the sun. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and starlight surged out, pulling back the 3 fleeing people. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chen twisted his wrist, and the banner returned to the pole. The Big Dipper banner continued to absorb the astral energy, making the pole shine with starlight like a powerful divine spear. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the spear gathered all the scattered killing chi. Ka-cie. The spear pierced through the hearts of the 3 old men like dumplings and hung them in the Big Dipper banner. The 3 inner sect elders of the Heaven and Earth sect were impaled on the flagpole. Rage filled their eyes as they died with grievances. Such a scene was very shocking. All the cultivators in the city were horrified. 3 older generation martial sages had come with King Grade's secret treasures, but they still died such miserable deaths. The Big Dipper banner trembled gently, and starlight exploded. The 3 corpses were blasted into nothingness. Xiao Chen waved his hand and took the spatial rings of the 3 old men. He also took the immortal killing sword, the immortal killing sword, and the immortal murdering sword. The might of the 3 immortal swords was extraordinary. Unfortunately, the quality of the materials used to forge them was not high. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's massacre throne countered their killing chi. Before Xiao Chen's Big Dipper banner, they were mere decorations. If it were any other King Grade's secret treasure, Xiao Chen would not have had such an easy time. At the very least, he would have had to put in a lot of effort. When Xiao Chen looked down, he saw that the entire city was in ruins. The cultivators in the air all had complicated expressions as they looked at him. Some were in awe, some were in greed, and most of them were in fear. Chapter 9:17. He could not remain here for long. The 3 people from the Heaven and Earth sect must have leaked news of him. Now that the Bushan Palace suddenly delayed his king conferral ceremony, it sent a bad signal. Although Xiao Chen was a human cultivator, the Bushan Palace would not do their best to protect him. The enemies of the Qing Emperor would probably get restless. Not to mention in the dark, Xiao Chen knew that the 3 sovereign noble clans of the human race would definitely make a move. There was also Mr. Qin, whom Xiao Chen had slapped in the merfolk race's dream castle. At that time, Xiao Chen had not been confident of keeping Mr. Qin here, so he could only let him leave. Now that Mr. Qin knew of Xiao Chen's whereabouts, he would definitely use the connections he had in the Medicine God Valley to hunt him down. Furthermore, there was the reward from the Xianshui sect master, a King Grade's secret treasure personally refined by Emperor Wu. The experts of the heavenly starry ocean might rush over. When Xiao Chen thought about it carefully, he realized that he had many enemies. He put away the 3 immortal swords and the Big Dipper banner. Before Xiao Chen could check the treasures in the 3 people's spatial rings, he stood on a lightning dragon and quickly flew into the distance. Just as Xiao Chen exited the city gates, 3 people blocked his way. These 3 young men all had outstanding looks and noble auras. They exuded pride. Xiao Chen recognized one of them. He was Yan Shisan's younger brother, Yan Shisi. Back then, when Xiao Chen was ranked first on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, he had fought with this person. If Xiao Chen guessed correctly, the other two should be the scions of the Jiang clan and the Lin clan. My luck is really good. It looks like the medicine god Valley's Mr. Qin did not lie. Brother Xiao Chen, you are indeed here, Yan Shisi said with a relaxed expression, a smile on his face. The medicine god Valley's Mr. Qin? Xiao Chen felt somewhat suspicious. How did Mr. Qin know his whereabouts? The two people at the side sized up Xiao Chen, feeling mildly astonished. They had not expected Xiao Chen to only be a medial-grade martial sage. However, Xiao Chen's cultivation was rather stable. His heavenly sage laws were much purer than ordinary people's. However, if that was all, it would be too difficult for him to gain such a horrifying reputation. Yan Shisi had exchanged moves with Xiao Chen before and knew his limits. He warned, Brother Lin, Brother Jiang, don't be fooled by this person's cultivation. The cultivation technique this person cultivates is very special, making it very difficult for him to raise his cultivation. However, if you underestimate him because of this, you will die a horrible death. These three were all outstanding talents of the martial clan. Furthermore, they had the sovereign noble clan had sovereign Marshal Chen's IMS. They were noble B and sovereign Chen nobles and respectively. Dragon from the Dragon was the sovereign. The Earth clan from the clan of Chen smiled. Bai and Chen clans Chen's sect. And sects. Chen's the Earth Emperor clan's Ming sect Tian sect to Chen Chen. The Jiang clan scion beside Yan Shisi smiled coldly and said, nothing much. We just want to borrow your head. There will not be a second Qing emperor in this world. The blue-robed scion of the Lin clan said, Xiao Chen, the Bushan Palace delayed your king conferral ceremony. Clearly, they do not support you. The three holy masters probably wish for you to die at our hands so that the title of Blue Dragon King will not appear again. You will not be able to escape today. No matter how great your reputation is, it will all vanish. Yan Shisi maintained his calm smile. From the day you announced that you were the descendant of the Qing Emperor, you were destined to die. Dying at our hands is better than dying at the hands of those loose cultivators. The few of you are really righteous. Unfortunately, there are many people who want to take this Zhao's head. Until now, no one has succeeded. Today, I will have to disappoint you. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. Without saying anything more, his figure flashed, and a bright saber light shot out from his body. It shot out from Xiao Chen's body like the moonlight, shining with an unparalleled sharpness as it charged straight at Yan Shisi. Yan Shisi did not show any fear. 9 suns appeared above his head and formed a circle. A surging heat wave spread out, turning the air scorching. The heavenly sage laws in Yan Shisi's body circulated. His strong and deep cultivation made his aura seem even higher than Xiao Chen's. When he saw the saber light approaching, he did not hesitate to throw a punch. The 9 suns above Yan Shisi's head surged, and the heat wave of this punch surged, its might vast. Bang! A thunderous sound exploded in the air. The two each took 100 steps back, revealing expressions of shock on their faces. Xiao Chen was shocked at the other party's incredibly deep cultivation. Even when he circulated his flawless saber Dao, he was only able to fight on equal footing. If Xiao Chen were an ordinary superior-grade martial sage, he would have the absolute upper hand after this palm strike. However, Yan Shisi was even more shocked than Xiao Chen. He was already a middle-stage superior-grade martial sage, one cultivation grade higher than Xiao Chen's. However, he had not managed to defeat his opponent. On the other hand, there was a knife-like purple energy in Yan Shisi's arm, cutting his bones and flesh. The intense pain was unbearable. 2 figures flashed. It was the Lin clan scion and the Jiang clan scion, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to catch his breath. They immediately charged over and executed their best martial techniques, stirring up the winds and clouds and causing the sky to change color. Xiao Chen suppressed the blazing quintessence in his body. A bright moon rose behind him, and snowflakes drifted around him. Then, he quickly started exchanging moves with these two. Waves surged around the Lin clan's scion. A river flowed under his feet. The Jiang clan's scion was surrounded by flickering shadows. Thousands of afterimages appeared, materializing a strange mysterious phenomenon. Soon, Yan Shirsi swung his arm. Holding his sword and radiating the light of the 9 suns, he joined the battle. The peach blossoms bloomed, the summer rose, the autumn wind blew, and the winter snow drifted. Xiao Chen materialized the flawless 4 seasons saber technique, dealing with the 3. However, of the 4 seasons, only the winter saber was complete. The other 3 seasons were slightly weaker. Fighting 1 against 3, Xiao Chen was in a very passive position, surrounded by danger. This time, Xiao Chen had truly met with strong opponents. His opponents were also outstanding talents of the present age. Furthermore, they had powerful clans with astonishing accumulations as their backing. They used even more spirit herbs and resources than he did. Fighting 1 against 3 without using immortal arts or magic skills, the pressure was rather high. Xiao Chen, is that all you have? We have not even used our king-grade secret treasures. When the Lin clan's scion saw that Xiao Chen still had strength to spare despite fighting 1 against 3, he started mocking him, trying to force Xiao Chen to take out his final trump card. Yan Shirsi chopped apart the snowflakes filling the air with saber lights. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao Chen, if you have any trump cards, just take them out. Otherwise, you will not have any more chances to use them." Haha. He probably cannot take them out. The Qing Emperor did not leave behind any treasures for this fellow. This time, the 3 were truly intent on killing Xiao Chen. Even though they held the upper hand, they did not let down their guard. They even used words to anger Xiao Chen, forcing him to reveal his trump card before killing him. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. However, his expression did not change. "You had best not force me to use my trump card. Otherwise, none of you will be able to escape. Your tone is really startlingly bold. This young master will see what trump cards you have today." Suddenly, a 3-legged cauldron appeared above the Lin clan scion. All sorts of ancient mutated beasts were carved on the cauldron. Berserk roars came from the cauldron. "This is a replica of my Lin clan's 10,000 beast cauldron. Today, I will show you the true accumulations of a sovereign noble clan." The Lin clan scion roared ferociously and formed hand seals. The 10,000 beast cauldron trembled, and the roars coming from the cauldron became even more berserk and restless. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy as if something horrifying was about to descend. Boom! The image of a huge snake with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings leaped out of the cauldron. It was the ancient mutated beast, the 1,000-feathered snake. The image of a profound sun bird covered in flames cried out and flew out. Then, a pitch-black evil flood dragon leaped out. This was just the beginning. As the Lin clan scion formed hand seals, images of ancient mutated beasts of terrifying origins leaped out of the cauldron. A total of 100 appeared before stopping. The 100 beasts circled above the Lin clan scion's head, covering the sky and the sun. A horrifying aura spread out. All the spirit beasts within 500 kilometers felt this aura. That was the aura of ancient mutated beasts, all of them kings of beasts. The fear from their bloodlines caused these spirit beasts to flee frantically, triggering many beast tides. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The original 10,000 beast cauldron should be an emperor-grade secret treasure. The resources of this replica were all divine materials. It was a true peak king-grade secret treasure. The 3 immortal swords earlier could not compare to this at all. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan were indeed immeasurable. This person only brought out 20% of his strength, and he could already cause such a commotion. This was truly horrifying. "Brother Yan, Brother Jiang, move aside. Watch as my 100 beasts come out and tear this fellow into pieces." Trump card? I don't believe that you can take out any trump card. The Lin clan's scion shouted, and the images of the 100 beasts flying above his head immediately charged at Shao Chen. The 1,000-feathered snake's wings were like sabers, the profound sun bird's claws burned with true flame, and the black flood dragon spat out pitch-black dragon flame. As the 100 beasts attacked, their might was unparalleled. The Lin clan's scion wanted to use these 100 beasts to tear Shao Chen into pieces. When the 100 beasts attacked together, their might covered the sky. The images of ancient mutated beasts filled the area. Any one of them, the 1,000-feathered snake, the deep-sea black flood dragon, the heavenly phoenix, or the howling moon heavenly wolf, had frightening origins. When the Jiang clan's scion and Yan Shirsi saw this, they waited quietly to see how Shao Chen would deal with it. The 10,000 beast cauldron in the Lin clan's scion's hand was not an ordinary king-grade secret treasure. Although he brought out only 10% of its strength, it was sufficient to force back a grandmaster-level martial sage. Before this, a superior-grade martial sage would be instantly killed. This was the Lin clan's scion's life-saving means. At a crucial moment, it could save his life. Now that he used it to deal with Shao Chen, even if the Lin clan's scion had a trump card that he would not use, he would still suffer significant damage to his essence. When Shao Chen saw the 100 beasts attacking, he prepared to execute the mysteries of the dragon subduing slash. However, he suddenly thought of something, and a medallion appeared in his palm. This was the Holy Beast Medallion, the merfolk race's treasure. Yao Yan had said that this medallion could suppress ancient mutated beasts. It could even store the real 1,000-feathered snake into the medallion, allowing him to control it freely. Against these mutated beast images, the medallion should have some effect. The magic energy in Shao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and he immediately activated the Holy Beast Medallion. The simple and thick Holy Beast Medallion shot out a beam of golden light and covered the black flood dragon. Shao Chen felt his magic energy pour out like flowing water. A strong suction came from the Holy Beast Medallion in his right hand, pulling the black flood dragon into it. Chapter 9:18. It's effective. Shao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He burned his vast magic energy and pulled the ferocious black flood dragon spewing out dragon flames into the medallion. Whoosh! 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 Holding up the Holy Beast Medallion, Shao Chen quickly burned his magic energy. Beams of light shot out and sucked all these mutated beast images into the medallion. Not satisfied yet, Shao Chen steeled his heart and drained a third of the surging magic energy in his sea of consciousness. His body gave off a crystalline light, making him look like an otherworldly immortal. After draining a third of his magic energy, the Holy Beast Medallion gave off a bright light and shot out a large beam of light, encasing the remaining mutated beast images. Then, with a gentle tug, he sucked them all into the medallion. My ancient 100 beasts. The heir of the Lin family was completely stunned. Every phantom of a strange beast was refined by the elders of the Lin family for a long time before they could be produced. His 10,000 beast cauldron only had 1,000 mutated beast images. Now that he lost 100, his heart bled. Shao Chen held the Holy Beast Medallion and smiled. Brother Jiang, many thanks for your Holy Beast images. What other abilities do you have? Just bring them out. You are seeking death. I'll fight it out with you. I don't believe that you have much law energy left to activate this secret treasure. The Lin clan's scion swallowed a medicinal pill, and the law energy in his body instantly filled up. His strength returned to its peak. He roared ferociously, and another 100 beasts flew out of the cauldron. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan were truly startling. They could even take out a peak sage-grade medicinal pill that could instantly replenish law energy. Shao Chen did not fear this. The other party would not have a second such precious sage-grade medicinal pill. Shao Chen drained another third of his magic energy. A light swept out, and the new 100 beasts were sucked back into the medallion. Pu Ci. When the Lin clan's scion saw this scene, he was so frustrated that he vomited a mouthful of blood. 200 mutated beast images were gone. In the future, when he advanced to Grandmaster level martial sage, this 10,000 beast cauldron would lose 20% of its might. Brother Lin, let me help you. 100 Transformation Tortoise Spirit Shield. The Jiang clan's scion stretched out his hand, and 9,999 tortoise shells filled with the scars of time appeared. They flew out from his palms and formed a sharp tower shield. Between the gaps, black light shone brightly. The shield's momentum was astonishing. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The entire space was squeezed by it, forming wrinkles in the space. Even space itself was moving. There was nowhere to hide and nowhere to defend. The space in front of Shao Chen rippled. With a bang, he was knocked back a kilometer, vomiting blood. After succeeding in one move, the Jiang clan scion laughed loudly. Shao Chen, this merfolk race's holy beast medallion should be your trump card, right? However, it can suppress the 10,000 beast cauldron but not my tortoise spirit shield. This is an immortal's magic treasure that my Jiang clan's ancestor obtained from an immortal sect remnant. He added 80 precious divine materials and refined it into a king-grade secret treasure. Let's see how you are going to be so arrogant now. After successfully launching a sneak attack and injuring Shao Chen in one move, the Jiang clan's scion felt extremely cocky. He raised the tortoise spirit shield with both hands and descended from the sky, pressing down on Shao Chen. Space continuously squeezed. Everywhere it passed, the trees and buildings on the ground became like reflections in water, turning hazy and blurry. Then, with a loud bang, they turned into powder. Die. The Jiang clan scion pushed with his hand, and the tortoise spirit shield encased space as it descended on Shao Chen. Space rippled like water. Shao Chen felt his body sway, and his bones crackled. Before the shield landed, this tortoise spirit shield nearly took his life. The Lin clan scion, who had the 10,000 beast cauldron hovering above his head, smiled sinisterly. Brother Jiang, good move. Crush this brat to death and wipe out the Qing Emperor's bloodline. Then, our sovereign noble clans will no longer have to live in fear. Without hesitation, Shao Chen executed the strongest move of the flawless saber Dao, the martial technique that merged the 13 moves of the dragon subduing slash into one. Flawless. Flawless. Flawless, flawless, 18 azure dragons, perfect and flawless, appearing down to the finest detail. Holy might pervaded the air as they roared in unison, shaking the 9 heavens. The holy might stirred up and formed a formless barrier of light that pushed back the surrounding ripples. Space exploded. The clash between the two nearly tore space apart. Flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. With the 18 blue dragons as a foil, Shao Chen looked like an ancient overlord. He shouted, and the blue dragons turned into purple saber lights that struck the tortoise spirit shield. Bang! 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 Intense tremors resounded. Cracks appeared in the sturdy tortoise spirit shield before the saber lights that could flip rivers and seas. Finally, it shattered and turned into 9,999 tortoise shells flying in all directions. Unexpectedly, Shao Chen used his own strength to break this king-grade secret treasure. The Jiang clan scion vomited a mouthful of blood, somewhat in disbelief. He gathered the scattered tortoise shells and used them as a shield. Damn it! If not for the fact that I can only bring out 20% of this tortoise spirit shield strength, I would have crushed you into a meat patty. The reassembled tortoise spirit shield dimmed. It could no longer be used to attack for a while, it could only barely protect itself. Shao Chen, you truly live up to being a descendant of the Qing Emperor. Back then, you fought for the top spot of the proud son of heaven ranking and established such a great reputation. It looks like this is not a coincidence. However, as I said before, you will definitely die today. When Shao Chen executed the subduing dragon profound slash and became rather weak, Yan Shirsi, who had been waiting patiently, took advantage of the opportunity to take out his king-grade secret treasure. Yan Shirsi's king-grade secret treasure was a large umbrella covered in inattributed flames. It was called the Profound Yin Umbrella. The handle and leaves of the umbrella were made of at least 10 divine materials equal to black patterned gold and dark mountain profound copper. The flame in the umbrella was the profound Een true flame, a fusion of 18 types of Een attributed flames. It was much stronger than the netherworld true flame that Xiaochen once obtained. The flaming umbrella opened up and suddenly enlarged, directly encasing Xiaochen, who had just executed his martial technique. Yan Shirsi moved his hands, and the umbrella shrank, locking down the surrounding space. The profound Een true flame in the umbrella also grew denser. Brother Yan, your timing is really good. After this brat is sucked into the profound Een umbrella, no matter how unparalleled his movement technique is, he will not be able to escape. He will be burned to ashes. Yan Shirsi smiled coldly and said, burned to ashes? How can there be such a good thing? His physical body is as hard as a secret treasure. Furthermore, he has the bloodline of the Qing Emperor. I want to use this profound Een true flame to refine him into a blue dragon bone sword, completing my supreme throne. Excellent. This is a good method. With this powerful bone sword, Brother Yan will definitely be able to surpass your elder brother and become the future clan head of the Yan clan. At that time, you will be able to use all the resources of the sovereign noble clans as you please. Hee hee. We are here on orders from the clan to kill Xiaochen. If we succeed, we will not even need to make a move for the older generation experts of the clan. This will save us a lot of trouble. The clan head will definitely look at us in a new light. Sovereign noble clans had many descendants. Although these people were heirs, the competition among the younger generation was intense, and their positions were not truly stable. Now that Xiaochen was about to be killed, this would be a great contribution. Their prestige in the clan would definitely soar, and their positions would be much more stable. Everyone smiled happily. Oh no. Why does my profound Een true flame seem to be decreasing bit by bit? Yan Shirsi, who was chatting contentedly with the two, focused his attention on the profound Een umbrella. Then, he suddenly discovered that the profound Een true flame in the umbrella was decreasing bit by bit. At first, it was just a trickle. Eventually, it became like a flood, pouring out for 500 kilometers. All the profound Een true flame poured into Xiaochen's left eye and was swallowed up by his lunar true flame. How unfortunate. I am still lacking a little. Otherwise, my lunar true flame would be able to reach the same level as the purple thunder true fire and condense an even higher Taiji yin-yang diagram. Inside the umbrella, Xiaochen's lips twitched. Even after swallowing the profound Een true flame, he was still not satisfied. Right after Xiaochen spoke, an astral banner appeared in his hand. He gathered his killing qi on the pole. Then, he raised the Big Dipper banner and pointed it at the sky. Brilliant 7 stars, shattering mountains and rivers. A strand of starlight containing a boundless killing intent shot out from the tip of the banner. Boom! A hole immediately appeared in the umbrella that lost the profound Een true flame. The sealed space collapsed. After Xiaochen broke free, he held the Big Dipper banner in his hand. The banner fluttered, and the 7 stars formed a constellation, radiating bright starlight. The starlight contained boundless energy. The instant the banner unfurled, it knocked the 3 back. My 3 brothers have been tirelessly waiting to see this Zhao's trump card. If this Zhao does not show it now, it would be unjustifiable. I hope you will not be disappointed. Xiaochen smiled faintly and stabbed the Big Dipper banner into the ground. 7 astral pearls leaped out and filled the sky with starlight, encasing the surrounding 5 kilometers. What? Unexpectedly, he still has a trump card. After breaking the king grade secret treasures of 3 people, Xiaochen actually still has a trump card. How strong is that trump card? Yan Shirsi and the other 2 were startled. Without saying anything, they used their king grade secret treasures to block the starlight and quickly left this place. Starry Heaven Storm. Xiaochen materialized the chessboard of fate and shifted the position of the stars. He quickly executed this minor magic skill, and a black storm swept out. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the 3 people who had used their secret treasures to move 5 kilometers away. Bang! The 3 vomited a mouthful of blood, and their internal organs ruptured. If they did not have King Grade's secret treasures to protect themselves, they would have turned to ashes on the spot. The 10,000 beast cauldron, tortoise spirit shield, and profound umbrella were all knocked back. The three turned around, wanting to retrieve their King Grade's secret treasures. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Shao Chen smiled coldly and said, "How naive. After seeing my trump card, you still think you can escape unscathed? Leave all three King Grade's secret treasures behind." Flawless bright moon. Shao Chen stretched out his hand, and a bright saber chi descended, forcing back the three people who wanted to snatch back their King Grade's secret treasures. After that, the 7 stars fell and bombarded the three of them repeatedly, forcing them into a sorry state. They had no time to pay attention to the 3 secret treasures. Shao Chen leaped up and put the 3 King Grade's secret treasures into his spatial ring. As the 7 stars fell, the earth trembled and the sky shook. Loud rumbles resounded for 100 miles. The martial artists in the small city behind them could all hear the terrifying explosion. The entire city was shaking. Shock waves surged into the sky, and dust swept out in all directions. The cultivators in the city felt confused. Who was stirring up the winds and clouds, causing the sky to change color? The cultivators rushed out and looked into the distance. They only saw an ethereal white figure amid the starlight. Chapter 9:19. After the Qing Emperor, the white-robed Shao Chen would soon be conferred the title of Blue Dragon King. As Yan Shixi and the other two fled, they occasionally coughed out scarlet qi and blood. The three showed sullen expressions. King Grade's secret treasures, 3 peak King Grade's secret treasures that would become their life's secret treasures after they advanced to Martial Emperor, had all changed hands. However, this was not the only disappointment in their hearts. Shao Chen's final magic skill materialized the chessboard of fate, drawing out the entire universe and creating a starry river storm. Just thinking about that horrifying scene made them tremble in fear. Unless a Grandmaster-level martial sage appeared, no one would be able to subdue Shao Chen. That is not a martial technique. I did not feel any fluctuations of heavenly sage laws at all. It is definitely not a martial technique. It is an immortal art. An immortal cultivator once came to my clan as a guest. The immortal art that person executed was very similar to the one Shao Chen executed. What Shao Chen executed might not be an ordinary immortal art. It might have already reached the level of a magic skill. Martial and immortal dual cultivation. Martial and immortal dual cultivation. Unexpectedly, this is his greatest trump card. How hateful. We lost the King Grade's secret treasures. We will definitely lose our position as scions. The three showed dispirited expressions. When they thought of the consequences, they wished that they could skin Shao Chen alive. Yan Shixi said coldly, "We absolutely cannot leak the news of losing the secret treasures. Let's send a message to our trusted seniors and get them to rush to the primal chaos domain to help us snatch back the secret treasures. This is too horrifying." Trump card after trump card. Aside from Di Wuk, there are also the bloodline geniuses of the ancient races. Only the older generation cultivators can suppress him. It is settled, then. Let's find a place to recuperate first. Shao Chen did not chase after the 3 fleeing people. He waved the banner, and the 7 astral pearls returned to the banner before returning to his body. I'm afraid I have to expose my trump card, Immortal Dual Cultivation. I wonder what kind of trouble this will cause. Putting on the Heavenly Sea cloak, Shao Chen quickly left this place. Originally, Shao Chen did not intend to expose his trump card, the Immortal Art. However, these 3 possessed peak King Grade's secret treasures. Although Shao Chen had failed in the treasure fight, without using immortal arts, it would be impossible for him to severely injure the 3 within a short time. He would also not have a chance to obtain these 3 King Grade's secret treasures. In any case, he would be exposed sooner or later. It was worth it to obtain 3 peak King Grade's secret treasures. The reason why Shao Chen did not chase after the 3 was that Yan Shixi's words made him suspect that Mr. Qin was the one who leaked his movements. Shao Chen searched the spatial ring of the heaven and earth sex elder by There were many black astral coins, divine materials, and spirit pills. However, he did not see the heavenly secret divination disc. Shao Chen activated the cloak of deception skill and moved as fast as lightning. In his mind, he deduced the ins and outs of the matter from the clues. First, the heavenly secret divination plate should have been handed to Mr. Qin by the Heaven and Earth Sex Elder Bai. However, Mr. Qin did not make a move even after a long time. He only leaked his whereabouts. This guy was old and shrewd, and he had fought with him before. Mr. Qin did not make a move. Firstly, he wanted to find someone to test Shao Chen's strength. Secondly, he wanted to contact more experts to kill Shao Chen. When Shao Chen thought about his enemies, he realized that the trouble was just beginning. However, there was an invisible hand behind all this. If not for the three holy masters suddenly delaying Shao Chen's king conferral by half a year, sending out a clear signal, these people would not have dared to act so brazenly. Even if these people wanted to make a move, they would not have dared to be as brazen as they were now. The White Emperor City, the Vermilion Bird Palace, and the Profound Martial Gate, the three holy lords, what a good plan. You do not want me, Shao Chen, to be conferred king. However, I want to live well. Half a year later, I will definitely appear at the king conferral ceremony. Shao Chen showed a determined expression as he made a vow in his heart. These people will be my test before I am conferred king. If I cannot even pass this test, then the title of Blue Dragon King is not worthy of me. Shao Chen flew all the way to the west. When it was close to dusk, he casually landed on a mountain summit. Shao Chen took off his cloak and continuously drove this secret treasure. No matter how strong his law energy was, it would not be able to sustain it. Shao Chen stretched out his saber, and a purple electric energy chopped off the mountain summit, revealing a smooth and tidy platform. Shao Chen used his finger as a saber. Before the mountain summit fell off, he renovated it into a simple and crude stone house. Then, he moved it to the platform. Then, he made some stone benches and tables and made a simple courtyard on the platform. Night had already fallen, and the stars bloomed. This was the time when the starlight was the brightest. Shao Chen waved his hand, and the Big Dipper banner soared into the air, fluttering in the wind. The 7 stars, Dubhe, Merak, Megrez, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade, formed a brilliant constellation in the middle of the banner. The 7 stars attracted each other, and their light flowed as they greedily absorbed the starlight. When the 7 beams of starlight descended, they formed a beautiful pillar of starlight that stretched the distance between heaven and earth. The scattered starlight drifted in the surroundings. This rather ordinary mountain summit among the rolling mountains immediately became boundlessly charming. It flickered with spiritual light, and everyone within 50 kilometers noticed it. Shao Chen was not afraid of being high profile. As long as the heavenly mystery chi on him remained, his movements could not be kept a secret. The only thing he could do now was to make use of this opportunity to increase his strength and blast the enemies who came to attack him into pieces. Sitting down cross-legged, Shao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Lightning flickered, and the 7th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. At the same time, it turned into heavenly sage laws and mental energy in his sea of consciousness. Not enough, far from enough. The speed at which the purple thunder divine incantation absorbed spiritual energy far surpassed that of other cultivation techniques. Shao Chen's body urgently needed spiritual energy to replenish his cultivation. However, the quality of the surrounding spiritual energy was too poor. Using the purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer to absorb this spiritual energy was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. There was always a lingering sense of hunger. After 1 hour, Shao Chen replenished his exhausted magic energy and heavenly victory laws, so he stopped circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. Cultivating in this place was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Shao Chen did not want to waste this time. If only I had a peak spirit vein, no, a holy spirit vein, here. My cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Only such a spirit vein is worthy of the purple thunder divine incantation. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Xiaochen did not overthink it. With a thought, the 10,000 beast cauldron, tortoise spirit shield, profound Yin umbrella, and the 3 immortal swords all appeared before him. Xiaochen thought for a while before summoning out the holy beast medallion. He sent in his spiritual sense and took a look at the situation inside. He saw that the mutated beast image inside was more solid than before. It even had a vague spirituality to it. The deep-sea black flood dragon could even yawn as it swam. Could it be that this holy beast medallion has the ability to nurture mutated beasts? In just half a day, these mutated beast images are clearly stronger. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. If that was really the case, then this 10,000 beast cauldron and the holy beast medallion were a perfect pair. Xiaochen reached out and scooped up the 10,000 beast cauldron. Xiaochen had already erased the Lin clan scion's spiritual mark in the cauldron and replaced it with his own. Xiaochen grasped the cauldron's legs and connected his consciousness with it. Then, he tried to drive it. The law energy in his body immediately drained at a visible rate. Mutated beast images leaped out. When 100 of them leaped out, the mutated beast images covered the entire summit. Xiaochen discovered that almost all the law energy in his body had been drained. He could not help but be flabbergasted. This Peak King grade secret treasure's consumption is really frightening when it is driven. Actually, aside from this, it was mostly because Xiaochen did not cultivate the 10,000 beast art. When he drove it, he drained even more law energy than the Lin clan scion. If he grasped the 10,000 beast art, given the density of his heavenly sage laws, he would only need 1/3 of the law energy to drive 100 mutated beast images. The holy beast medallion flickered with light and sucked in the 100 mutated beast images. Then, Xiaochen sat down to recover his law energy. Then, he continued to drive the 10,000 beast cauldron. After repeating this 8 times, Xiaochen placed all 1,000 mutated beast images into the holy beast medallion to nourish them. A light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes, clearly excited. Just half a day, and the results were already so obvious. If he nourished them for 10 days to half a month, how strong would they become? That would definitely shock the Lin clan cultivators. As for the remaining 3 king grade secret treasures, after some thought, Xiaochen decided to keep only the 100 tortoise spirit shield and melt the other 2. Needless to say, the 3 immortal swords did not contain any divine materials. They were just ordinary king grade secret treasures, relying entirely on the might of the 3 immortal swords. It would not be a pity to melt them. The profound Yin umbrella was made entirely of divine materials. Furthermore, there were 81 of them. However, without the profound Yin flame and with a large hole in it, Xiaochen could not be bothered to repair it, so he melted them all down. Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the sky. The Big Dipper banner above him was boundlessly resplendent, shining with starlight. Xiaochen had a plan in his heart. He wanted to use the resources from the 2 king grade secret treasures, the resources from the Heaven and Earth Sect's 3 elders, and his 3 thrones to reconstruct the Big Dipper banner. This Big Dipper banner underwent a complete transformation, turning it into something he could rely on to move unhindered in the future. After making up his mind, Xiaochen carefully put away the profound Yin umbrella and tossed it into the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Then, he started to use the lunar true flame to smelt it. The sovereign noble clans did not lack resources. The profound Yin umbrella that Xiaochen forged for Yan Shirsi was made of 81 divine materials, each no less than 500 kilograms. The profound Yin umbrella looked very light. If one was not its master, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to pick it up. The formations of Peak King grade secret treasures were extremely stable. Xiaochen did not have the lunar true flame. He had just swallowed a large amount of profound Yin true flame, so it would be difficult for him to melt it. Good. The first divine material is separated. Let me see what it is. The profound Yin umbrella had already been melted into a pitch-black lump. A metallic lump flickering with an azure light separated from it. Xiaochen said joyfully, Dark Mountain profound copper. Based on this weight, it should be 250 kilograms. After the second smelting, Shao Chen was satisfied with half of the 500 kilograms of dark mountain profound copper remaining. Soon, the 81 lumps of different divine materials separated from the dragon phoenix cauldron and floated in the lunar true flame. Each divine material was no less than 250 kilograms. With so many divine materials, one could exchange them for 2 or 3 ordinary king-grade secret treasures at an auction. The accumulations of the sovereign noble clans were truly flabbergasting. Chapter 920. After the pleasant surprise of the profound umbrella, the materials refined from the 3 immortal swords seemed somewhat shabby in comparison. However, it was better than nothing. Shao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the Big Dipper banner in the sky. Starlight shone on Shao Chen's face, making him look like a star venerate in the night sky. Shao Chen weighed the flagpole. There were no divine materials in it, only 1,000-year-old mysterious iron and a few other rare metals. The scarlet banner with the 7 astral pearls on it fluttered in the wind. Although it used many materials, it did not contain any divine materials. The clan behind Yi Qing was probably not a major faction. The resources they gave Shao Chen were only enough to refine the astral pearls. They did not care much about the flagpole or the banner. However, the might of the Big Dipper banner lay in the 7 astral pearls. Only an extremely wealthy person would spend the effort to refine the flagpole and banner. Shao Chen had other plans. He needed divine materials infused into the flagpole and banner as well. There were 81 divine materials, each weighing 250 kilograms. Shao Chen planned to use half of them on the flagpole and banner. The remaining half would be used on the astral pearls. That way, the quality of the entire Big Dipper banner would increase several-fold. Shao Chen had long since memorized the refinement method. He showed a cautious expression, not daring to get distracted. He was extremely focused on the summit. The instant the sun rose, the brand new Big Dipper banner was finally refined. The black flagpole gave off a dense glow. It no longer looked as light as before. With just one look, one could tell that it looked solid. Shao Chen held it in his hand and waved it around. A dull, heavy sound immediately rang out at the summit. The humming sound spread for 50 kilometers around, shaking the trees and startling the birds and beasts. Flap. 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 The dense forest at the foot of the mountain was filled with the sound of birds and beasts flapping their wings, looking very majestic. A satisfied expression appeared on Shao Chen's face. Just a casual wave of the flagpole could cause such a commotion. The 81 divine materials had not been added for nothing. With a turn of his right hand, a red aura spread out, bright and glistening. The color of the flag was much deeper than before, fluttering in the wind at the top of the mountain. 7 stars were imprinted in the middle of the flag. The bright starlight overshadowed the rising sun. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan are indeed astonishing. Just one profound umbrella allowed my Big Dipper banner to increase by more than 2 grades. Shao Chen's heart was filled with joy, and a thought occurred to him. If I have a few more peak king grade secret treasures, my Big Dipper banner might be able to reach the peak of quality, comparable to the Big Dipper banner that the cyclic astral lord has. However, this was just a thought. With this lesson, the people of the 3 sovereign noble clans would not be able to defeat them. Without reaching the strength of a grandmaster-level martial sage, these noble clan disciples would definitely not come alone. If they came, they would definitely invite older generation experts. How unfortunate. I lost such an opportunity for nothing. However, if I succeed in the next step, my Big Dipper banner will definitely blaze a new path, surpassing the seniors of the cyclic astral palace and reaching another peak. Shao Chen's expression turned grave. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned, turning into a mental energy flame and starting to melt the massacre throne. According to the jade strip that Long Fei gave Shao Chen, if he wanted to refine the throne into a weapon, he needed to circulate a secret technique and temper it with the mental energy flame. Long Fei had trained for a month before he managed to refine the destruction throne into a trident. Shao Chen's mental energy turned into an even stronger magic energy, more than 10 times stronger than Long Fei's, comparable to the blue-robed emperor's. The refinement went smoothly. In less than half a day, he had already melted the throne. However, he did not refine it into a weapon. Xiaochen shouted coldly and sent the melted massacre throne into the Big Dipper banner's Dubhe star, merging it with the Big Dipper banner's first astral pearl. After repeating this process 3 times, Xiaochen merged the Death Throne and the Destruction Trident into the Merak and Fekta astral pearls. After letting out a long breath, Xiaochen stared at the banner. The surface of the Dubhe, Merak, and Fekta astral pearls changed colors. Massacre, death, and ruin chi intertwined. However, they did not merge perfectly and still needed to be adjusted. Xiaochen sent out the Big Dipper banner, and it soared into the clouds. As the banner fluttered, it absorbed the drifting starlight in the sky. The starlight shrank and turned into an astral cocoon surrounding the banner. When sufficient astral energy was gathered, the 3 thrones and the Dubhe stars would merge perfectly. Then, they would break out of the cocoon and undergo a complete transformation. Xiaochen thought for a while. Then, he rummaged around in the universe ring for a while and took out all the astral cores of the 3 heaven and earth sect inner sect elders, refining them into 7 inferior grade astral pearls. Then, he set up a small constellation around the astral cocoon, increasing the speed at which it absorbed astral energy. Now that he was done, there was nothing left for Xiaochen to do. All he had to do was wait for the Big Dipper banner to break out of the cocoon. Xiaochen revealed an expression of anticipation. Since ancient times, no one had done this before. Furthermore, no one had the conditions to do so. He wondered what the brand new Big Dipper banner would look like. Would it be able to accompany Xiaochen in dancing through the winds and clouds, carving out a bloody path to kingship amid the many strong enemies? It was clearly noon, and the sun was high up in the sky. However, the summit of Xiaochen's mountain was filled with starlight. Stars appeared, decorating this ordinary summit like an astral palace. Xiaochen remained calm as he sat on the stone bench. Then, he took out the blue dragon body nourishing art and started reading it. Xiaochen's physical body had reached peak rank 3 sage body. However, his vital chi remained stuck at half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force, unable to improve. The blue dragon body nourishing art was undoubtedly a timely help to him. After roughly reading a few pages, Xiaochen's expression turned grave. Sha. Sha. As he flipped through the pages, Xiaochen frowned. His lips twitched involuntarily. When Xiaochen finished reading, he smiled bitterly and tossed the blue dragon body nourishing art onto the stone table. It was not that this blue dragon body nourishing art was not strong. After successfully cultivating the first layer, one could burst out with 5,000 tons of force with 1 dragon force. Rather, the method of cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art was simply incredible, flabbergasting. Nourishing the body. The word nourishing was very appropriate. Cultivating this blue dragon body nourishing art required consuming large amounts of divine materials to nourish the body and nurture dragon energy. The number of divine materials required was extremely vast. Just the first layer required close to 5,000 tons of divine materials. The divine materials required to condense the dragon armor body for the second layer were even more astronomical. Aside from the Dragon's Gate, which swept through the place back then, no one else could provide so many resources for such a cultivation technique. Xiaochen felt that no one in the current sect could provide so many divine materials. After putting away the blue dragon body nourishing art, he temporarily gave up on cultivating this cultivation technique. Then, Xiaochen took out a heavenly soul pearl and started to absorb its energy to strengthen his magic energy. The words of the 2 from the One Dao Palace were indeed true. The heavenly soul pearl of this evil demon was a great supplement to cultivators. In the past 10 days, Xiaochen had consumed 20 heavenly soul pearls. The sea of magic energy in his sea of consciousness had doubled in size, occupying most of his sea of consciousness. Now, when Xiaochen used the 10,000 beast cauldron, he could easily control 100 mutated beast images. On this particular day, just as Xiaochen prepared to consume the jade-white evil demon's heavenly soul pearl, a large group of figures flew out of the forest at the foot of the mountain. Killing chi soared into the sky and gathered together. Even Xiaochen, who was at the summit, felt a strong wind blowing, ruffling the hair on his forehead. Xiaochen put down the jade-white heavenly soul pearl. Then, he stood up and looked at the astral cocoon above him. What should have come has finally come. If only it had come a little later. The Big Dipper banner would have broken out of the cocoon. Xiaochen, you are really in a good mood. Right now, the entire primal chaos domain knows that you have a peak immortal spirit ring and a rank 9 spirit tree. The people who want to kill you can line up from the foot of this mountain to the summit. Yet, you are still thinking about refining a secret treasure. Many people flew up from the forest. In the blink of an eye, 3 people arrived at the summit and met Xiaochen's gaze. Xiaochen squinted and discovered that these 3 people were not very old. They were all early-stage superior-grade martial sages. The one in the middle was particularly powerful. He was already a peak superior-grade martial sage, only lacking the air of a grandmaster before he could advance to grandmaster-level martial sage. These 3 people wore clothes similar to Lang Taotian's. They should be disciples of the Xianshui sect. Xiaochen had heard that the sect master of the Xianshui sect had a few final disciples. He wondered if the person who spoke was one of them. That's not right. This is a secret treasure of the Zodiac Hall. It actually condensed into an astral cocoon. Ha ha ha. I was right to come this time. I can kill you and snatch this secret treasure. Then, I can use your head to ask Master for a king-grade secret treasure. The expression of the youth in the middle changed slightly as he laughed maniacally. Jizong, it is not your turn to collect the secret treasure of this astral palace. Do you think that there is no one else in our primal chaos domain? A strong wind blew, and a beam of light flew over. Then, a youth in azure robes appeared. His entire body radiated a bloody sword chi. Whoosh! 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 More and more people gathered. Soon, hundreds of people surrounded the summit filled with starlight. These people were all experts of the primal chaos domain, loose cultivators, or elite disciples of large sections. Xiaochen did not say anything. He only looked coldly at these people. Then, he looked back and saw 3 old men with extremely strong auras hiding in a cloud several dozen kilometers away. Mr. Qin. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. The person in the middle was the Medicine God Valley's Grandmaster-level alchemist, Mr. Qin. At this moment, he was smiling coldly as he looked at the summit. Of the 2 people beside Mr. Qin, one was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man in hempen robes. Both of them had the air of grandmasters that surpassed ordinary people. These were grandmaster-level martial sages who had surpassed the threshold of superior-grade martial sage and had a unique understanding of the martial Tao. They were grandmaster-level martial sages who had already touched the top of the pyramid. They were only one step away from the word emperor, and becoming influential people like the blue-robed emperor. A grandmaster-level alchemist indeed had great connections. He could even invite grandmaster-level martial sages, 2 of them at once. Mr. Qin really put in a lot of effort and hated Xiaochen to the bone. Aside from the youth called Jizong, Xiaochen did not care about the others. No matter how many of them came, he would not care. What Xiaochen cared about was Mr. Qin and the 2 grandmaster-level martial sages beside him, who were several dozen kilometers away. Normally, he could just leave.